applications in agriculture, medicine, industry, and research. One of the paramount facets of DAE is its Crisis Management Group, or CMG, established in 1987. CMG DAE's role encompasses a spectrum of responsibilities from offering technical guidance during radiation emergencies to fostering public awareness on radiation safety and capacity building. While radiation emergencies are exceptionally rare, CMG DAE stands committed for prevention, mitigation, and response to any radiation emergency if at all it happens. It also endeavors for capacity building of various stakeholders at national, state, and district levels. The Department of Atomic Energy's integrated mission for preparedness and awareness cum training for nuclear and radiological emergency, fondly termed as IMPACT NRE, has been started by the Crisis Management Group, CMG, of DAE, with a vision to provide scientific and factual information about radiation to state functionaries and prepare them to effectively handle any nuclear or radiological emergency in their area of jurisdiction. So let's begin the program and start with the lighting of the lamp.
Now please allow us to invite the esteemed dignitaries upon the dais to initiate the ceremony of lighting of the lamp, which is not only an act of illumination, but also a representation of the triumph of knowledge over ignorance. May we invite Shri Sunil Kumar Bansal, Director General of Police, Odisha, and Dr. Arun Kumar Naik, Chairman of Crisis Management Group and the Head of Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing, NCPW, to please come forward and perform the auspicious lighting of the lamp. Please give them a huge round of applause. We would also request Shri Sanjay Kumar, the Additional Director General, Law and Order, and Dr. Hirendra Nath Ghosh, Director of NISA, to kindly join in the lighting of the lamp. Finally, I would also like to call upon Dr. Gyanaranjan Das, Managing Director, Odisha State Disaster Management Authority, OSDMA, along with Shri Saras Seth, Member Secretary, Crisis Management Group, CMG, DAE, and Dr. Amrendra Das, Reader F, at the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, NISER, to contribute in the lighting of the lamp. Yeah.
Excuse me, may I please request our esteemed luminaries to take their respective seats? Just one simple announcement, Dr. Anil Kumar Nayak will join us shortly. Now, I would like to request our student volunteers to present our honorable guests with bouquets of flowers.
Can we have a huge round of applause?
Thank you so much. It is our distinct honor to introduce the director of our institute, Professor Hirendranath Ghosh, a paragon of scientific excellence and an academic luminary. His brilliance has been recognized with several accolades such as the Homi Bhabha Science and Technology Award, the CRSI Silver Medal, and the C.N.R. Rao National Prize for Chemical Research, to name a few. Professor Ghosh's academic stature is further embellished by his fellowships. Conferred with the prestigious J.C. Bose National Fellowship, Professor Ghosh's commitment to pushing the frontiers of knowledge is unwavering. Under his visionary leadership, NISA stands as a beacon of scientific inquiry and innovation, shaping the future of India's scientific landscape. With a huge round of applause, may we please invite him to the podium to welcome and address the dignitaries as well as fellow participants.
Good morning, everybody. Sunil Kumar Bansal, DG Police. Dr. A.K. Naik, he's on the road. Sri Sanjay Kumar, Assistant Director General, Law and Order. Saras Seth, Member Secretary, CMD, Crisis Management Group. And Gyan Das, MD, OSD, MA, and Dr. Amarendra Das. Okay, it's a fantastic program started. I was talking to Mr. Sharma, who is coming from DE, that this program started very recently after the G20 started things. Two things I would like to tell as a scientist, and actually I am from Bhabha Atomic Research Center, who joined in training school 1989. And we had a real training about the nuclear stuff, you know, from the fundamental to applications, because India has a huge nuclear program. We have so many nuclear reactors and installations. There are a lot of institutes who handle all this kind of stuff, and we teach our students. So we are one of the group of people actually who got nicely trained, and we know what is radiation. But in actually that there is a myth, like people think that, well, there is radiation, people will die and things like that. This is completely wrong. We are the people who learned it nicely, so we know. We can, nuclear energy program, the DAE, so many nuclear power corporation centers there, atomic energy institutes there, but you don't see that kind of disaster stuff, because things are safeguarded well, and you have AERB who takes care control, and we have a health physics group, so things are taken care properly, but things has been changed with time. The radionuclides started getting applications everywhere, your agricultural, healthcare, and industry, and medicine everywhere actually. Now the thing is that when this kind of radionuclides come to the public domain, people has to learn actually how to apply it. And the myth has to go that radiation doesn't kill actually, it actually protects the society. So when the impact program started, keeping in mind, because these days there are a lot of cancer patients, you know, there is a cancer hospital is coming, 200 seat, it's just after Calcutta. The Bombay, you have a very big hospital. The another bigger hospital is coming here. And here the best part of it that medical cyclotron we are making, and will be, I think, 30 MeV, and all kind of radionuclides will make it and fix the cancer patient. Now, the people, like not only the doctors, the nurse, the patients, and the common public has to know what is the effect of radiation. To do that, I mean, people has to be aware of everything. That's the program started. If you think about that, and many people might not be knowing that nuclear installation accident happened, Chernobyl, I think 1986, I was in college, and also Fukushima, it happened 2011. Because it was well safeguarded, but that time there are a lot of print media came to the picture and they started complaining about, in India, a lot of nuclear installation is there. And then we figured out that time that in the world, most safest nuclear installation is in India. So we safeguard our scientists and workers. Now when the nucleotides coming in the society, we have to safeguard our common people. And just by giving proper training, that's the impact program started. And I'm sure with time, like I think yesterday I was talking to Mr. Sharma that in the country, like so far 2 or 3 states they have done it. They're going to do every state. Every stakeholder has to be, taught properly so that they also know it. They'll not have fear because in radiation you don't see, it doesn't have smell. But it's also dangerous if it is gone out of hand. I mean, there are many reasons it can go out of hand. It can be stolen, it can be theft, it can be somewhere else when people cannot see it actually. So, but we should know that how to handle those. And for that only we have started this program. And I'm sure that this program actually help you 2 days, that teaching program what our NISER has taken care, and I'm sure it will work nicely. And we are going to have a very nice time with all of you, and looking forward to a very nice program. And also, NISER is famous for their hospitality. Dr. Amarendra will take care nicely, and looking forward to good 2 days interaction between scientists and other stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of enlightenment and awareness regarding nuclear radiation. Now we have among us Dr. Arun Kumar Nayak, Chairman of Crisis Management Group and the Head of Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing. So can we please invite Dr. Arun Kumar Nayak upon the dais so that we can offer you with a token of appreciation. Now with great honor and privilege, we would like to introduce Dr. Gyanaranjan Das, an esteemed officer of the Indian Administrative Service, who's currently serving as the Managing Director at the Odisha State Disaster Management Authority and the Additional Special Relief Commissioner of Odisha. A stalwart in the field of disaster management in Odisha, Dr. Das has also worked in different capacities in various districts and departments in Odisha successfully. He has also worked with the United Nations Development Program for several years. With a big round of applause, let's invite Dr. Gyanaranjan Das to take the stage and address the event.
Good morning. Jai Jagannath. It is a matter of privilege for OSDMA to organize this program, this 2-day event, Impact, with support of DAE as well as NISER. It has been almost 2 months when Dr. A.K. Naik came to our office, and we had also a virtual meeting, then a physical meeting, and a series of a round of talks, consultations, how to organize this 2-day program. on nuclear and radiological emergencies. I must thank Niger for co-hosting this entire program here. Director Niger is here. And I'm also obliged to DG Police, esteemed DG Police. He is the chief guest here, ADG Law and Order, who is in charge of our response forces, Odisha Disaster Rapid Action Force. Mr. Sarasnath Seth also here. When we thought of why, because OSDMA is normally known as managing for natural disasters. We are set up in 99, soon after the super cyclone. And there are two organizations who are working in the field of disaster management exclusively, in so far as Odisha administration is concerned. One is the Office of the Relief Commissioner, and the other is the Office of the Odisha State Disaster Management Authority. Whereas the Office of the Relief Commissioner is the head of response, reconstruction, rehabilitation activities. OSDM was specifically set up and is doing its mandate also for preparedness, planning, prevention, capacity building activities. We also work closely with Odisha Disaster Rapid Action Force, NDRF, and also fire and emergency services who are our responders, and also with a vast network of volunteers, and some of them are here also. Civil defense volunteers, Abda Mitra volunteers, and civil society organizations. We all strive for a disaster resilient Odisha in that way, if I can put in one line. Our specialization has been cyclone management, no doubt about that. An honorable CM says every life is precious. That's our mandate is also zero mission, zero casualty, that there should not be any death during any disaster. Odisha government also has amended the Panchayat Samiti Act Gram Panchayat Act, that is the first state in the entire India to do so, where we not only prepare disaster management plans at the state level, department level, or district level as per the provisions of the Disaster Management Act 2005, we also prepare plans at the community level, Gram Panchayat level, and block level. Work with the communities, PRA members, civil society organization, all government, all offices also. And we do prepare standard operating procedures for the district administration, which works very closely with the police administration, health department, and other departments. And these SOPs have been very clearly laid down what to do before 72 hours, 48 hours, 24 hours, soon after a cyclone, soon after a flood also. But the real challenge also recently, the incident that happened on 2nd of June, a Bahanagar train accident, where more than around 288 persons died on the spot. But we must thank the response agencies, people of Bahanagar, who responded immediately, and the district emergency officer Baleshwari is here. There were only 6 people died subsequently when they were shifted to hospitals. The casualty 288 at the hospital at the on-site, but only 6 persons, death limited to single digit at hospital, despite all critical injuries that we had, so many people. And that gives you a challenge to not only respond to disasters like flood and cyclone, to other emerging disasters also. And the state government has already taken a decision also to set up regional centers across Odisha. So whether the response forces can respond to any disaster, anywhere, because we have NDRF at 2 locations, ODRAF at 17 locations, 20 units, and they are trained, and we have also fire services at all block level, all ULB level also. But we need also regional hubs with all equipment, strength and capacity who can respond. So beyond flood and cyclone, we are now moving towards more and more other types of disasters, and the way the entire international scenario is, 2 wars are continuously now going on internationally, whether it's Israel and Palestine or Ukraine or Russia. The wars have now no more shorter, they are now long terms. And soon after the Ukraine-Russia war, the Chief Secretary, who is also our chairperson, he asked us, so why don't you work on CBRN? Chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear disasters. And this proposal of DAE actually came just after that decision by the Chief Secretary that we should have exercises our capacities on CBRN also. And recently we also deputed our officers from the state to participate in a national level training program on CBRN at New Delhi. So far as nuclear and radiological emergencies are concerned, which is the domain area of Department of Atomic Energy, and we are happy to collaborate with them to have this state level program. We are basically looking at the way Director Niger said, we have got so many myths moving around among the common people and the responders also. It is not only to know what is could be the situation in case of any, because radiological materials are being used in pharmaceutical industry, agriculture, health, and other cases, other areas well also. So we need to know, in case any radiological emergencies or nuclear emergencies, what to do. And who are the persons, who are the stakeholders who are supposed to respond. And Odisha, we have got mass congregations starting from Rathratra when lakhs of people congregate. And the festive season in Odisha just started now with Ganesh Puja, followed by Durga Puja, Kali Puja, then Kartikeshwara, and ending with Bali Yatra. And we have lots of such mass congregation programs, festivals, when thousands and thousands, lakhs of people also come. And whenever this mass activities are going on, the way we should have also strategy what to do. And this 2-day program, we'll have specialized sessions today forenoon, followed by tabletop exercise on specific events in the afternoon. And we'll also have simulation exercises tomorrow. The NDRF has been already trained on this NRE, how to respond in NRE. And I was talking to the commandant NDRF on just before the program began. So we need to also start training our ODRA personnel also. ADG Law and Order is also here. So we can also have a training program of ODRA personnel, state level resource persons of ODRA, who along with NDRF can be trained as the master trainers at the state level. And we can also take up simulation exercise the way we will be doing it tomorrow. We can also have that type of simulation exercise later on. And Sir DG also knows, and ADG Law also knows, last time when I had the State Executive Committee meeting headed by the Chief Secretary, funds also have been approved, sanctioned for organization of such simulations by OSDMA with NDRF, ODRA, fire services and other responders also. So on behalf of, we have during this 2-day program, we have the additional district magistrates, district emergency officers who represent the District Disaster Management Authority. They are responsible for all response activities along with the police force, and the DSPs and additional SPs are here. We have shared this today's link with the district administration so that the collectors and the SPs also can have watch over this. And another major partner is the health department. So doctors from the districts, medical colleges and directorate are here also. So we'll have a detailed simulation tomorrow, and we'll also have a detailed SOP with a DAEs that we can integrate in the district disaster management plans that we prepare. So the district emergency officers and the additional district magistrates who are present here, my humble request to all of you will be, since the district disaster management plan for the year 23 already has been prepared and mostly submitted to also OSDMA and the office of the SRC. So when we prepare the plan for 24, so let us update and integrate the SOPs that we have also for NREs also. Thank you again for being all, and I give special thanks to DAE for organizing this program, to DG Police and ADG Law and Order being with here of the inaugural session. I had requested to DG to kindly be present, sir, during the forenoon, sir, you can guide us also. And Niger is a good host, you have a reputation of a good host, and there will be no doubt about it, sir. Thank you very much. Upon the Utkal Journal.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us and illuminating us with the awareness of disaster management. It is now our profound honor to have among us Shri Sunil Kumar Bansal, an honorable officer of the Indian Police Service. Hailing from the 1987 batch, Shri Sunil Kumar Bansal has dedicated his life to the betterment of our society through exemplary public service. Currently serving as the Director General of Police, Cuttack, Odisha. He has also worked in various capacities from 1994 to 2021 in the Intelligence Bureau Government of India. Additionally, he has also worked as the Consular High Commission of India in Ottawa from 2008 to 2012. He has also been a recipient of several awards, not limited to the Police Antrik Suraksha Seva Padak in 2002, followed by the Indian Police Medal for Meritorious Service in 2003, followed by the President Police Medal for the Distinguished Service in 2013, and Police Special Duty Medal in 2019. Now, I would like to request Shri Sunil Kumar Bansal to address the occasion. Please join us in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Director Nizer, Professor Ghosh, Dr. Nayak, my colleague, Additional DG L&O, Shri Sanjay Kumar, Shri Seth, and Shri Gyana Ranjan Das, MD of OSDMA, senior dignitaries on the dais, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, I am delighted to be part of this function, which is to inaugurate a two-day impact program to have our preparedness checked and to equip ourselves in case any emergent situation arises in terms of radiological or nuclear installations or uses. In fact, Odisha state is in a situation when a lot of new industrial activities taking place, a lot of new organizations are coming up, and as Director Nizer said, very soon we are going to have a very well-equipped hospital dealing with the cancer patients in close vicinity. And in such a situation, when we have so much of activity going on, we need to have a very clear view that what is going to be our response in case any untoward incident takes place in related to substances which can have some kind of impact or deleterious impact or some kind of emergency as far as the civilian population is concerned or as far as those institutions are concerned. In fact, as a common man, I would say that when we talk of anything nuclear or any untoward incident about nuclear incident, the only thing that comes to our mind is the ultimate nuclear disasters which have taken place in the world, either Chernobyl or what happened in Japan and those kind of things. And we remain extremely ignorant that those kind of emergencies could be arising at a much smaller level and those can be happening, which need our adequate response in a very calculated and a very sensible manner. In fact, in the opening remarks, Director Nizer had very nicely put it like this, that we need not be afraid of the term radiological substances. They are here to help us, and this is for us to know that how can we make good use of them. In fact, I, for a very long time, not being a science student, remained extremely ignorant. It is only when I attended a couple of seminars during my stint in Mumbai that I realized that how widespread the use of radiological substances has become in modern world and how they have penetrated every walk of our life. In fact, not only in scientific institutions, but in industry also, in horticulture also, in preservation of food also, in treatment of patients also, everywhere a widespread use is being made in which the radiological substances have been used. So it is in the fitness of the things that this kind of a two-day program is being organized in a place like Nizer, who are the real persons who will be able to have our concepts clear, our misgivings clear, and they will be able to set the tone right, that how to approach that kind of a situation. In fact, the first responders like the NDRF or the state disaster relief forces are there only to work into an ecosystem in which we can have a scientific response to the problem and not a problem which is based on myths. I would like to draw here an analogy. Suppose, as a layman, we are asked that in such and such room or in this auditorium, a snake has been seen. Our response sometimes could be of panic, of how to get rid of it, what to do, and in such a situation, sometimes we could be doing things which are counterproductive, which we are not supposed to do, which are utterly, shall I say, superstitious. So the knowledge of the danger, possible danger, is the first stepping stone by which we can have a measured response and how to mitigate the possible consequences of that thing. So coming to impact, I would say the keyword in the impact, that is integrated mission for preparedness and awareness cum training, it is the preparedness. If we are prepared for something, then we have won the half of the battle. The training part of it and the awareness of part of it, I see only as a subset of the preparedness. The whole idea of the next 2 days is going to be that how do we remain prepared? And prepared not only in the physical sense of the term, not only in terms of the gadgetry and not only in terms of the equipment and that kind of a thing. We have to be prepared about the knowledge about the substance, the harm it can possibly cause, and how do we counter such a threat. I am very happy to know, in fact, that my colleagues, not only in police department, but those from the fire department, those from the medical department, those from the NDRF, and those who are dealing with the civil administration of the respective districts, those who are all are participating in it. And as the recent railway accident has shown, that it will always be a collaborative effort whenever any emergency arises. We have to be prepared and join hands. But every stakeholder should know the duty and the responsibility that it is supposed to perform and the role it is supposed to play. And it is only these kind of seminars, these kind of training programs which prepare us for meeting these kind of exigencies. One more thing that I would like to add here is that in case of radiological emergencies arising, many a times such emergencies could possibly be arising all of a sudden. Unlike, say, cyclone, because of our capacity to predict the movement of the cyclone and the weather forecast, we are in a position to have a window of 36 hours or 72 hours to have our act together. But in case of radiological emergency arising, it could be very, very sudden. It could be absolutely, bolt out of the blue. And for that, how do we react? What will be our SOP? Which agency will do what kind of work? This has to be laid down in advance. And before I conclude, I would like to add that Odisha as a state, it has shown the resilience after the 1999 super cyclone. As a state, we have been able to show that we mean business. We are willing to invest what it takes to be prepared. Our Honorable Chief Minister has repeatedly said that each life matters. And we have just not made it a slogan, we have actually put it into practice. And it is seen that across the state, whenever any kind of emergencies arising, needing response from the relief forces, we go with the principle that each life matters. We are not going to take even a small number of people as casualty, as an acceptable figure. In fact, it is a matter of great pride that what Mr. Shri Gyanadas said, that only 6 persons died in case of those people who were rescued from that extremely unfortunate railway accident. This explains that the entire machinery which was geared up for evacuation, for taking them to the hospital, the preparedness of the ambulances, preparedness of the paramedic staff, preparedness of the rescue team, the gas cutters and all those things, the stretchers and everything. Everything went into it, and of course the operating table and the doctors and the blood donors and those kind of things. It is only all those things when they combine together and work together, we can possibly have this kind of a figure for which we can be proud of. And shall I say that even if one of the element is lacking, even if a single element is lacking from this chain, then the entire effort goes waste. It is like this, good many students here could be, I think, science students, that if a television is working and you take out one component out of it and the entire system collapses. You cannot say that I have taken out only one IC or one component and it will at least, it will be working 90% of the time, 90% of the functionality will remain. No, it doesn't work like this. So I'm sure that the 2 days, coming 2 days, today and tomorrow are going to be extremely fruitful. They have come at exactly the right time when we are prepared mentally to take that kind of inputs. And we are collaborating with DAE. I had very close association with DAE during my stint in Mumbai. And they are absolutely professional people who can compete with any agency in the world. They have really brought India on the map of atomic energy and atomic sciences, and second to none. It is indeed a privilege for all of us that organizations like DAE and NISER are co-sponsoring this event. And in the last, I would say thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity for sharing thoughts with you. Thank you.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to Shri Sunil Kumar Bansal for sharing his insightful remarks on the occasion, as well as for addressing the important concerns and questions surrounding nuclear radiation. Now we would like to move on to the next segment of our program. So may I respectfully request our esteemed guests to kindly take their seats in the front row amongst the audience. Yes, sir. So this segment will have special talks that also includes PowerPoint presentations, with the first talk by Shri Saras Seth, Member Secretary of Crisis Management Group, DAE. As Member Secretary to the Crisis Management Group of the Department of Atomic Energy, Shri Saras Seth is also involved in the preparedness, planning, prevention and response to any nuclear or radiological emergency in the country. He was instrumental in the preparation of DAE level disaster management plan as mandated by the National Disaster Management Authority. He also plays an important role in discharging the duties of competent authority, domestic, competent authority abroad, and national warning point under IAEA's, which is International Atomic Energy Agency's conventions of early notification and assistance. Additionally, Shri Seth has also been working with the Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing of DAE, where he is involved in international cooperation and coordination of the activities of Global Center for Nuclear Energy Partnership, especially the deputation of Indian experts to Bangladesh Atomic Energy Commission, BAEC. Can we please call upon Shri Saras Seth to deliver his special talk on an overview of DAE and role of the Crisis Management Group. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Play that presentation. Is it already open? Just you'll have to open it. I'm not familiar with this. This Odisha, yeah, first. Good morning to all of you, dignitaries and fellow participants. It is a great pleasure and privilege to be here at NISER Bhubaneswar, the land the Odisha, which is a land of rich cultural heritage, history, temples, architecture, and above all, a very vibrant, modernizing, enterprising society. So it is a great pleasure to be part of this program, 2 days program, that is the impact program that we are going to organize in collaboration with OSDMA and NISER. OSDMA has been very forthcoming in and coordinating with us to this program for protection, and NISER is also a great host. They also extended their services, so we are very thankful to both OSDMA and NISER. So let us begin as today's topic is overview of DAE and role of CMG. So just I will have to rush through because I am starting at a point of time when I was supposed to be finishing. So just rushing through means these are just the outlines. I will rush through this. I will just like our DG Police was also saying about DAEs. So just I will start with the mission of DAE, that is basically to harness the power of the atom towards enhancing energy security, health security, food security, national security, and to carry out developments and innovations in the use of nuclear and radiation technology, leading to economic and social benefits to the nation and a better quality of life to its citizens. So I will just rush through down the memory lane. You must be knowing this great figure, the eminent scientist. He was much ahead of his time. Not only he was an eminent scientist, he was a prolific institution builder. And just to give you a glimpse, he was the first chairman of Atomic Energy Commission. Atomic Energy Commission was constituted in 1948 within 1 year of independence of the country. And in 1954, he wrote a note to then Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, giving his agenda how he want to use the nuclear power in the generation of electricity. And he came up with a 13-point agenda. And it involved all the facets of nuclear power generation, right from mining of uranium ore, then enriching it, production of heavy water, beryllium, and then further production of electricity. So he just one thing to note worthy is that he wrote this note on 11th of July 1954, and on 3rd of August 1954 the department was born. You just imagine means what kind of stature he was having that time, that within a month the whole of the department is born. So since then we are working in various facets of the atomic energy, and it was his vision that time that when the nuclear energy has been successfully applied to for the power production, then India should not have dearth of any technical expertise. And that's what exactly happened in 1969 when we commissioned our first nuclear power plants at Tarapur. Then we had sufficient manpower who was trained to take care of these nuclear power plants. Just about the growth of the nuclear our department. This 1945 itself, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research was instituted by none other than Dr. Homi Bhabha. And then progressively you can see there are many institutions that have come and added into DAE's fold. And this is the current organization structure of the department. Atomic Energy Commission is the apex body, policy making body for the department. Then there is a regulator, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. And below Atomic Energy Commission, there is this Department of Atomic Energy, and it has various types of institutions. You see that there are 6 R&D organizations, which includes BRC, as our Dr. Ghosh was also telling that BRC has a rich culture of research and training the manpower. They have a concept of training school through which all of us are product of that training school. So it is working since 1957. And then we have public sector undertakings like NPCIL, which is into the power production, electricity generation, and then industrial facilities, heavy water board, NFC, Brit, etc., certain service organizations. Then there are 2 independent boards, and there are 11 aided institutions under the aegis of Department of Atomic Energy. And this includes NISER, Bhubaneswar also. So this is a total 30 organizations are there under DA's umbrella. And if you go within each organization, for example, you take NPCIL, they have 7 nuclear power plants. So if you go into each units, then you will find more than 100 units are there, nearly 107 units are there under DAE's umbrella, which are spread across the country. Then various activities, I think some glimpse has already been given by our DG Police that we are into research and also education. We have Homi Bhabha National Institute at Mumbai, and then various other affiliated institutions to HBNI. Then we are into nuclear power generation, right from the front end to back end, that will also cover. Then healthcare, nuclear medicine, use of nuclear isotopes for the therapeutic as well as diagnostic uses. Then food, agriculture, as he was correctly telling that we are into food preservation as well as agriculture, we are producing new mutant varieties. And then for industrial application, radioisotopes which are used for the non-destructive testing. Then water resources. So these are various activities. So just to move to the different power and non-power applications of the atomic energy. You see the left side is a power application, right from the perspective of uranium ore to mining, milling, and converting into fuels, and then heavy water production, then instrumentation, and then equipment development, construction, commissioning of nuclear power plant, then spent fuel handling. So these all entire fuel cycle. Front end, which is before the going into the nuclear power plant, and back end after when the fuel comes out of the nuclear power plant. So entire gamut of activities are covered under DA's umbrella. Then the right side you see there is a non-power application, right from the fundamental research to mega science project, international projects like ITER, CERN, Fermilab, etc. Then research reactor, we have a Dhruva research reactor at BRC. Then particle accelerators, radiopharmaceuticals, one unit as industrial unit, that was the BRIT in our organization chart. That is into the production of radiopharmaceutical and supplying it to the users. Then Tata Memorial Center, which is into the cancer research. Then, as I told that we are producing advanced crop varieties, mutant varieties, nearly 55 crop varieties are notified already by the Ministry of Agriculture for use in the public domain. So these are basically varieties which are produced with the use of radiation, and they are basically high yielding and fast maturing, and these kind of varieties, and pest resistant, these kind of varieties are there. Then into food preservation, like we have shown the picture of lychee here. Lychee is, as you know, that very perishable. During transport it gets perished. So with the use of radiation, we have extended the life to 2 months so that it can be easily transported across the country. And one example I would like to give, like Alfonso mangoes, they are being exported to US, and US is basically, they are seeing it that it is always irradiated, then only it is sent, because they want to kill the pathogens here itself, it doesn't go to US. So all the mangoes which are being exported, they are first being radiated and then being transported. So DA is into this. Then clean water technologies, then urban waste management. This is also very good coming up project. Already Ahmedabad is operating this sludge hydrogenation plant. In this, actually, this dry sludge, this is treated with the cobalt-60 radiation, and then it is converted into manure, and it is being marketed also with the name gold. I think gold, yes, some gold, manure gold, something like that name is there, commercial name that is there in the market. It is a very good source of carbon, phosphorus, nitrogen, etc. So it is very good manure, giving very good result in the field. Then in radioisotopes, again, like iridium 192, cobalt-60, they are being used in the industries for the NDT applications. So just to give you an overview of the nuclear power in India, currently we are operating 23 nuclear power plants with the installed capacity of 7480 megawatt. And in this recently commissioned 700 megawatt unit, that is a Kakrapar unit 3, that is also there, which is commissioned on 30th of August, and now it is operating at full power. And there are 10 more reactors under construction with 8,000 megawatt capacity, and 10 are more in fleet mode. We are constructing 10 PHWRs of 700 megawatt each. So just as he was telling that we have very sound safety and impeccable records, that all the plants are operating more than 85% capacity factor. And in fact, one of our plant KGS1, that is a Kaga generating station, that created the world record of 962 days of continuous operation. And now though it is broken, but it is still, it is the second highest record that is existing currently. And 42 times we have operated our plant continuously without any stoppage for more than 1 year, and on 4 occasions it has crossed even 2 years period. So we have 570 reactor years of operation experience, and in spite of all this, whatever because of the nuclear power plant, that is very fraction of the limits that is set by our regulator. Now coming to crisis management and the plan, as you know that crisis management plan of the government of India was first released in 1987, and that time it was envisaged that every ministry should have a crisis management group in dealing with the specific crisis. So DAE was identified as a nodal ministry along with the MHA to deal with any nuclear radiological crisis in the country. So that time in 1987, this crisis management group was constituted, and since that it is operational. At Dr. Gyan was also telling, this Disaster Management Act 2005 that came up in 2005, and it was a landmark, we can say, in the disaster management field, because it makes a paradigm shift from relief-centric approach to any disaster management to have a holistic approach right from preparedness, planning, prevention, mitigation, response. So in this further 2009, this policy also was declared, and then we see that national disaster management plans, they have been developed by none other than National Disaster Management Authority of the country, NDMA, and latest plan has been released in 2019. So under this, various hazards have been identified, including nuclear radiological emergency, and this plan identifies DAE as the lead agency to provide technical inputs in case of any such emergency. So our CMG DAE that gets activated as soon as there is some offsite emergency there, and in fact it gets alerted much before that, even if plant emergency is there or site emergency is there at any of the DAE's nuclear facilities, so it gets alerted. And during transport of nuclear material, if some incident is there, then we are there, and then radiation emergency if it happens in the public domain. Then there are various resource groups of DAE which aid and support the DAE's our CMG's activities. So in this HSEG, BRC is also working actively, and they are providing us the radiation monitoring and radiation measurement facilities, and then radiological impact assessment they provide us. And we have seismological input also we are having, independent server. And then for radiological waste, whatever is generated, for management of that also there is a group which is supporting on this. And then this I have covered, and then infrastructure that is there with the DAE. It is having a 24/7 operational emergency control room, and it is operations in 1988. And we have one standby control room also, which is suppose in some case one control room breaks down or not able to perform, then the second control room will take care. So we are really giving very much importance to this kind of incident, even if they are rarest of the rare events, but still we are fully prepared on that front. So as our colleague was telling that this in IAEA's perspective, we are the national warning point. If any emergency happens, then we'll have to inform the international agency. And we have 25 numbers of radiation emergency response centers that are spread across the country that are fully prepared for this kind of emergencies. So this is the just picture which shows the spread of the 25 RERCs. And for you, the nearest one is at OSCOM, that is in Ganjam district. So we have our IREL facilities there. So we have one radiation emergency response center there. And this is the framework, national response framework. And as you see that CMG is there in the middle, and we are reporting to Secretary DAE. And then he in turn communicates with the various national agencies like CCS, that is Cabinet Committee on Security, then NCMC, National Crisis Management Committee, then NDMA is there, NEC, National Executive Committee, and MHA. Then at state and district level also, we have communication, and in case of emergency, we will provide the technical inputs to them and all the support. And the typical scenarios that you can encounter basically that if suppose there is a transport, as you know that use of radioisotopes is increasing in the country, they are being transported from one place to other place. And in this scenario, if during transport something happens, so definitely this kind of scenario may develop. Or there may be a fire incident, suppose some source is there in your hospital, there is a fire, so there may this kind of scenario may take place. Or there may be some unclaimed packages at the airport, seaport, which is having a radiation symbol. So this kind of scenario may be there, or there may be theft or loss of the material from the authorized premises like your medical institutes, or there may be a presence of a container in the public domain with having a radiation symbol. So what to do in this kind of scenario? Or there may be suspected case of smuggling. Sometimes we receive some calls like some person is carrying some material, is telling that is a exotic material like uranium or something, then what to do? Then we mobilize our teams to look into the incident. And these are various scenarios. There may be, like I told you, that police detects some material and it is radioactive or not, that will have to confirm. Then some people enter into the sale or auction of this kind of material also, or recycling of this radioactive material. Then there may be some malicious angle also. Somebody may place some material at some place, and you may receive a call that it is having radioactivity or something, or radioactive material is there. So you have to deal with this kind of scenarios also. So there are various scenarios in which you will need the support, and we have, as I told you, 24/7 operational emergency control rooms. The numbers are there in your pamphlets and everything, so you can contact these agencies. And during transport, actually, it is mandatory to exhibit the radioactivity symbol. This is the radioactivity symbol. You must be aware of that any radioactive material which is being transported, it has to have this symbol. If it is there, that means the radioactive substance is there. But it doesn't mean you cannot go near it also, because they are very safely sealed so that the radiation level at the surface of the packaging itself is very limited, and it is having no adverse effect on the human person. Then each of the transport is having a TREM card, that is transport emergency card, which bears all the details. Who is the consignor, who is the consignee, and what are the emergency actions, and whom to contact in case of emergency. And as our Dr. Gyandas was mentioning about the congregation of people and all, so if there is some mega event or that kind of thing is there, so definitely there also DAE role comes. Some people may not be knowing, or like in G20 also we participated. So our role was basically to prepare to handle any kind of radiological or radiation related emergency in the public domain or at the venue. So we have certain pre-event activities as well as during the event also we have to act. Like in pre-event activities, we get in touch with the stakeholders, we help them in preparation of the SOPs, then imparting training, hands-on training, tabletop mock exercises we do, and then sensitization of the stakeholders, sanitization of venues. Sanitation means suppose in this hall some program is going to be organized, and before the event, our person will come and check the whole area that there is no radioactive substance present here. And also they check the background, that what is the background present here. So if the background level increases, that means there is some radioactive or radioactive material coming here. So this is the pre-event activity that is carried out. Then during the event, we place the detectors at sensitive locations. I will show you some pictures later. And then we carry out the surveillance. We have mobile radiological assessment laboratories that are placed at the venues in case there is a requirement. Then we also place DA expert at the control room. And for the preparedness of G20 events, we had issued a SOP for conducting the mass public events with the angle of radiological emergency if it happens. Then we had carried out sensitization and specialized training program for NDRF all the 16 battalions, they were trained. There were 2 days specialized training program, including Battalion 3 also. I think they had participated. And we had conducted it at 4 places, in fact. And this was 4 places, north, south, east, west of India, and each place 4 battalions had participated. Then we helped them in finalizing the list of equipments what NDRF need to have and their technical specifications, and then participation during the mock exercises. And during this phase only, we thought of that we should start a program in which we can involve the public officials and all the stakeholders so that they are aware and they know what to do in such kind of scenarios. These are some of the photographs of the training program that was conducted for the NDRF team. You see that field exercises tomorrow also. You will be having this kind of scenes in the field with the help of NDRF. We are organizing this. And then at G20 summit at Delhi, actually, we again conducted, because that was such an event in which national heads of 20 countries and more than 20 countries, some invited countries were also there, and 28 countries had participated. So they wanted a very full program. NDMA took a lead, and they conducted certain meetings involving all the stakeholders. So we, in fact, in that case, we had given further specialized training to NDRF Battalion 8 and 16, that is near Delhi, and then 400 medical doctors of Delhi, like Ramanohar Lohia and the AIMS Institute, they were trained on this aspect. Then DCPs, ACPs, inspector level people, they were also sensitized about this program. And then we trained the Delhi police staff, because they were manning the entry points of the venues, and they were given the detectors, handheld detectors, as well as we have installed some area gamma monitors there. So they were manning the gates, so they were also given the hands-on training on this. And then pre-event surveys were carried out. And then we deployed MRAL, as I told you. This is one mobile radiological assessment laboratory that is developed by BRC, and it can be deployed anywhere. We brought it from Mumbai to Delhi. 2 vehicles were deployed. This is another vehicle, mobile radiological emergency. This is equipped with all the radiation monitors. It can move around the venue and keep on checking what is the radiation level. And if anything is increased, then we will come to know. And these are inside the venue, means you see the person is moving with a backpack. In backpack itself, there are monitors, and with the backpack, you can just move around without disturbing the audience or the persons nearby. You can move around and have the readings. And then in one of the picture, bottommost, you are seeing that one area gamma monitor is installed. So metal detectors are placed in between the 2 metal detectors. So we have placed this area gamma monitors. As the people move and the material moves through these gates, this monitor will keep on checking, and it will give the alarm if the levels increase. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much for being patient and hearing me. If any query, I would like to address that. Thank you. Or if I think time is running short, so I would like that the program continues and we can discuss during high tea or something if any other query is there. Thank you. Thank you very much. You please.
Thank you, sir, for your refulgent talk on the unparalleled contributions and future pursuits of Crisis Management Group, DAE. I would now like to invoke Dr. Arun Kumar Nayak. He is at present head of the Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing, Department of Atomic Energy, also chairman of the Crisis Management Group and Counter Nuclear Smuggling Team. He began his career in 1990 with the Reactor and Development Group at BARC. After a 1-year orientation in nuclear engineering from BARC Training School's 33rd batch, he earned his PhD in nuclear engineering from Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan, and held postdoctoral positions in the Interfaculty Reactor Institute, Technical University of Delft, Netherlands, and Royal Institute of Technology, Sweden. He has been instrumental in the Indian nuclear power program, notably in the development of an innovative small modular reactor, SMR. Additionally, he has also authored 6 books and published over 500 research papers. Everyone, please give him a round of applause.
Respected DG Police, Director Niger, senior officials of the state government, my dear friends, young boys, girls, what I am going to speak here is something your heart is going to touch. Today we are in a situation where the climate is the biggest causing impact on your mind as well as in your life. And that's where I believe this century, if the crisis management has to happen, whether at state level or central level, it is basically beating the climate impact. And we are a very ambitious country in the sense, this city, Bhubaneswar, I was studying almost 35 years back, maybe much more than that. It was just a small village that time. Today, I cannot believe Bhubaneswar has grown so much. And believe it or not, we have grown very significantly, almost 7–8% GDP has grown in the last 25 years. At the same time, it's well realized now, the climate change is because of the energy we consume in the form of coal, oil, and gas. You start your day by burning petrol, gas, and coal, right? And that is what is causing the biggest impact in our life and on the climate. And while this is the thing, that there is a very big energy transition is happening because of the climate change. And we are a very, very ambitious country. I'll show you how ambitious we are. How important is nuclear power? And I'll show you that, believe it or not, if we want to be developed India, every district has to be a nuclear power plant. Every district or even block levels, we have to have a nuclear power plant. And at the same time, the biggest phobia in all our mind is radiation. We don't need it, correct? Okay. So what is our vision for a developed nation? When we go to the West, we feel that we have to be different, right? We should have everyone in our families should have a car. Every household should have a refrigerator, air conditioner, and so on and so forth. So what the economists, they predict that if we have to be developed, we should grow, our GDP must grow at least 7.5% per year for next 25 years. And RBI says if we take inflation into account, it should be more than 10%. And today our per capita income is just below $2,500 per annum per person. And if you have to be developed, it has to grow at least 8 times. How much? 8 times, $22,000. Everyone should have income per year. And this is possible only if it is supported by energy. If energy is those countries, believe it or not, which are energy rich, they are only rich, and those which are not energy rich, they are poor. So GDP, if it has to grow, it has to be supported by a continuous energy per capita. How much is our per capita energy consumption? You look at the bottommost one is that of the India, the bottommost. The next higher one is China, which is 4 times that of each Indian. And other countries, 11 times, 15 times, 23 times, and so on. So, how much energy we will be requiring if we have to be developed? We have a problem. Our population is not stable. It's still growing. Today we are 1.4 billion population. Another 30 crores are waiting to join us in the next 30 years. How much? 30 crores are waiting to join us in the next 30 years. Will be something like 1.7 billion population by mid of this century. This is our additional problem. And this graph, if you see, what I did during the last 15 years, I joined how much the energy we are consuming. In 2005, it was just below 5,000 terawatt-hour gross, I am saying. And today, we are just below 20,000 terawatt-hour. Assuming we grow in the same rate, we will be consuming something like 20,000 terawatt-hour per year by mid of this century. But the previous slide I showed, our Chinese consuming 4 times that of us today. So many economists feel, no, 20,000 is not sufficient. At least we should aim for 40,000 terawatt. So today we are just below 10,000. By mid of the century, we imagine or we dream to be something like 20 to 40,000 terawatt-hour. But with 10,000 terawatt-hour, the bell has rang, right? Globally, it's not only India. Globally, we emit 60 gigatons carbon dioxide per year. 60 billion tons of CO2 we emit per year. Young boys, girls, for you. How much CO2 globally today it is emitted? 60 billion tons CO2 in 1 year. एक साल में 60 billion tons छोड़ देता है by burning coal, oil and gas. And we are the third largest in the world after China and America. The International Panel for Climate Change has simulated. This is what the bottom table shows. If you want to limit the Earth's temperature below 1.5 degrees Celsius, how much CO2 the Earth can accommodate? It's only 400 to 500 billion tons. And if I divide that by 60, how many years we are left? It's hardly 8 to 10 years. In the next 10 years, we will be crossing 1.5 degrees Celsius. If we want to limit to 2 degrees Celsius, the Earth can accommodate only 1150 to 1350 billion tons of CO2. And if I divide by 60, just 20 years are left. Maybe most of us may not be here, but the young boys and girls, they will see 2 degree crossing if we don't put the brakes today. And to put the brakes today, what the International Energy Agency says, that today, to produce 1 unit of electricity, how much we emit the CO2? Do you know? Close to 1 kilogram CO2 we emit to produce 1 unit of electricity. So what it says, in place of 1,000 grams of CO2, it should not exceed more than 11 grams of CO2. Then only the Earth can survive. MIT says, the United States, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, 11 grams is too high. It should be below 1, not below, it should be 1 gram. 1 gram CO2 for 1 unit of electricity. And then I said, which energy systems can give you 11 grams of CO2 to produce 1 unit of electricity? It is only nuclear and wind, not even solar. Not even solar. Please keep these things in your mind because many senior state officials are here. Okay, even though I still don't accept that, I said if I have to be developed India, I need at least 20 to 40,000 terawatt-hour energy per year. What is the maximum renewable potential for India? Our Ministry of New Renewable Energy Sources, Niti Aayog, and other experts, they have calculated. Solar maximum potential for India is only 2,000 terawatt-hour. Wind is another 1,000. Then hydro is 60. Sorry, hydro is 788 and bio 60. Altogether, if I sum it up, is only how much? 4,000 terawatt-hour is the maximum renewable potential for India. So if I have to decarbon today's energy system, how much is the deficit? Another 6,000 terawatt-hour. And if I have to be developed India, how much will be the deficit? It will be more than 2,000 terawatt-hour, 20,000 terawatt-hour, sorry. And if I convert to a nuclear energy system, it's almost a huge amount, almost 2,500 gigawatt to 5,000 gigawatt electric nuclear power plant are required. My colleagues, Sarah said, today we produce only 7 gigawatt with 23 nuclear power plants. And if you have to go to 2,500 gigawatt, how many times more nuclear power plants are required? At least 400, 500 times. That's what I said. If we have to be developed, even with a full renewable potential, we still need at least every district has to have a nuclear power plant. Otherwise, we cannot be developed. Otherwise, we have to sacrifice the earth. Choice is ours. And most important, the coal plants, which by burning which we are producing electricity, they are retiring too fast. My calculation shows that in the next 50 years, almost all coal plants in the country is going to retire. And today, almost 4 lakh employees, they work in India and China in the coal plants, in the coal mines and related work. There's a big question what will happen to them. What America has done, America has assessed almost 400 coal plants that what they could be tomorrow producing the electricity, and they have found that they can be replaced by nuclear power plants. Most important for this state, Odisha. Odisha is one of the leading states in India for steel production. And what the European Union today has said, if you want to export steel, it has to be made from green steel, not black or gray steel. What do you mean by green steel means? They have to be produced from clean sources of energy, not by burning coal. If you are burning coal, you have to pay tax. How much is the tax? 1 ton steel, you have to pay $65 to $100 additional. So automatically the steel industries are going to be wiped away. Same thing also will happen to aluminum industries like Nalco, for example. And if you have to be developed country, how much the steel is going to grow? It is also projected it's going to grow at least 7 to 8 times for India. And amount of nuclear electricity to decarbon the steel industry alone is 300 gigawatt electric. And today Odisha produces, you know how much electricity? It's hardly 10 gigawatt, probably this close to this number. And to decarbon only steel industry, how much power you require if you have to be developed India? So in this case, after from the large reactors which my colleagues showed, globally there is development of micro reactors, which can be put just close to a residential colony or even the highways itself. Their power is small like a power pack, and they will be playing major role to decarbon captive power plants, steel industries, aluminum industries, even to produce clean drinking water through desalination. This is what I was showing. It's a very worrisome thing. In 1950, our population was close to 400 million, 40 crores. And today we have grown 4 times. But rain god gives the same amount of water. It doesn't increase proportionately to our population. So our per capita water availability has exponentially reduced. And today we are called a water-stressed country, and UN is going to declare us very soon a water-scarce country. And in that case, desalination is the only route to provide clean drinking water to everyone. And for desalination, the only clean energy option is nuclear. So net zero, we said 2070. My previous slide showed you don't have 2070 time. 50 years we don't have time. Next 20 years, we are going to cross the 2 degrees Celsius. It doesn't matter. But if you see the graph, the top one, net zero, who is where? Many countries have declared, but very few have gone. What England has done very recently, if we are producing CO2 by burning coal, oil, gas, there is a tax they have imposed. If you emit 1 ton carbon dioxide, you have to pay something like 40 pounds to 100 pounds today. And by 2050, 100 pounds to 300 pounds. That means the cost of electricity per unit is going to rise from 4 to something like 30 rupees in the years to come, if it is implemented in India. So, nuclear power is inevitable. The biggest thing, the boys, girls here will say, sir, we don't need nuclear power because we all are here to counter nuclear. I'm also chairing the national mission for counter nuclear smuggling, trafficking, and terrorism. Assuming radiation means most dangerous, the dose has to be as low as reasonable, achievable. Alara principle we put. Radiation means cancer, it can cause death. But if you get cancer, what do you get? Only radiation. So there is something, correct? If you get cancer, you have to take radiation. But radiation, no, it will cause cancer. Is science or there is something else? Next 20 minutes, I'll take you in another story. Who has created radiation causes cancer, or there is a phobia which has been created and implanted in all our mind. So let's go. I think all young boys, girls know the history of ionizing radiation. This significantly developed in 19th century. Mendeleev was the first person to start the periodic system of elements, and Röntgen, he accidentally discovered the X-rays, and when he captured X-ray image of his wife, and this led to further discoveries in the properties of ionizing radiation and possibility of using radiation in medicine. 1898, Marie Curie, Pierre Curie, they reported discovery of a new element which they called polonium. The term radioactive appeared in a scientific paper for first time, and uranic rays were renamed as Becquerel rays. 1896, Henry Becquerel announced discovery of radioactivity. Rutherford classified new rays as alpha, beta, and gamma. Enrico Fermi, he made history. He demonstrated existence of new radioactive elements produced by neutron bombarding or neutron radiation. 1938, 3 radiochemists, Meitner, Hahn, and Fritz Strassmann, he continued experimentation by bombarding uranium with neutrons, and they were the first to discover nuclear fission. 1942 was the biggest story. That first time Fermi and his colleagues demonstrated the self-sustaining chain reaction. This is the biggest thing. And once this happened at the University of Chicago, the World War was going on. What America did? America first time started the atom bomb using the nuclear fission chain reaction. Second World War was going on. You must have seen the movie Oppenheimer. he is called the father of the atom bomb. So using the established technology science, I'll say nuclear chain reaction, he developed the atom bomb. But nobody knew the devastating effect of the atom bomb until it was dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The one atom bomb known as Little Boy was dropped on August 6, 1945. 3 days later, August 9, another atom bomb known as Fat Man was dropped. Atom bombs caused loss of many lives, that I'll say. But who knew that they all died because of radiation? Because there was no radiation measuring instrument that time. The bombs were dropped, people were killed. That's all. Did they die of radiation? There was no radiation measuring instrument. Japan is the only country until now where the effect of radiation on human health has been tested. Nowhere in the world after the Second World War, it is known that I gave you so much dose of radiation, whether you got cancer or died or anything. No test has been done. The two bombs killed almost 200,000 people instantaneously. But the third bullet is very important. What is the energy of an atom bomb? 35% of the energy comes through heat and light. 50% is blast energy. So how much? 85% energy of the atom bomb is the same as any other explosive device, correct? Only 15% is because of radiation, and out of that, only 5% is prompt, 10% is delay. It might have so happened, all 200,000 people died like that of any other explosive, not because of atom bomb. This table is very important. I don't know whether people at the back are able to see. The survivor data has been used to do the analysis. As a function of the dose which they might have received, what happened to their health? Did they die of cancer? Or their cancer probability has increased or reduced? The left side one is that of the leukemia, and the right side one is that of the solid cancer. One generic number, please, all of you keep in mind, whether you are able to see or hear or not. If the dose is up to 200 millisievert, please write down. If the dose is up to 200 millisievert, the risk was found negative. What does it mean? Instead of dying early, they have died later as compared to average Japanese people. The risk was found to negative. They have lesser cancer as compared to Japanese average people. What is the dose? If the dose is up to 200 millisievert. Of course, those people who are exposed to high radiation, they might have died, might have cancer, but this is the statistical data for nearly 50 years. And that could be one of the reasons for Japanese people living longer. Of course, those who got high doses, definitely they succumbed. They might have got cancer and death. There are some stories. One of the unhappiest man in the world is called Mr. Tsutomu Yamaguchi. He's a Japanese guy who was first bombed at Hiroshima. Then he survived, and along with 70 people, he moved to Nagasaki, where the second bomb was dropped. So all died except him, but he survived till 93. So he says, I'm the unhappiest person, I don't know why. Sunao Suboi, the survivor of the Hiroshima bombing, just was 1.2 kilometers away from the epicenter of Hiroshima, and he still continues at the age of 93. Mori, who was just 8 years, was injured 2.5 kilometers from the epicenter after being blown into a riverbed from a bridge. He was born 1937 and has lived more than most of the Japanese could do. In fact, there is a very beautiful study, I have given the reference, that children of people exposed to atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki had no indication of any deleterious health effects. So the common perception that the transgenerational effects with the people are not correct. Now, during the Cold War, you know, so many soldiers, officials, they were involved, scientists were involved for atom bomb making, especially in the Western world. Did they all die because of cancer? It's a big question. So what I have done a good survey of that. In the United Kingdom, during 1950 to 60s, the soldiers, the scientific community who were involved in atom bombs, they had no discernible impacts on mortality or the probability of even developing cancer for them. Even a subsequent several-year follow-up, the death rates for all causes of cancer were lower as compared to normal British people. Australians even who took part in the British nuclear power program, British nuclear explosion experiments, did not show any evidence of them for increased all-cause mortality because of exposure to radiation. In America, there is a place called the Nevada desert, where they do all sorts of tests during the Cold War period, all sorts of nuclear tests. And there are several thousands of defense people were involved for all these tests, but they showed a lower mortality rate of these soldiers who were involved rather than those who were never exposed. In USSR, the former Russia, Semiplatonisk is a field where several soldiers, more than 20,000 were involved for the nuclear tests. And they were exposed to very high level of radiation, 20 millisievert to 4,000 millisievert. But they showed there is no response or relation between the dose and the diseases, including even cardiovascular events. Now come to the three major accidents. Director General Police was concerned that what happened to the accidents which happened, for example, at Chernobyl or at Fukushima. I'll show you 2-3 slides. What has happened to them? The 3 Mile Island accident happened in 1979. And this happened because the fuel got melted and a lot of radioactive aerosols came out, but there was containment inside housing the reactor fuel. The amount of radioactivity which came out of the reactor was very small, hardly 0.01%, or 10 curie was released in 16 hours and 70 curie of iodine was released the next 30 days. There were no adverse health effects from this accident. But Governor of Pennsylvania was very scared and ordered people who were living within 10 miles of the reactor. Almost 1,44,000 people were evacuated. But these people who were evacuated, it was found that they didn't have, or even living there, they didn't have any indication of them getting cancer or related things because of exposure to radiation. Now come to Chernobyl, which DG was worried, and this accident happened in 1986. This was much more severe. Magnitude of radioactive release was much more than even Hiroshima bomb. Number of immediate deaths was very small, but administration forcibly asked public to evacuate. 1,16,000 people were relocated. This is likely to have caused more death than the radiation. Why? Once you ask people to evacuate, I think those who are in SDMA, it is a very difficult thing, especially elderly people, people who have already diseases, they get the maximum pressure and some of them die also. Then this is the right side, one shows the maximum dose of public in Chernobyl, which they received, I said in Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombing, if the dose is up to 200 millisievert, the risk was negative. In Chernobyl, the maximum dose which public received was 100 millisievert, lesser than even 200 millisievert. So there was no evidence of them having disease like cancer. There was a recent BBC report, 2006, what he said that people who visited the site, they found surprises. The flora, fauna is shining. In fact, the size of fish was too big. What happened? There is some more analysis of the Chernobyl accident. 134 firefighters were engaged in extinguishing activities. 28 died because of radiation sickness and subsequent disease during the first 4 months. But of the 106 people who were recovered, 19 of them died. That time, the Russia's death rate was 1%. If I multiply by 106, it is 21.2, which is more than 19. Otherwise, they would have all died. So if you look at the death rates. During 1991 to 2005, more than 6,000 thyroid cancer cases were detected in that area because they were drinking contaminated milk with iodine 131, but only 15% died. So these thyroid cancers, because of the radiation, is found to be malign ones. Had it been, these are benign ones. Had it been malignant ones, more than 2,000 to 3,000 people would have died. Already in that area, cancer incidences were observed much before also the Chernobyl accident. The next was the Fukushima accident, which most of you have seen television 2011. 3 on-site workers died because of the earthquake and tsunami. That single person died because of radiation in Fukushima. The dose received by the public was very small, hardly 7 to 100 millisievert, and 250 millisievert might have done if so many doses and over a longer period it's taken into account. But the Japanese government asked more than 2 lakh people to evacuate when the dose was just 1 millisievert. And there were 600 non-radiological deaths because of the relocation of the public. They were forced to evacuate. The mortality risks of the public who were staying in nursing homes by relocating these people outside were found to be almost 3 times more than the people who stayed there only. Some people, they didn't want to move to the shelters. So their mortality risks were found almost 2.7 times lesser. If I just summarize the 3 nuclear accidents which have happened so far, the dose which public receive is very small, only a few millisievert. The company loses a nuclear reactor, so it is a huge financial loss to the company or to the government. But the psychological risk is very high. When the Chernobyl accident happened, nearly 2,000 females in Greece went for abortion, thinking that their kids are going to be having disease. Now I'll say you some stories. The Taipei is the capital of Taiwan. Almost 1,700 flats were constructed in Taipei city, which were contaminated with cobalt-60. Nobody was knowing. 10,000 public were living in those apartments. Nearly 9 to 20 years they lived, and they got a huge dose of 400 millisievert. There was discussion that these people might have got cancer and death, but the study shows that their cancer deaths were reduced by 3% as compared to normal Taiwanese people. If you go to our Kerala, Karungapalli village, which is rich in the thorium mines, the people habitating there, they're exposed to a very high level of radiation, almost 70 milligray per year. So almost 400,000 people were taken for a study and found that there was no excess cancer risk among these people than the average Keralites. In Brazil, the place called Goiânia accident happened on September 13, 1987, when a forgotten radiotherapy source was stolen from an abandoned hospital site. This is what my colleague was saying. Today, one of the problems is the radioactive sources may be stolen, may be taken away. And this is considered as one of the world's worst accident by IAEA. About 112,000 people were exposed because of the contamination, but only 249 people were really contaminated. Only 4 died, not because of a cancer, but due to radiation syndrome. In Iran, there is a place called Ramsar, which has population of 1,000, and they are exposed to a very high level of radiation, 2.5 to 72 millisievert, because they take bath in a hot spring rich in radium 226. Then the study shows that these public, neither the mortality rates nor cancer incidence rates were higher as compared to normal Iranian population. In China, there is a place called Yangijan, and during 1970 and 1978, almost 31,000 people were taken for the case study. And this place is rich in natural radiation field. The overall mortality study did not find any excess cancer risk of these people because of the gamma radiation. The mortality due to non-cancer disease was not having any relation to radiation loss. The mortality due to infectious diseases, including tuberculosis, decreased significantly in this region as compared to normal Chinese. Dr. Don Wells, who was once engaged in extraction of radiation from uranium ore for 16 months from 1947, and the radium was accumulated in his bones, and he exhaled almost 25 times the legal maximum amount of radon. One might assume that he was seriously contaminated. 65 years later, he says, I am very healthy. Ian Suter used to play in the uranium mines near Salt Lake State at Canada as a kid collecting the radioactive samples. Even he slept with radioactive rocks under his pillow and the night table until 1960. So some of his friends said that you people are going to get cancer because you are sleeping on radioactive rocks. Ian found all his friends are healthy, none had cancer. The mud pack which he was using was effective in removing arthritis and platter butt pain. Allergy which was developed by his cat completely disappeared due to self-irradiation and never occurred again. Lassie Curris, he used to wear uranium stone necklace from Nighthawk Minerals for 5 years, and he claims that since then he never had any cold or upper respiratory infection. And he says, I firmly believe that if everyone wears one of these, you will have a significantly healthier society. 1982, Lucky was the first to conclude that low-dose radiation benefited animal growth and development, health and longevity. He even recommends construction of meeting rooms like this next to nuclear power plants so that people can become healthier. This is the most beautiful side. Butner, on behalf of National Geographic, used to move around the world to find where people live the longest. And he found that near Turkey, or in Turkey, there is an island called Ikaria, which is just 30 miles from the coast of Turkey. There, the average lifespan of the humans is 90 plus years, as compared to even much more than the Europeans or Americans. So what is the story? The story is that the islanders live and bathe in an environment high in radon and radium. Sokolov. Now, there are many studies on the number of diseases which can be cured by low-dose radiation. Sokolov first reported pain relief in patients with arthritis using X-rays. External beam X-rays were used in 1899 for successful treatment of superficial tumors. 1911, Poussey described cell stimulation, successful treatment of subchronic inflammatory condition. During 1930s, a wide variety of inflammatory infectious diseases were successfully treated by X-rays and radium gamma rays in the dose of 0.5 to 2 gray. Simple calculations show little or no morbidity and annual savings of millions of lives if low dose radiation is given to each of one of us. Asthma used to be successfully treated in 1926 by ionizing radiation. List of diseases which could be cured by low dose radiation includes arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, neuralgia, spondylitis, bursitis, and so on, tuberculosis, diabetes, hypertension, hepatitis, Parkinson's disease. You say any disease, it used to be cured before the Second World War by giving low dose radiation. High radiation doses used to be given to control bone pain from cancer up to 80 gray, and nerve pain from even up to 75 gray used to be given to control the nerve pains. Prior to Second World War, X-rays were used successfully to treat a variety of infections. 66% decrease in the death rate from infections and parasitic disease in exposed workers in Savannah River plant when compared to unexposed control in the same area were known. 115 years ago, physicians used X-rays to treat infections associated with the gas gangrene, pneumonia, bronchitis, tuberculosis, and so many infectious diseases. Fluid injected cholera, tuberculosis, diphtheria, and so many you see. These were found to be reduced or eliminated if 5 cc saline under the skin of both ears of rabbits are found that the ear exposed to uranium rays had no infection. X-rays were used to treat impaired hearing loss related to throat inflammation and lymphoid tissue growth in the nasopharynx. X-ray therapy was used successfully to treat bacterial pneumonia during the first half of the 20th century. Periodontal disease, which is mostly a dental disease, this was also to be treated by low dose radiation. Recommended dose is 10 cumulative gray per day. Low dose radiation accelerates wound healing by up to 50% based on X-ray therapy. Low dose radiation stimulates immune system which can destroy pre-cancer cells, cancer cells, and tumor metastasis. Even diseases like HIV/AIDS used to be cured by low dose radiation. Mice were tested for low dose radiation up to 1.5 milligram for 5 to 12 days, and they were found that a type of murine AIDS recovered while all those who were in the control died within 40 days. So there is strong evidence that HIV/AIDS could be successfully treated with low dose radiation. Now come to the cardiovascular related diseases. Typical patient exposure is similar to 50 chest X-rays per person per year, and most dose is from CT, coronary intervention, cardiac electrophysiology, and neutron cardiology. They deliver almost 750 chest X-rays. However, no unexpected risk of cancer was associated with the staff working in cardiac catheterized laboratories who had received a median cumulative radiation dose of 46 milligram. So, good way to reduce heart damage is to give a low conditioning dose of 150 milligram a day. Low dose cumulative radiation up to 500 milligram doesn't appear to be involved with kidney, cardiovascular system, associated abnormal lipid profiling, and diabetes. There was no statistically significant effects of cardiovascular disease in humans when the dose was given up to 500 milligram at dose rates of less than 10 milligram per day. And these tests were done with mice at different rates, and it was found that even this has significant effect on curing the kidney diseases, like whole body low dose rate at 12.5 milligram every other day for 8 weeks appeared the optimal schedule and dose for protecting the kidney from the effects of diabetes. And believe it or not, more than 100 journal papers are there, which I could not speak it here because of the time, on the beneficial effect of low dose radiation on immune system, tumor cells, diabetes, stochastic effects. Then why we are afraid of radiation? When we think of nuclear, we never think all these good things, right? We only think radiation, cancer, and death. These three things, nothing else. The public's association of cancer with radiation is the leading cause of fear. The public paradigm that nuclear radiation is carcinogen is a more political, scientific misinterpretation and cherry picking than the actual science is. In particular, governments used the fear of radiation as the effective weapon during the Second World War, during the Cold War. Ultimately, it resulted in collateral damage to public morale about radiation. Who is the man behind this root cause? So, one root cause is the concept of linear non-threshold theory called LNT in radiation. Who has created that? I will speak later. It is the root cause of fear. What it means? That biological damage is proportional to the radiation. In the sense, zero dose means you are completely healthy. As the dose increases, your damage to the cells is proportionate. There is no threshold. That is why it is called no threshold, and it is linearly increases. And this is probably the most misrepresented science presented as a fact despite thousands evidence against it. The man who did it, his name is Müller, who is a German scientist. He was against the atom bomb and he did all this. Why? Before this, there was a discovery of X-ray induced mutations by two scientists called Olson and Lewis. They proposed that cosmic terrestrial radiation induced mutations provide the principal mechanism of the driving force of evolution. And for this concept, they adopted a linear low threshold theory. But Müller suggested that same relationship is also valid for ionizing induced radiation. What he did? He plotted the x-axis the radiation dose, y-axis the excess relative risk due to the radiation, and plotted a straight line using the data of the Japanese atomic bomb survivors and eliminating all those data which do not fall on the straight line, right? And then he said, he just made 0, 0 and put a straight line and said that any dose above 0 has a proportionately risk of cancer. What is that? He omitted is that in the right side. The x-axis is the radiation dose in gray, y-axis is the excess relative risk. If you see up to 0.4 gray, right, the risk was negative, below 0. That means the survivors were having a healthier life. Their life longevity is higher. They didn't have the risk of cancer. This whole data he omitted. And many others did not support his theory. they found that this is not correct. The United States National Academy of Science Bureau Committee Genetic Panel recommended, however, this theory. Why? I'll tell you later. And which all governments and regulatory bodies followed worldwide. That means 0 dose means you are healthy. Anything above 0, there is a risk to the public. Everybody said. And that's why this training of 2 days to show anything above 0, you have to be alert. The National Academy of Science Genetic Panel thus committed scientific misconduct by publishing in the journal Science its doctored estimates of human genetic risk to radiation exposure. Other advocates of this theory relied on the falsified data, assuming that those people who are exposed to Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombing may get cancer in the latter age of life. So based on this theory, even though the low doses were not really falling on the linear, on the straight line, the line was drawn or dragged to 0. Muller, the scientist, he received the Nobel Prize in 1946 for showing that mutations in fruit flies increase in direct proportion to X-rays. That's what he's showing. And to get the data, he did experiment at a very high dose, 1000 to 4000 R, and which was roughly 2 lakh times more than the background radiation. His other colleagues showed that all that is found is not correct. In fact, if the dose is less than 500 milligram, the mutation rates were not happening. Rather, the results were the dose rate dependent. So Muller ignored, withheld this data so that he gets his Nobel Prize. So Muller knew prior to his Nobel lecture that the data were known, that there is a limit called 50R, and above which only this mutation can happen. In fact, flower beetles, mosquitoes, crickets, curdling moth, house flies, fruit flies, if they are exposed to 1 to 40,000 R, their lifespan is found to enhance by 20 to 60%. Even eggs and larva stages, their lifespan increases if they are exposed to 10 to 100 R radiation. More recent studies in fruit flies have shown that X and gamma ray doses as low as 200 milligram to X significantly increase their adult longevity. This is the biggest controversy. The Standard Oil Company was founded by John Rockefeller in 1870, who later established Rockefeller Foundation in 1913. Muller had close ties with this foundation. In 1954, the foundation chose to finance a large project to evaluate effect of ionizing radiation. The genetic panels of National Academy of Science Biological Effects of Atomic Radiation Bureau Committee was established in 1954 and was chaired by Weaver, a mathematician, and who was director of the foundation. The limit dose for nuclear workers, which was 500 milligram per year before, was abolished. Okay, what was the dose before? 500 milligram. It was abolished close to 0. Next day, in the front page of New York Times, it was published by the trustee that radiation is dangerous. And other media followed the suit, and that is why we all are sitting here. How much dose really you are encountered? If you go for a heart CT scan, you get almost 15 millisievert. Full body CT scan, 10 millisievert. Abdominal X-ray, almost 4 millisievert. And annual dose living near a nuclear power plant is close to 0. And to make it close to 0, we have to put so many barriers, one after another, and that cost. Who pays? The public pays. At what cost? A fear in the mind that radiation can cause than cancer and death. This is my last slide. Are we radiation deficient today? It's the biggest question. Many thousand years ago, the human beings used to live in forests with animals and birds. Once there was fire and the animals, birds flew away. Man did not run away. The man felt the heat of the fire, and that is how the development started. Nuclear radiation has tremendous impact for the use in the public, right from solving the energy crisis, but also in agriculture, food, healthcare, industry, and so on, which my colleagues showed. It's the time to tighten our belt to take this important science technology ahead rather than getting away. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening as well as comprehensive talk on the perception of radiation and scientific facts. Now, may we please request our honorable guests to come upon the dais so that we can unveil the release of a booklet on nuclear and radiological emergencies in the public domain. I would also like to invite on stage the contributors of this booklet, Shri Sanjay Kumar, Director of Security and Coordination from the Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Dr. Anjali Godse, and Shri Deepak Sharma. So this booklet is a compilation for the district officers, and it contains information regarding protocols for nuclear crisis management. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much.
Now, as we move to the subsequent segment of today's program, we would like to felicitate our honorable dignitaries with token of appreciation. We would like to request Dr. Arun Kumar Nayak, Head of Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing, to felicitate Shri Sunil Kumar Bansal, Director General of Police, Odisha, with a memento. Then we would request Shri Saras Seth, Member Secretary of the Crisis Management Group, DAE, to present Shri Sanjay Kumar, the Additional Director General, Law and Order, with a moment. I would also like to request Shri Saras Seth to felicitate Dr. Gyan Das, Managing Director, Orissa State Disaster Management Authority, with the memento. This is not working.
Thank you so much, sir. As we come to the end of this memorable event, we would like to request Dr. Amrendra Das to close the event with the vote of thanks.
To save the time, just I have to step in. So I would like to thank you, all of you, for being very patient listener, and I hope that whatever you heard here and something, if it goes with you and you can ponder upon it, how much really means what sir was telling about the fear of radiation that is there in your minds. If you can share your thoughts with your colleagues and all, so that will be really grateful. And if you feel safe, then definitely others will feel safe, and you will be also able to discharge your duties in a very efficient manner wherever it is required. So I thank on this occasion to OSDMA for being a co-host with us and organizing this program wonderfully, and NISER, who has offered this campus, and not only campus, but they have right from day one they have been part of this program. So I thank Director NISER as well as the other co-host, Mr. Amrendra, who is not there, who was supposed to be here for the vote of thanks. So I thank you, one and everyone. Thank you very much.
First of all, on behalf of DA, let me first compliment OSDMA for giving this platform to share this biggest thing which we are doing by the order of Minister of Home Affairs and DMA, that to educate each and every state on nuclear, radiological, emergency planning and preparedness. Thanks OSDMA once again. And in that perspective, let me thank once again to MD Saab. He has been so kind. At first day, he received us with full, I'll say that, force, used his officials, and we came back to, so once again I thank to all the officials engaged from OSDMA for doing this job, great job. Next, my wholehearted thanks to Director General Police. He is our chief guest for the occasion. So kind of him. The strong battalion is here from the state, and I promise the DA will do the best to educate and impart the training program so that the state is capable of taking it forward. And there was an order from MHA that each district SP has to be given this book which we released today, and I'm very proud to say that this is today the first time we are releasing this book in India, and Odisha is the first in India to receive this book. Last but not the least, Dr. Ghosh, he is my friend, batchmate, also he is Director Niger. He has offered all his wholehearted, I'll say that, this platform for all of us to utilize, taking advantage of that, and also taking the benefits so that our training program is successful. Thanks, Niger. And also my friend, I'll say that colleague, whatever you say, Amarendra, who is the backbone during the whole journey, he was supposed to thank, but I'm thanking him for making this program successful. Thanks a lot.
Okay, Honorable Chief Guest of this meeting, the Director General of Police, Sri Sunil Kumar Bansalji, then the Director of Niger, Professor Hirendranath Ghosh, and the Head of NCPW and Chairman of CMG, Dr. Arun Kumar Naik. Then we have Member Secretary, Crisis Management Group DAE, Sri Saraset. We have with us the ADG, Law and Order, Sri Sanjay Kumar. Then we have with us Managing Director, OSDMA, Dr. Gyana Das. And in front of us, all the district administrative officers, police officers, medical officers, ODRAF, NDRF, fire services, and other officers from the state administration to district administration. Dear students of Prananath College, Ramandevi College, Centurion University, and Jatni College, and also the faculty members of those colleges, and all the delegates from DAE. My job is, of course, very simple to just propose a vote of thanks. But then I would like just actually highlight a few more things that we have been quite educated actually by Dr. Arun Kumar Naik about the nuclear phobia that we have, and why I am emphasizing upon this. He was rightly pointing out that we have to fulfill our energy needs, and what will be the way out? It will be the nuclear energy, because other energy sources have very limited capacity for us. And since most of you are senior district officials, probably you will be heading the state administration after some time. So when it will be, when you have to take a decision whether you have to go for nuclear energy or not, or if you have to really educate the politicians who are really ruling us, then probably you can educate them rightly that nuclear energy is safe. Why I am emphasizing on this is that Odisha doesn't have a nuclear power plant till now, and many other states have nuclear power plant. And again, for your information, Odisha's per capita carbon emission is one of the highest in the country. Okay? You might be knowing that although our per capita income is quite low compared to the national average, but in carbon emission, I think we are the second highest in the country, which is not probably acceptable. So how do we reduce this carbon emission? Probably through nuclear power plants. So I think as policy, at least as the bureaucrats, probably you can help the policymakers and educate them. So I thank the Director General of Police actually for being with us and also providing all the support, particularly bringing all his officers here. And I thank Dr. A.K. Naik, the head of the NCPW, for choosing Niger and having faith in us to organize this event, and the member secretary, Sri Saraset, who who has visited time and again, and he has been doing all the things from DAE, and Managing Director OSDMA, Dr. Gyana Das. From the day one, actually, when we had a meeting, he was all in full support with us. So thank you, sir, for all your support. And then we have with us the ADG Law and Order, who had also visited to see our preparedness, and then most importantly, in front of us, the officers from OSDMA, particularly Mr. Sunil and Mr. Gauri Shankar, who have been actually visiting Niger time and again, and who are coordinating all these events. And also my office staff, Mr. Chandrasekhar Mahapatra and Mr. Nabin Sahu, who have been actually doing all the works that you don't see here. And the faculty colleagues actually who have brought their students at least to get some idea about actually the nuclear technology and the phobia that exists in our country. And also all the officers from district administration and police, fire services, medical, and ODRAF and NDRF. So I thank all of you actually for your kind presence. And throughout we have different events. And for your information, we also, our Niger students also would be performing some cultural program. So please stay and enjoy the performance of our students and also the dinner with us. I think our volunteers will be announcing other things. So thank you everyone. And of course, at the end, I should thank my director actually, who is providing all the support and who has been really kind actually. For everything you just quote him and he says always yes. Okay. So thank you sir so much. Okay, and thank you. So with that I thank you. Thank you sir.
Before we proceed further, may I kindly request everyone to rise from their seats as a mark of respect for our national anthem. gentlemen, distinguished luminaries, and fellow participants, please allow us to welcome you all to our subsequent session. The first talk will be delivered by Shri Parthasarathi Prashti. He is designated as a scientific officer, Dean, Health Physics Division at Bhabha Atomic Research Center. His first topic is called Radiation Fundamentals, Safety and Measurement, followed by his second talk on regulatory aspects and response mechanism. I would like to invoke Shri Parthasarathi Prashti to take the podium.
So I would like to keep it as simple as possible. So please listen carefully. Hope you will understand it. So first, let's see the atoms. So atoms is the smallest entity of any matter. Everything is made up of matter. Your body, my body, everything is made up of matter. And matter is consist of atoms. So in an atom, there is a central part called nucleus. In nucleus, proton and electrons are there. Proton and neutrons are there. And electrons are revolving around the nucleus in a circular orbit. So this is the diagram of an atom in which nucleus is at the center and electrons are revolving in a orbit. So next, you will see a picture of hydrogen atom. Actually, if we go to the higher level, you will see the exact picture of an atom, which is, I am showing the image of hydrogen atom. At the center, nucleus is there, and the electron is distributed in the cloud format around the nucleus. So, as I discussed, constituent of atoms are neutron, proton, and electron. Neutron is neutral in charge, proton is positively charged, and electron is negatively charged. As you can see here, neutron is slightly heavier than proton, and the mass of each particle is mentioned in this slide. And if you compare electron and proton, around 1840 electrons is equivalent to the mass of one proton. So roughly you can estimate their weight depending upon their mass. So next is the diagram of orbital structure of atoms. Here I have shown you the orbital structure of hydrogen atom, helium atom, carbon, nitrogen, etc. So here you see in the center part there is a nucleus in which proton and neutron are there, and electron are revolving around the nucleus. So in hydrogen atom, basically one proton is there and one electron is revolving around that proton or that nucleus. In helium atom, two proton and two neutron are there in the nucleus, and electron is revolving around that nucleus. So if we go higher levels, you see the number of orbitals, the number of circular orbitals is increasing. So if an electron gains energy, it will go to the higher level, and if it loses energy, it will come to the smaller level, smaller energy level. Then next, let's see what is isotopes. So atoms of an element that have different number of neutrons, but same proton number or atomic number is called isotopes. As you can see here, in hydrogen atom there are three isotopes called protium, deuterium, and tritium. So in protium, only one proton and one electron is there. In the nucleus, there is a proton and electron is revolving around that proton. Similarly, in deuterium, one proton and one neutron is in the nucleus and electron is revolving around that nucleus. Similar for tritium, there is two neutrons. So, for the next slides, so isotope part is important, so please listen carefully. So, similarly for the carbon, there are three isotopes, carbon 13, 14 and carbon. Okay, so next we will discuss what is radiations. Everybody is talking about the radiation here. So, from where that radiation comes, basically we need to know that. So, when the atom is in unstable form, basically everybody tries to get their equilibrium position, everybody tries to stay in their minimum energy condition. So, if you will stand for an hour, so you try to sit, that is to minimize your energy or to stabilize yourself. So, when the atom is in unstable condition, then it will emit radiations to get stabilized. So, there are three kind of particle radiation basically. If we talk about alpha, beta, in beta there is beta minus and beta plus particles and neutron. These are the particle radiations emitted by the atom when it is in unstable format to get it stable. Similarly, followed by alpha beta, there is another radiation called gamma radiations to stabilize the atom. So, if basically a radiation comes from the atom when it is in unstable form to get it stabilized. And X-ray is also one kind of electromagnetic radiation which comes from the orbital transition of the electrons, and gamma rays comes from the nuclear phenomena. So, there are basically alpha, neutron, beta, these are particle radiations, and electromagnetic radiations are X-ray and gamma rays. Next, you will see alpha decay. As I discussed, when the atom is in its unstable form, it will try to emit something to get it stabilized. Similarly, americium-243 is a nucleus. Americium-243 is a nucleus. If it is unstable, then it will emit a particle called alpha to get it stabilized, and the stability element will be neptunium-239. So, when the alpha decay occurs, basically in proton, in nucleus, the number of proton and the number of neutron, if there is any disorder, then only alpha decay occurs. If the number of neutrons is more and number of proton is less, so that ratio is not maintained properly. So, that is why the alpha emission occurs to get it stabilized. So, you just only focus where the alpha emission comes from. Similarly, beta decay, due to instability, one particle called beta is emitted from the nucleus, from the neutron-proton conversation, beta particle is formed. And gamma rays, after alpha and beta emission, if it is found that the atom is unstable, then it will emit gamma rays to get it stable. So, as of now, I hope you understood the formation of alpha, beta and gamma, where they comes and why they comes. Then X-ray emission, as I discussed, it is the orbital phenomena. In the center is the nucleus, and in the orbits, if the electronic transition occurs by gaining or losing energy, then X-ray will emit from that atom. Then what about neutrons? Where neutrons come from? So, first neutrons can be emitted by fission, fusion और अल्फा एन रिएक्शंस. जनरली हम न्यूट्रॉन को फॉर्मेशन करेंगे, देन उसके बाद फ्रॉम दैट न्यूट्रॉन विल गेट प्लेंटी नंबर ऑफ सीक्वेंशियल न्यूट्रॉन्स बाय चेन रिएक्शंस कॉल्ड न्यूक्लियर fission. So, in that way neutrons are formed. Then comes to the radiation part, how it can be controlled. So, here you can see the alpha rays are there, beta rays are there, X-ray, gamma and neutrons rays are there. So, in that slide you can see alpha particle can be stopped by using a single sheet of paper, because alpha particle cannot travel more distance. It is of the order of nanometer, millimeter and few centimeters depending upon the material. And similarly, beta particle, it can cross the paper, but it can be stopped using thin plates made up of wood, aluminum, etc. So in that beta particle can be stopped using that. For X-ray and gamma rays, since they are electromagnetic radiations, they can penetrate that paper, that thin plates, but it can be stopped using lead, iron and other thick metal plates. And for the neutron, only water, concrete, etc. can stop neutron, and all cannot help to stop that neutron. So basically, these we need to have that knowledge. So which are the shielding part, how we can shield ourselves or the society from the radiations, alpha, beta, X-ray, gamma and neutron radiations. Then we come to the half-life part. What is half-life? Suppose there are plenty of radioactive element, then the time taken by the radioactive element to reduce half of its initial value. Suppose activity is 100, for example, if after some time it is getting its activity 50, let's say, then the time taken to reduce its half activity is called half-life. In that curve you can see 100% activity is at the top of y-axis, then 50% activity is the first half-life, then 25% is the second half-life. In x-axis the value of half-life is mentioned, then third half-life is 12.5%. So after 5 to 6 half-life, the radioactivity or the activity present in that material is vanished. So you need to have that knowledge of half-life of an element if you are dealing with the radioactivity sources, or you are facing an emergency situation, you need to have that knowledge of half-life. So several radionuclides are there which is having high half-life and which is having short half-life. So depending upon the situation, you need to crack that issue. And here is the formula that Nt is equal to N0 e to the power minus lambda t. Using that equation, we can estimate the number of atoms or the amount of activity present in that material. So here are some radionuclides or isotopes listed here with certain half-lives. You see uranium-238, which is having half-life of 4.5 into 10 to the power 9 years. So if you have 100 becquerel of uranium-238 atoms, then it will take 4.5 into 10 to the power 9 years to get it 50 becquerel. So it has high half-life. Similarly, you see the radon-220 in the middle part, the half-life is 52 seconds. Radon is a gas basically, so 52 seconds. So it will reduce its 50% activity within 52 seconds. So that is the beauty of the radioactivity. So while dealing with the radioactivity sources or substances, you need to have that knowledge. Then we come to the units of radiation. So how the distance we measure in kilometer, meter, centimeter and weight in kg, etc. So how we estimate the radiation basically measurement wise. So the smallest activity is becquerel. The 1 disintegration per second or 1 emission per second in the layman language, if I need to say 1 disintegration per second or 1 emission per second in an atom, then it is called becquerel. And curie is the larger unit of activity. 1 curie is equivalent to 3.7 into 10 to the power 10 becquerel. Then comes to the exposure part. So suppose any radiation or any radioactivity sources there, we get exposed from that radioactivity sources. So how we measure radioactivity exposure? The amount of X-ray or gamma ray that gives rise to 1 ESU of charge in 1 cc of dry air at NTP. So 1 ESU of charge is equivalent to 3.3 into 10 to the power minus 10 coulomb roughly, and 1 cc means 1 cubic centimeter. So if the amount of X-ray or gamma ray that gives rise to this much amount or this much coulomb of charge in 1 centimeter cubic volume, then it is called 1 exposure, or it is measured in Röntgen basically. So Röntgen is equivalent to 2.5 into 10 to the power minus 4 coulomb per kg. So exposure we are measuring either coulomb per kg or Rontgen. So the conversion part is here. Then comes to the observed dose. So exposure is there. Suppose radioactivity sources is there, we get exposed from that radioactivity sources. So how much is observed in our body? So that amount of energy deposited per unit mass of any matter. The matter can be anything, our body also. So per unit mass, what are the amount or what are the energy deposited in our body? It is called absorbed dose. It is measured in the unit of gray. 1 gray is equal to 1 joule per kg. Then come to the equivalent dose. What is equivalent dose? When we consider the dose rate or absorbed dose with respect to the radiation weighting factor, WR. So WR is the radiation weighting factor and DR is the dose rate. Suppose there is a radiation called alpha radiation or alpha contamination or beta radiation or gamma radiation or neutron radiation. So for each individual radiation, the radiation weighting factor is different. For alpha it is 20 times higher, for gamma it is normally 1. So that's why the radiation factor, if multiplied with the dose rate, then it comes to the equivalent dose. Then what is effective dose? If we will take the tissue part in our body, then it is called effective dose. Let's say how much our body receives dose in our lungs part or in our thyroid part. So that is where tissue weighting factor comes to the picture. So tissue weighting factor multiplied by the dose and multiplied by the radiation weighting factor gives you the effective dose. Then comes to the Torman units of radioactivity. Activity simply you can measure in Curie or becquerel. Then deposited activity, whatever the activity deposited over a area, you can measure it becquerel per centimeter square. Per centimeter square or per meter square, how much activity is deposited. Then you can measure air activity. Suppose any kind of releases occurs, then what are the radioactivity present in the ambient air or atmosphere, you can calculate it in terms of becquerel per centimeter cube or meter cube. Then exposure rate, we can denote it in Rontgen per hour. Then absorbed dose, it is denoted in gray per hour. Then effective or equivalent dose, sievert per hour. Okay. Then comes to the natural sources of radiation. Basically, we are in a deep sea of radiation. We are getting radiations from the nature at each and individual time. So you can see the 2.4 millisievert per year. Just to figure out that number, just use the terminology millisievert. Milli means 10 to the power minus 3 times lower than the sievert value, and micro means 10 to the power minus 6 times lower than the sievert value. So just do not confuse with the sievert and millisievert and microsievert. So 2.4 millisievert per year is the global average dose we are getting from the nature. And if we will split it, 0.2 from the cosmic radiation, from the space part, whatever the radiation we are getting, that amount is 0.2 millisievert in a year. And from the terrestrial radiation, so our earth crust, inside the earth crust, there are so many materials are there from which we are getting radiations from the radioactivity element. So that is around 0.5 millisievert per year. And if you will see the radon part, radon is basically a gaseous radioactive element which comes under the uranium series. So from that, from the inhalation and body absorption part, we will get 1.2 millisievert per year. And from the food like banana, potassium, what is there. So other food stuffs also, we are getting radiations 0.3 millisievert per year. And 0.2 is from the inhalation from the air activity. So if you will combine this, you will get 2.4 millisievert per year. So just remember that number, 2.4 millisievert per year is the global average value. Then if we will talk about the man-made source of radiation, तो जो भी man-made चीज़ है तो उससे हमको कितना रेडिएशन मिलता है, So if we'll see for a flight trip, okay, we will get radiation of 0.1 millisievert per trip. Then for the medical cases, they are using the radioactivity sources. So from that 0.5 millisievert per year on an average, we are getting. Then from the nuclear power plants, where the biggest myth is there, radioactivity comes from that nuclear power plants. So from that we are getting only 0.01 millisievert. So just figure out that number from where we are getting radiations. So from smoking stoves we are getting 0.2 millisievert. From the nuclear weapon fallout, if any fallout is there, we are getting less than 0.01 millisievert. So if you will combine all this, you will get less than 1 millisievert per year of dose, radiation dose from the man-made sources. Whereas from the global value, from the nature we are getting 2.4 millisievert per, it almost 2.5 times from the man-made sources. So there is no confusion that we are getting radiations from nature in more amount rather than man-made sources. So from nature we are getting radiation and we are very much stable. So no need to fear about the radiation. And if you see, it is a simplified diagram to understand. If you see the lowest part, the red one, where is the limit for the public. So it is basically comparison. For the public, the limit is, the regulatory agencies set the limit which is equivalent to a brick, the height of a brick, and then a limit for an occupational worker, those persons who are working in radiation field, radiation plant, radiation facility. So for them, the regulatory body or the regulatory agencies set the value as compared to the man of a height in this picture. So for the public, it is a brick height, means the lowest, and for the occupational workers, it is equivalent to the height of a man. And as far as no detectable effects is there, so this is the height of a house. So up to that, we are having no detectable effects if we are getting radiations. So if we will go to the higher level, the larger buildings, there is no symptoms, only temporary changes in our body parts. So if we will go to the next, the Eiffel Tower, up to that part, as marked in that figure, the radiation illness, passing symptoms, okay, it is around 300-meter height, okay. So the height is only for the comparison, it is not that we are getting radiations on that measurement of height. So only a comparison purpose, we are establishing a picture to better understand. And life-threatening dose is more than 300 millisievert, means above 3 sievert, yeah, 3000 millisievert, we are getting the life-threatening dose. So if you will see in India, for the public, it is the safest place as far as the nuclear radiation is considered, because it is the very much strict protocols are being followed by the regulatory authorities for the safety from the radiations. And if you see the annual radiation dose limit for a person, okay, for the member of public, you will see the whole body dose is set 1 millisievert for the public, which is averaged over 5 years. So for the general public, it is 1 millisievert, and for the eye lenses, it is 15 millisievert. For the skin, it is 50 millisievert. So why the difference is occurs? Because of that tissue weighting factor. This is whole body, this is only for skin, this is only for eye lenses. But for the radiation worker, it is set 20 millisievert per year. Then comes to the radiation hazard part. Okay, मान लो कि कुछ radiation फैल गया in atmosphere. So what are the consequences? Basically, radiation hazard has two parts. One is external radiation, one is internal radiation. From the external radiation, external contamination is there, external exposure is there. From the internal part, internal contamination is there, internal exposure is there. So what is external exposure? Suppose source is outside your body, you are getting exposed to the source. Something comes or something, radiation comes from the outer sources to your body, then it is called external exposure. What is internal exposure? Suppose you inhale something or you ingest something, then the radioactivity material is entering in your body, and after that it will provide the dose which is called internal exposure. So basically exposure radiation basically gamma radiation से मिलता है, और internal exposure is we are getting from only alpha, beta and gamma. Okay, all are capable to give you the internal radiation, because gamma can penetrate a larger distance. So suppose source is there at 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter distance from myself, then I will definitely be exposed from that gamma radiations. And internal radiation, suppose alpha sources is there 1 meter away from myself, then I will not get any external radiation from the alpha sources, because alpha cannot travel more distance as far as gamma can travel. So then contamination part, external contamination. Radioactive material present outside the body and can give rise to external and internal exposure. Suppose a radioactive material is outside your body, so it can give you the external part from the gamma radiation, and for the internal part from the airborne activity. And internal contamination, so we are contaminated internally basically from the three paths. One is inhalation, one is ingestion, खाना खाते हैं और थोड़ा जैसे इनहेलेशन हो गया और इंजेक्शन हो गया, कोई कट वुंड हो गया, तो उसके कांटेक्ट में अगर आएगा तो कुछ, तो वो भी इंटरनली कंटामिनेटेड हो जाएगा. ओके, सो देन वी विल लर्न हाउ टू कंट्रोल द एक्सटर्नल एक्सपोजर. Suppose any emergency or anything happens, you will find something radioactivity sources, or you are a radiation worker. So how you save yourself from the external exposure? So external exposure can be eliminated using the principle TDS, time, distance and shielding, and the principle of ALARA. ALARA means as low as reasonable achievable. Okay, so time का क्या है? Spend minimum time near the radioactivity source to reduce the external exposure. So if you will spend less time near the source, we will definitely get lower exposure. So here is the example. If the radiation field is 0.2 millisievert per hour, and you will spend 1 hour near that source, so you will get a amount of dose of 0.2 millisievert. But if you reduce the time to half, that is, you will spend 30 minutes, then you will definitely get half of the radiation. It is called 0.1. So spend less times, you will get lesser radiation. Then comes to the distance. So the dose rate is inversely proportional to the distance square. So larger is the distance, lesser is the dose. So here is the example. If your radiation field is 20 millisievert per hour at 1 meter, then if you will shift it 2 meter, then it will reduce to 5 millisievert a year. If you will reduce to 3, if you will travel up to 3 meter, then you will get a dose of 2.22 millisievert per hour. It is reduced basically. So the basic principle is do not go near to the source unless until you have no knowledge about the source. Then shielding, as I discussed in the earlier slides. So shielding material can be used to shield the radioactivity sources, like depending upon the situation, gamma, neutron, beta, alpha, etc. can be used. Then for the internal exposure, how we control the internal exposure? Basically, we use the face mask, then gum boots, then gloves, then PPE kits to rescue ourselves from the contamination. Then contamination control, basically protective clothing, cordoning हो गया, rubber barrier station हो गया, segregation हो गया, decontamination हो गया. तो ये these are the factors that control the internal contamination. Then contamination monitoring technique, how we know the person or the area is contaminated. Basically, we have two types of measurement technique. One is direct monitoring. Use the radiation measuring instrument, just monitor it, it will give you the dose rate. So from that you will get an overall idea that the instrument, that the matter is contaminated or not. Then or indirectly you can take the air samples. So in that area, suppose in that room some spillage or some radioactivity fallout is there. So we take the air samples and we can count or we can measure the radioactivity indirectly. Yes. Instant value. Yes, instant value. Which cumulative value you are talking? No, no. If you are exposed for a period of time, then we will get the cumulative value. Yes, yes, yes. So passive detectors are there. I will come definitely to the slide. So passive detectors are there. So if suppose like TLD is a badge, you are keeping your TLD and you are working for an hour, for 2 months, 3 months, years. So it will show the cumulative dose. So instruments are there to measure. Okay. Thank you. Indirectly contamination like nasal swab or any body parts, you can from that indirectly you can measure. Okay. So decontamination technique. Suppose someone is contaminated, some area is contaminated. How can we decontaminate it? Decontamination is the removal of unwanted radioactivity material by physical or chemical means. So any physical or chemical technique you just apply, you just decontaminate that person or area, then it will be done. Then physical decontamination how you will do? Vacuum cleaning हो गया. Generally जो typically उसको बोलना है कि एक with a proper knowledge you have to clean it. Either it is physical or chemical. In chemical part you can use as per the suggestions any acid or alkali or complexing agent or ion exchange method to remove that contamination from that surface or from the body. So priority कहाँ पर रहेगा? Any offices like radiation facility offices or any places. Then wounds हो गया, then high level skin area हो गया, then low level skin area हो गया. मान लो कि कोई person कुछ न्यूक्लियर फैसिलिटी में काम कर रहा है, तो if by any chance he is getting contaminated, then we can apply the standard operating procedure for the decontamination. Okay, what are the threshold limit? अगर जो regulatory body है वो as per the regulatory body it is said that 0.4 becquerel per centimeter square is for the alpha contamination. So 0.4 becquerel per centimeter square से नीचे होना चाहिए contamination. अगर उससे ज़्यादा रहेगा तो we will clean it by any physical or chemical method. And for the beta it is 4 becquerel per centimeter square, means for centimeter square area these are the threshold values for alpha and beta. So decontamination technique, basically these are the principles. First, monitor and identify the contaminated area. A person or a place, what are the contaminated area? Locate the hot spot on the person, exactly कहाँ contamination हुआ है. Then remove contaminated clothing carefully. अगर कुछ dress पे कुछ contamination है तो remove contaminated clothing carefully. Prevent spread of contamination. You have to be careful that contamination will not spread. Protect hands, hair, finger, nails while decontamination. Because these places are more prone to radiation. अगर वो नाखून में आएगा, finger nails में आएगा तो during eating you will be exposed. Use of decontamination agent, then soap and warm water, then mild abrasive soap or powder, mild organic acid, then EDTA. Though standard chemicals are there for the decontamination procedure, so you can use that. Then radiation detection and measurement. Okay, so radiation is basically invisible. We are in this room also. If you see, number of photons are coming here and there, but we cannot see. Also, photons are inserting in our body, but we cannot see. So how we will measure it, which is invisible, which is odorless and colorless? So how we will measure it? So basically, हम लोग क्या करेंगे कि we will not measure directly. रेडिएशन को वी कैन नॉट मेजर डायरेक्टली, वी कैन मेजर इट इनडायरेक्टली. कुछ एक मेटेरियल बनाएंगे जिससे वो इंटरेक्ट करेगा रेडिएशन. तो व्हाट एवर द आउटपुट, व्हाट एवर द सेकेंडरी पार्टिकल फॉर्मेशन, फ्रॉम दैट वी विल हैव दैट नॉलेज ऑफ रेडिएशन डोज वैल्यू. सो बेसिकली वन प्रिंसिपल इज आयोनाइजेशन. सपोज इफ विल हैव सम आइडिया, सपोज argon gas is there or any inside that room air is there. So air consists of oxygen, nitrogen, so elements are there. So if any radiation, gamma radiation passes through that medium, it will ionize the system. Ionize means it will extract electron from that element and form a positive charges. Let's say it is argon. Inside room, suppose argon gas is there. So while interacting with the argon gas, it will form argon plus, and then it will form a electron from that argon atom. And from that secondary or ejected electron, we have that information how to get that radiation value or radiation dose value. Then radiation detection and measurements part, we have from the electrical effect, like where electrical effect is used, we have so many types of instruments, like ionization chamber is one instrument, proportional counter is one instrument, Ziegler counter is one instrument, solid state detector is one instrument, which is working on the electrical principle. And the detector medium is gas, first case, second case, third case are gas, and for the solid state detector, the material is semiconductor. So the detector means which detect the radiation. So for example, in ionization chamber, so basically it is a chamber inside which a typical gas is there. We need to interact the radiation with that gas, and from the output we will get the radiation value or radiation measurement by means of electrical technique. Then with chemical effect we have film bands, then with using light effects we have scintillation counters, thermoluminescence technique or effect we have TL devices. So these are techniques used for radiation detection and measurement. So now the types of detector. So radiation detector basically is of three types. One is gaseous detector, in which the medium is gas, and a scintillation detector, in which the medium is a scintillation material, and semiconductor devices, semiconductor detectors, in which the detective medium is a semiconductor. Basically, depending upon the interaction media, we segregate the radiation detectors. So who are the gaseous detectors? Ionization chamber, proportional counter, and Ziegler molar counters. These are the gaseous detectors. What are the scintillation detectors? Organic scintillation detectors and inorganic scintillation detectors. Then come to the semiconductor detectors. It is of two types: germanium detectors if the medium is germanium, and if the medium is silicon, then it is silicon detectors. Then this is the basic principle for a detection of a gas. So basically it is a Ziegler molar tube, GM tube, in which inside a typical gas is there, and when from the left the ionization gas or the any kind of radiation like beta or gamma is incident on the medium, it will ionize the medium. It forms positive charges and electrons, and from that electrical signal from the secondary formation particle electron, we are getting a signal in terms of radiation dose. So the most common gas field detector used is Ziegler molar tubes. I hope all the people used it, the administration, SDRF, NDRF people. Then used for general radiation monitoring application. Then Ziegler molar meters are most effective for detection of medium high energy beta emitters. Dose rate measurement requires calibration for specific isotopes. So first radiation instrument बनाएंगे, उसके बाद उसको calibrate करेंगे with a known amount of source, then we implement it in the field. Okay, these are the GM based radiation detectors. Okay, in a picture you can see. GM used is an end window type GM tubes. Okay, can be used for ambient radiation monitoring, beta and gamma. Suppose any radiation hazard is there, you just take that instrument and on it, it will give, if it is calibrated, it will give the dose rate. So depending upon the dose rate, you can have your action plan. And detection range is from 0 to 0.5 Roentgen per hour, as well as for higher range is there 0 to 5 Roentgen per hour. Then it is a tele-detectors, GM based radiation detector. So the detector can expand up to 4 meters. Suppose some orphan sources or any suspicious material is found in somewhere, so you can use that instrument to detect at a larger distance. So different ranges are also available from 0 to 2 mR per hour to 0 to 1000 Roentgen per hour. Okay, so then come to these are the gas field detectors. Then come to the scintillation detectors. So what are scintillation detectors? Basically a scintillation material is there. Okay, suppose a sodium iodide crystal, small crystal is there. Let the radiation incident upon it, then it will form the lights, which is whose wavelength equivalent to the UV visible region. That lights while fall upon the PMT, photomultiplier tube, it will form plenty of secondary electrons from which we will get the information about the radiation. So these are the principle, these are the scintillation material in the left side, and some radiation, high energy photons are incidenting on that material. It will form low energy photons, then the low energy photons interact with the photocathode attached to a photomultiplier tube, and in that photomultiplier tube, secondary particles, electrons are getting multiplied. Then from that electron we get the information about the radiation. Then these are the scintillation detectors. First one is the Alcin monitor, alpha scintillation monitor. For the detector is zinc sulfide. Okay, its efficiency is around 25 to 30% for detecting alpha particles. Suppose any area is contaminated, you just go with the instrument and place it on the floor. It will give provide you the value in terms of becquerel per centimeter square. Then the second one is the personal radiation detector, PRD. So PRD you can easily get the dose rate, and third one is the plastic scintillation detector. Okay, these are the personal monitoring devices like direct reading dosimeters, DRD, electronic pocket dosimeters, the middle one, then thermoluminescence dosimeters, the last one. The TLD badges, the last one is mostly used for the radiation facilities where people are working in any nuclear facility or any nuclear installation. So they are using TLD badges. So as someone said, this cumulative value can be obtained from that TLD badges. And these are some portal monitors installed at various places like hand and feet contamination monitor. Suppose someone is working in a radiation field, after his work is done, okay, he will come to near to the instrument. He will place his hand and his feet upon the instrument. The instrument will show how much contamination is there in his hand and feet. If it is cleared, he will go, and if it is not cleared, he need to decontaminate it, and then he can move. Then the portal monitors and the limb monitors. These instruments are installed at various places depending upon the radioactive situation. Then body counters. Suppose someone is exposed, okay, someone is exposed, so shadow shielded whole body counter is there for the whole body measurement, okay. And for the thyroid measurements, detectors are there, sodium iodide detectors. Then for the chest monitoring, detectors are there. So these are basically used for the persons who are working in radiation facility or something.
Sir, excuse me. So you just told that limb monitor and another is portal monitor. Is that portal monitor is like doorway monitor, right?
Sorry?
Portal monitor, is that doorway monitor? Doorway.
Yes, that's like
same, no?
doorway.
Same.
Once you have to go through it. But the detectors are there, and you have to go through it.
And what about the limb monitor?
Same. For the plastic scintillation is there for detecting the gamma, basically scar metal हो गया, carbo monitoring हो गया. तो इसके लिए वो we are using that limb monitor. Basically any suspicious scrap or any person, if it is with radioactivity sources, so just to check, you have to go through that portal monitor. So that is the whole idea.
The limb monitor, it is mainly meant for human being.
No, it's for scrap or cargo monitoring. Any scrap material, मान लो कि radioactivity plant है, okay. Inside the radioactivity plant, after decommissioning or anything, so radioactive scrap material is there. So it can be go through that limb monitor.
There is especially vehicle monitoring.
Vehicle monitor is also there.
Especially exclusively for vehicle.
Yes. Actually, in DAE, if you show in emergency radiation ERC, emergency radiation center, one prototype vehicle is there, inside which all necessary detectors are there for the monitoring purpose.
I have seen for vehicle monitoring, both sides structure is there. So when the vehicle passes through,
Yes.
but I am unable to distinguish the limb monitor and vehicle monitor.
No. See, so these instruments, like if you assemble it in a vehicle, then it is a movable kind of thing. So we can, at any places we can monitor. Individually, I am showing it like the hand and feet contamination monitor. Okay, it is individually placed at a place, certain facility. And for the vehicle monitoring, what you were saying, so in that vehicle, all kind of detectors are there for the first immediate action.
But it's the same thing, cannot vehicle monitoring system that cannot be used for human being.
Yes, it can be used. Actually, what is vehicle monitor? There is no particular term like vehicle monitor. Inside vehicle, we have provisions, we have detectors. We can respond immediately.
What I heard is vehicle monitoring system. If the vehicle goes on the road, the sensor are there inside. Loop sensor, something that there. When the vehicle goes, it will sense and it will indicate.
Yes. So in that case, the detectors are attached with the vehicle. So only the
vehicle inside the road, it is there. In the loop sensors are there inside the road.
Where
when
you
the
are
vehicle
seeing,
goes, there is a change in weight. So it sense and it starts monitoring the identified.
Means you are saying detectors is near the roads?
Inside the road.
No.
That is loop sensors.
No, sir. Actually, as you are saying, the detectors will not mount on the roads. So if you have seen somewhere, so that may be for a specific purpose.
That is mainly for entry and exit gates.
Okay.
Inside the road.
So entry and exit, we can have that portal monitor.
The vehicle monitoring that he's talking about is basically there at seaports as well as airports also.
Okay.
Using the cargo. And don't confuse, because that is basically to see if any rogue material is being exported or imported from foreign countries which contains nuclear material or radiological material. So basically the VMS, that is vehicle monitoring, is there.
So that is for specific purpose only.
Every port in the country, every major port in the country.
Yes, sir.
You will find limb monitors also in some of the ports.
Yes, sir.
So it cannot be, there are separate, these are separate monitors.
Yes,
that
sir.
are installed in airports and
Exactly.
That is what he is asking, I think so. It is there in all 12 international seaports in the country, as well as all the metro airports in the country, particularly in the cargo. Airports also, but particularly in the cargo section. Actually, that is called rail gantry. So vehicle monitoring position is there in the rail gantry. So whenever the railway carriages passes through that gantry, which is a detector, that is a nuclear detector. So it detects any kind of nuclear material if it is passing through that. So are you satisfied with your answer?
Sir, actually these are the individual detectors.
Actually, it is not SNM port. It was actually confused with SNM portal monitor,
yes,
I suppose, because these are specialized monitor that is called VMS, vehicle monitors, particularly installed at airports and seaports.
Okay, sir. So these are some body counters. So first one is the shadow shielded whole body counter. So if internal contamination is there, using that HPG or sodium iodide detector, we can detect that. So second one is the thyroid monitor. Using that sodium iodide detector, we can detect that. Then the chest monitor or the lungs monitor. Then these are some emergency response monitoring system developed by the BRC, okay, for the measurement of radiations, like aerial gamma spectrometry system, which uses sodium iodide detector. And then QARMS, quadrator-based aerial radiation monitoring system for the source of orphan sources. Okay, emergency response monitoring system, like one is compact aerial radiation monitoring system, which uses GM-tube-based detector for detecting the high energy gamma. One is portal monitors, plastic scintillation based detectors, these are for detecting low to high energy gammas. And one is IRMON system, which is developed by BRC. It is Indian Environmental Radiation Monitoring System, which is powered by solar. It is GM-based detectors located around 400 locations in India. So it is this detector Iron is placed around 400 places. So at each moment, it will provide the dose rate to the central agency. So it is a good initiative. So I completed my first lecture. Then we will come to the second one. Okay, secondly, we will discuss the regulatory framework, preparedness and response to the radiation emergency. If any radiation emergency happens, then how we will tackle and what are the regulatory frameworks and what should be our preparation for that. So the outlines are basically, we are discussing the nuclear and radiation facilities where it is placed in India. Department of Atomic Energy nuclear fuel cycle, then nuclear and radiological emergency, where it can happen, safety objectives of nuclear power plants and research reactors, regulatory framework for nuclear and radiation facilities, then regulatory dose limits for radiation worker and public, how much is the limit, nuclear facility, potential impacts and types of nuclear emergency, then about radiation sources, radiological emergency. Okay, the basic objective of this presentation is to brief the participants on the topic related to the regulatory framework and preparedness and response to the radiation emergency. So how we can tackle it? So first you will see in India what are the nuclear facilities are there. So mining and milling facilities are there. So in Odisha, if you see, there is a mining and milling facility located at Ganjam district, okay, near Chhatrapur. It's called IREL, Indian Rare Earth Limited. So they are extracting basically monazite sands. So that area is a high background area as per the literature. Like in Kerala, some places are high background area. So that area is a high background area. And fuel fabrication facilities and associated R&D activities जहाँ पर होता है वो एक nuclear facility है. Nuclear power plants वो तो एक nuclear facility है. Then fuel reprocessing plant. Then come to the radioactivity waste immobilization plants. Then radioactivity waste treatment and disposal facility. So these are the nuclear facilities. Then radiation facilities where it is located. General medical, radiation therapy sources treatment medical centers हो गया. Then medical and industrial LINAC हो गया, linear accelerators. Then gamma chamber हो गया, gamma irradiation facility हो गया. So these are the facilities where radiation is being used. So it is called radiation facilities. Then come to the DAE program, encompass all elements of the nuclear fuel cycle. So first, whole program of a reactor is that uranium exploration, mining and processing. So whatever the raw materials, we need to explore it, we need to mine it first. So that is one part. Okay. So it is called the front end fuel cycle. So it is the any fuel cycle का ये front end है. So mining एक हो गया. Then उसके बाद nuclear fuel fabrication. So from that mining, whatever the output we are getting, so it will go to the nuclear fuel fabrication. So from that fuel is inserted into the nuclear power plants to generate the electricity. And after that nuclear power plant, whatever the waste, okay, it is being treated in spent nuclear fuel reprocessing plants, then it comes to nuclear waste management. And apart from that, production of heavy waters is also there. In heavy water board, I think Talcher it is. So from that heavy water is produced for the nuclear reactor. So this is a cycle of a nuclear energy to produce the electricity. Okay, what is emergency? So I don't need to talk about the emergency because you are already aware of what is emergency. When the nuclear or radiological emergency is concerned, when only the radioactive sources or radioactive material is there, so in that point only nuclear emergency or radioactive emergency or radioactive emergency occurs. So that an emergency situation which deals with the radioactive sources, so it is called radiation emergency or nuclear emergency. So for nuclear emergency, what are the safety objectives? क्या होना चाहिए safety objectives to tackle that emergency situation. So first, we have to management principle, to look out the management principle. So in that management principle, whatever the organization it is, so we have to follow a safety culture. A good safety culture need to be followed. Then responsibility of the operating organization. So it is the responsibility of the facility or organization to follow the safety culture. Then it will, under the management principle, the regulatory control and independent verification should come. Then defense in depth principle. Whatever the management is doing or the facility is doing, that should be on the principle of defense in depth, strategy, accident prevention or accident mitigation. There should be something defense in depth. Then general technique principles, proven engineering practices. So whatever the techniques or technology they are implementing, that should be proven. Quality assurance, quality control, human factors, safety assessment and verifications, radiation protection, operating experience and safety research. So these are the factors, okay, which basically we need to have in your knowledge while dealing with a nuclear facility or radiation facility. So why regulator and regulations? So radiations is everywhere, so why we need to regulate them? Okay. So Atomic Energy Act 1962, basically there is an act called Atomic Energy Act 1962, which deals with the general powers to prevent the radiation hazard, power to exercise control over radioactive substances and radiation generating plants, special provision to safety and administration of the provisions of the Factories Act 1948. So radiation is everywhere, radiation source cannot be everywhere. So see, if someone is having radioactive sources, you can do harm to anyone. So just to keep an eyes on them, to the malicious activities or any crime activities, regulators bodies is there, and just to control the nuclear facilities, the nuclear installation, okay, the regulatory body is there. So whatever the Atomic Energy Acts, so first one is the Atomic Energy for Rules 1984, which deals with the workers working in mining and mineral handling and prescribed substances. First, uranium and thorium, they are extracted from mining activities. So this act is implemented in that places. Then Atomic Energy Rules 1987, this is for safe disposal of radioactive waste. So whatever the radioactive waste, it's about the safe disposal. So this act, this 1987 Atomic Energy Act, okay, this should follow that act. Atomic Energy Rules 1996, control of irradiation of foods. As my previous lectures, so sir was saying the about the food irradiation. So control should be on that also. So that is coming under the Atomic Energy Rules 1996. Then Atomic Energy Rules 1996 is for factories. Then Atomic Energy Rules 1971 is for radiation protection. Okay, so one regulatory body is there called AERB, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, which is looking after all the acts and implement the strict radiation protocols or safety protocols to the organizations, radiation installations, etc. So the chairman AERB, head of the organization, is the competent authority for all the regulatory functions of the organization. He is assisted by vice chairman AERB. All officers and employees report to the chairman AERB through the vice chairman. So you need to have that idea what AERB exactly doing. So AERB is a regulatory body. So what are the rules and regulations for the radiation workers and nuclear facilities? So that is implemented by AERB. Then what the rules should be followed in nuclear facilities? Requirement of necessary clearance and license. कुछ न्यूक्लियर इंस्टॉलेशन बनने के लिए जा रहे हैं तो क्लियरेंस या लाइसेंस उसके पास होना चाहिए. कंसेंट फॉर अप्रूवल ऑफ साइटिंग, जहाँ पर होना चाहिए साइट क्लियरेंस होना चाहिए. डिजाइन कंस्ट्रक्शन, देन कमीशनिंग, रेगुलर ऑपरेशन एंड डिकमीशनिंग. अगर हम लोग कुछ स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं न्यूक्लियर फैसिलिटी, सो स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम द साइट सिलेक्शन टू द डिकमीशनिंग पार्ट वी हैव दैट अप्रूवल अर्लियर. Authorization and licensing requirements, responsibility of the plant management and worker, duties and responsibility of the RSO. So in any each and individual nuclear facility, So there should be a RSO, Radiological Safety Officer, which is looking after the radiation part and which is concerned about the radiation worker. And the criteria for qualifying the RSOs, radiation surveillance procedure, power of inspection of nuclear facilities. Similarly, for radiation facilities, these rules need to be followed, like requirement of licensing, authorization, registration, etc. need to be followed. Power to modify or withdraw the license, responsibility of the employer, licensee and worker, duties of RSO, etc. is needed in the radiation facilities. So these slides gives a broad idea about the typical nuclear facility and potential for impact. कहाँ पर क्या हो सकता है nuclear emergency situation में? Like nuclear facility, nuclear power plants, high power research reactors, fuel reprocessing plant and high level waste management plant, जहाँ पर high active waste manage होता है with certain guidance. So if anything happen, then it is only for the potential for offsite radiological impact. Offsite means outside the boundary. Okay, those in public area. So ये facility में कुछ हुआ तो potential for offsite radiological impact is there. Then for low power reactors, mixed oxide fuel fabrication plant, spent fuel storage bay, ये वेस्ट ट्रीटमेंट फैसिलिटी, लो लेवल वेस्ट ट्रीटमेंट फैसिलिटी जहाँ पर थोड़ा लो एक्टिविटी हैंडल होता है, उधर वी कैन हैव पोटेंशियल फॉर ऑन साइट रेडियोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट. मीन्स जहाँ पर इंस्टॉलेशन है उसका अंदर कुछ इमरजेंसी होने का चांसेस है. अब विद इन फ्यूल फैब्रिकेशन प्लांट में पोटेंशियल फॉर रेडियोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट विद इन द प्लांट बाउंड्री. सो बेसिक आइडिया जहाँ पर हाई एक्टिव हैंडल होता है वहाँ पर थोड़ा इंटरनल और ऑफ साइड का भी इमरजेंसी का सिचुएशन रहता है, और जहाँ पर लो एक्टिव हैंडल होता है वहाँ पर ऑन साइट इमरजेंसी का बहुत चांसेस हैं. ओके, देन बेसिकली इट्स ए जर्नी, द रेडियो एक्टिव न्यूक्लियर फ्यूल साइकिल जर्नी, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम द मैन्युफैक्चर, देन एक्सपोर्ट इम्पोर्ट हो गया, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो गया, इंस्टॉलेशन हो गया, कमीशनिंग हो गया, यूज हो गया, decommissioning and disposal. So this sequence need to be followed for any reactor or nuclear installation. Then at any extreme cases what can happen? Possible radiological hazards. So external irradiation हो गया, internal contamination we can face through inhalation and ingestion. Possible health consequences, increased risk of late effects, burns हो गया which can require amputations. Other potential consequences क्या हो गया जो बाद में हो सकता है? environmental contamination like surface water, groundwater, air, foodstuffs can be contaminated, economic losses, then social impact. Where can they happen? So emergency can happen in medical institution where the source is handled, industrial facilities, research and educational institute, transport involving the radioactive material, field application of radioactivity sources, in scarp yards for crossing borders point, in many places where the sources should not be present. So जहाँ पर source है, with proper knowledge there is no issue, but if something happens, okay, some criminal activities happens or some misconduct happens, so emergency can happen. So these are the pathways from where we can exposed. This is the environmental pathways. If some releases happen, then it will contaminate to the surface water like a river and ponds. Then with the help of rainwater, it can seepage into the groundwater. They are called groundwater contamination. Then in the surface deposition, it will deposit on the crop fields. So any cow or something, goat, they will eat the crop. They can contaminated, and upon eating milk and meat, we can get contaminated. So these are the pathways which allow for the spread of contamination. You need to know that. So main exposure pathways during the radioactivity release is external part हो गया, then inhalation, ingestion and contamination of skin and clothing. Then radiation protection principle, as I discussed, time, distance, shielding, and for internal we are using respiratory protection and ingestion control. And for the main urgent protective action before and shortly after the release, sheltering. अगर कुछ ज़्यादा emergency हो गया, जैसे earlier sites में सारा sheltering, evacuation, thyroid blocking, ये सब होता है. But fortunately, in Indian scenario, the safety structure is very stringent. So there is no need to fear about these situations. So this is the emergency planning and preparedness. The installation or the organization should have proper SOP, standard operating procedures for its emergency planning and preparedness. So which should have basic consideration and goals for emergency response actions, criteria for hazard categorization and hazard assessment, EPS system for justified protective actions and other response actions. And for the nuclear power plant, zoning systems are there. Like here is the nuclear power plant, up to which area we need to cordon on what scenario. So that should be the whole idea, that SOP should be with the plant. Criteria for establishing an emergency preparedness and response plans for facilitating effective implementation of protective measures during radiation emergency situation. Then guidance label or jo limit, any limit at adverse situation, like operational intervention labels, guidance label, emergency action label. These labels should have in that SOP for the emergency preparedness. Guidance dose labels for emergency workers and reference labels for emergency and post-emergency existing exposure situation. Arrangements for identifying or notifying and activating emergency response system shall be in the place for initiating on-site actions, provide updated information to notification point and response organization to initiate pre-planned and coordinated response appropriate to emergency classes. So that should we have. Training of emergency workers, like one training is going on, so that training should be there. Then availability of the facility, equipments, tools, radiation measuring instruments, the idea to handle that instrument, that idea should have. Then emergency planning and preparedness, emergency plan addresses the various type of emergencies that could occur, the institutional sources, structures, lines of authority and duties of individual responding to an emergency, proper communication and coordination with the other response agencies. So you should have that coordination. Approval of radiation emergency procedure shall be a part of the emergency radiation and preparedness. So periodic testing of emergency. So emergency drill ho gaya, ya any testing ho gaya, ya mock exercise ho gaya, so that should be there for the emergency preparedness. We should have also the integrated approach for the emergency planning, like integrated and coordinated emergency management system for preparedness and response for a nuclear or radiological emergency shall be established and maintained. Emergency preparedness and response program for nuclear power plant are integrated with local, state and a national emergency plans. So that should be there. So for the monitoring purpose, DAE has established around 25 ERCs, Emergency Response Center, which is all over the India, like in that map you will see, all over the India, starting from the Mumbai, BRC, Tarapur to Srinagar, Visakhapatnam. So in that local area, there is a place called OSCOM, as Saraj discussed. It is placed in Chhatrapur, inside IRL campus. So one emergency response team is there. So anything near within Odisha, so first responder is the OSCOM unit. So they have the full equipment, ERC equipment, emergency response equipments like radiation surveymeter, portal monitor. So they are the first responder if anything happens within the locality. Then as I discussed, these are the basic monitors for the measurement system which ERC have. Okay. At the last, I will thank you for your patience. Any specific questions, if you can ask, or we can discuss it later. Okay, sir. Okay. If there is no questions, I would like to thank you for your patience. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. नहीं 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 सेटा किसी असुविधा नहीं एक्चुअली फूड प्रिजर्वेशन पाई हमरा फूड लाइफ साइकिल सपोज आम गोटे फ्रेश आंब आणुचे आप फ्रेश मैंगो के दिन रहा जल्दी पची जावर पॉसिबिलिटी अच्छी बट जदि आप विथ सर्टन गाइडेंस जो भी प्रोटोकॉल अच्छी आमर इराडिएशन प्रोसीजर प्रॉपर्ली फॉलो करेंगे फूड को प्रिजर्व कर रखिपारे बहुत टाइम पर्यंत तार किसी रेडिएशन हार्म किसी ना ओके हाँ एक्सरे जो रेडिएशन कराऊँगी आम यहाँ शो कर मेन पर्पस हूँ एक्सरे रू आम सर्टन अमाउंट रेडिएशन पाचे ओके सो दैट इज नॉट दैट लेवल माने सेटा से लेवल नुहे जोटी कि आम बॉडी को सेटा हार्म करुच्ची ओके मुझे देखी जो आप ऑन एन एवरेज आप गोटे सर्टन अमाउंट 2.4 आप नंबर कहूँ 2.4 मिलीसीवर्ट आप पाँच ओके जदि 2.4 मिलीसीवर्ट आप नेचर रू पाँच ताहले आप सीटी स्कान जी कि एक्सरे जी आप तो रेगुलाली जाऊना ना आप जो किसी हो जाऊँ तो से डोज सेमती किसी तार हार्म इफेक्ट ना
सर ये जो सीटी स्कान अल्ट्रासोनोग्राफी एक्सरे तीनटा भितर कोटा बेसी आमको एफेक्ट करुच्ची
सर गोटे स्लाइड रे देखते जब तुम देख सीएमजी हेड जन देखते स्लाइड रे कौन सर आई विल रिक्वेस्ट सर इफ यू कैन एक्सप्लेन कैन यू प्रोवाइड ए माइक
Hello, yeah, I am Dr. Anjali Godse, I am a medical doctor. So, answer to your question is, MRI and ultrasound are not ionizing radiations. Okay, so you need not worry for that. And for CT scan and X-ray, yes, you get a dose of ionizing radiation, but they are very, very minimal. And for the doses, the policy is that if it is going to help your health, then there is no dose limit. So if you are getting around 5 to 7 millisieverts in a CT scan or around 0.01 to 0.04 millisieverts for different types of X-rays, it is not a high dose to the body. Yeah? Pardon?
He's asking
small child.
Small child.
Yeah, even for a small child, the limits are similar. But your question is nice because there are many dividing cells in a small child. So pediatricians should be more careful, and even as parents we should be more careful and not insist for repeated or unnecessary scans. X-rays are okay, but normally हम लोगों में भी होता है अभी headache हो रहा है CT scan कराइए, कफ है बहुत दिनों से CT scan कराइए. So parents also tend to insist for certain investigations, and even doctors on the insistence of patients are doing it, which is not right. So, but if indicated, it has to be done. Yeah.
Okay.
In our organization, actually, there are so many radio detection equipments.
Okay.
So it is, we have taken attempt 2-3 times to test those equipments, whether it is functionally, operationally, working with the proper surveillance is being done or not. But it is not possible. It is, with sample testing, we have to bring the radioactive material or any.
Which instrument you have?
We are having all limb monitor is there, doorway monitor is there, and also vehicle monitoring system is there.
So you want to do it in function condition, na?
Because I just wanted to know whether it is working actually.
How do you know? How do you know the result are correct or not? That is the question, na? Okay. So first you have to calibrate it. So calibration is there. So you have to have a known source, known radioactive source. You have to either your organization will able to buy or not, but with some expert advice, you have to bring that source, okay, radioactive source, which activity you already know that activity, okay. So using that activity, you just calibrate your instrument.
These are actually restricted items. You cannot. You have to take permission, some official.
Yes, you need to have that permission, na? But without permission of ARB, you cannot get radioactive sources for the calibration. Okay, but low activity sources you need to calibrate the instrument, but that should be with proper permission. So
how to get rid of this problem?
So you just contact to ARB Okay, so they can guide you regarding that about the source information. You have radioactive sources in your organization?
No, we are having radio detection equipments.
Okay, you have a detection equipment. Na?
Another radioactive.
If you are unable to detect it, you can send it to the agencies. So many agencies there.
We just wanted to ensure whether it is successfully working or not.
No, so how you will ensure? Either you will send to the organization for the calibration, or you will do it calibration at your organization.
One solution is you have to bring the radioactive material or some.
Yes, that radioactive material, radioactive sources, that is known sources. If you get it with permission, then you can calibrate at your organization.
Just a minute. They are talking about equipment calibration and their performance verification, right?
Yes.
Hello, am I audible now? Okay. So those instruments, whatever you have installed there, there needs to be checked, means there should be annual calibration kind of thing. So you should enter into some arrangement with the supplier or vendor, those who are providing these services, because if it is handheld or portable kind of thing, you can send it to the supplier. They can do the necessary things, means calibration as well as the other things. But if you are not having, then you need to bring them here. And for having the source yourself, definitely you need AERB's permission if you want to check on your own. But there are agencies which you need to involve for calibration part. Because it will require some maintenance also. Because suppose some original supplier is there of the equipment, they can check, maintain it, calibrate it, and give you a performing instrument.
There are also, instead of bringing the source, you can also put power supply and then check it, and again, when we energize it will work, means to emit the radiation, or else no. So it is less risky, I suppose. There are certain things, if you energize it, it will emit radiation, or else no.
But it is your instrument is detector, not the emitting thing.
You
are having detectors basically.
To check the detector, we need radiation, whether it is sensing the radiation or not.
Sources for performance checks or for calibration purpose, some sources are required. They are called check sources and calibration. So some specialized agencies are which are having these sources and can do this job. So normally, I don't know in your case who is the supplier, but our ECIL, they are into this business. They are supplying the equipment as well as they are providing the services also. So you can get in touch with them.
Sir, you just contact to the supplier, he will guide you.
We have written letter also 2-3 times. ECIL is the supplier, our case.
So ECIL is the supplier, so they are, because it is all chargeable services, right? So definitely you need to enter into a AMC kind of thing or something, and then you get those calibration done and checks done.
So people are fearing if they bring the material, they don't want to stand beside that material.
Then you just contact properly, they will come and they will rectify your issue.
But
Definitely.
Thank you.
If you have, we can facilitate. If you suppose write them and you are not getting response, so let us know. We will facilitate if you need somebody from their side to reach you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mobile towers. See, we are talking here about the ionization additions, okay, and other part is non-ionization additions. If you see the electromagnetic spectrum, okay, then at higher side, at higher energy side, X-rays and gamma rays are there. At lower side, UV, visible, okay, IR, these radiations are there. These are non-ionizing radiations. The upper are the ionizing radiations which can ionize. But what you were talking about, that Suzna mobile radiation, that is coming under the non-ionizing radiations. No, that we are not talking about. We are only talking about the ionization radiation. So these are we are talking only non-ionization radiation. So so ionization radiation has more impact than non-ionization radiation. So just to avoid that excessive use of mobiles, you can say. But exactly in terms of CBOT, we cannot predict about the non-ionization radiations. Okay. Yes, sir. Sir, please, can we have mic? Yes, sir. Means your question, sir, in case of any spillage
or leakage
of radioactive sources. Okay.
That we have the 4 extinguishing media or agents, that is water, CO2 and DCP and foam. So what would be the best firefighting media?
Sir, if any radioactivity spillage happens, so basically you are talking about in public area. Public area. Suppose, let's say example, a radioactivity container or material is moving in the road. Okay, suppose accident happens. Okay, so spillage occurs. So immediately, as a first responder, you need to inform the DAERC. Okay.
No, my question is which media or which extinguishing media I use?
Which?
Extinguishing media, that is either water or foam or DCP or CO2.
Means I cannot understand, sir, your question.
That is extinguishing media, that is I'll use water or I'll use foam or I will use CO2.
Sir, you can answer. Okay.
स्पिल होने के बाद उसमें आग नहीं लगेगा.
Sir, that's it. It will be the danger to the public. So
No,
how will you protect?
आग लगेगा ही नहीं तो डेंजर कैसे रहेगा? डेंजर टू द पब्लिक तब होगा जब रेडिएशन होगा. रेडिएशन खुद ब खुद होगा. तो आग नहीं लगेगी उसमें.
Fire is nothing to do with the spillage. Yes.
Fire is basically called at the site to see any secondary kind of
as a fast
issue which will arise out of that spillage.
As a fast responder, what's our role?
First responder will be always the police officials of the district or the local PI and his team.
Stop.
Spillage, fire has got nothing to do with the spillage. You cannot stop the spillage. Nobody can stop the spillage.
Sir, my question is, heat will created or not? Any leakage or spillage, heat will created or the surrounding area will be heated?
No, it won't happen.
It won't happen.
Why heat is created? Because of the fissible material. What happens when the heat is
some
created?
Of the materials are
in any nuclear or radiological condition, why heat is created? Because these are fissile items and they react and then chain reaction is created. Simply spillage on a floor or a surface won't create any heat or it won't generate any heat.
So it will not.
But it is dangerous for the people en masse in the surrounding area. Why it is dangerous? Because it can lead to major contamination. It can lead to radioactive contamination. Which, inhaling of it or touching of it will be dangerous. But it certainly won't create any kind of heat which may cause fire or any holocaust.
Okay.
The Hiroshima and Nagasaki case, you must have heard, the Second World War. Why the 2 nuclear bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki created? What it created? It did not create fire at the first instance. But the ballast and the pressure that it generated created panic and then the entire calamity.
Heat also.
Obviously, the ballast will created the heat.
Heat will be generated. Okay.
But simply spillage during transfer, or let's say...
Is it advisable to pour water or to spray water?
No, you don't have any action to do. Your only action as first responder will be to cordon off the area and advise people not to approach the area, restrict entry of anybody coming to that area, and let the expert team from the DEA take charge of the situation.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Can I answer partly your question? You are more worried about what will happen to the people around and how to protect
congregated area, any leakage or spillage.
Yeah, so any source, fission or chain reaction is not going to happen. It is not going to be a nuclear phenomena. It will be a radiological phenomena in the sense that any radiation emitting device, it can cause exposure or contamination. Exposure is like you are doing X-ray, you are getting exposed to radiation, you are coming out, nothing is happening to you, you are not contaminating the surrounding. If there is contamination, it can be external or internal. So this all can happen because of the source. So what you have to do is cordon off the area, tell people to be away from it, time distance shielding, that is what
That
we
is
have told you
safety
already. So you have to be away from the source or whatever leak has happened, away from it, keep everybody away from it, call the expert team, and you have to be sure that there is some radiation in the form of liquid or a source, and then it will be tackled. So there will be no fire, and please do not spread the radiation, or if it is liquid, do not pour water because more area will get contaminated. You know, so to decontaminate that area will be more difficult. So don't start pouring water or any other thing unless, like you said, fire, which is also very unlikely to happen.
Thank
I
you.
hope I have answered.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you all must be hungry now, and we should break for lunch. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask him during the lunch hour. So let us go outside and let's have the lunch. And let us please come back by 2:45, because we have a lot more presentation to cover, and also tabletop discussion. So thank you. 2:45, we should come back.
जल्दी नहीं
इसमें तो हमको कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, नहीं वो बोल दिया हूँ, वो ऑर्डर फॉलो कर, इसमें देखना पड़ेगा, चेक करके उल्टा तो नहीं। बड़ी सिंधी भी दिख रहा है, बंद कर दिया, ठीक है मैं देखता हूँ आपको। किसका ये किसका इधर ही खोल के बंद कैसे करें? नहीं खोल के मतलब ये पीपीटी बंद करती है, एटलीस्ट आपको कॉल कर लेते हैं, फिर आप डायरेक्ट चालू कर लेते हैं। नहीं तो ये तो हो गया, इसका ये कर दिया, ये है ना नहीं सर ऐसे देखिए, आप इधर बराबर देखिए, ये फॉर्मेट है जैसे का ये ऐसे हाँ ये नेक्स्ट है, ऐसे करके जाएंगे नीचे आप फिर ब्लैक आ जाएंगे। मैं फिर बोल दूँ सर, मैं इन्वाइट कर लेता हूँ आपको। मैं मैडम को पूछ लीजिए, तो इस चीज़ कंफर्ट जोन में नहीं है तो आप ले लीजिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, मैडम को इसके बाद ले लूँगा। नहीं आप थोड़ा एनर्जी लेके आ जाएंगे। एनर्जी नहीं है सर, है आपके अंदर यहाँ सर सुनिए, यहाँ जितने बैठे हैं ना उनसे ज़्यादा एनर्जी है इधर। तो शुड आई इनवाइट सर? इंट्रोडक्शन दूंगा जितना मुझे सर, तो है वही दूंगा सर, आप बताइए और क्या यूपीएससी
Hello. So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody had lunch and सबकी भूख अब शांत हो गई होगी. उस समय हमको लग रहा था सब भूखे हैं और तो जल्दी ब्रेक कर दिया गया. So, अभी हम लेक्चर कंटिन्यू करेंगे. There is some change in program. Now we are taking lecture L4. First, then will followed by the lecture L3, which will be taken by Dr. Godse. This lecture L4, which is going to be taken by Sri Sanjay Kumar on the role and responsibility of law enforcement authorities in the event of nuclear and radiological emergencies. So let me have this privilege to share a brief introduction of Sri Sanjay Kumar. Sri Sanjay Kumar is a 1992 Civil Services UPSC batch. He is from CISF. He served as a DIG since 2015. He has served at various airports and various zones in various capacities. He is a recipient of President Police Medal for his meritorious services and Director General DISC commendation. He has also served in UN Police Mission in Kosovo as a community police head in 2002 and 2003. Right now, sir is serving in BARC and BRC, that is Bhabha Atomic Research Center, and the Department of Atomic Energy in a capacity of Director Security and Coordination. So now I would like to invite Sri Sanjay Kumar to take a lecture, as I already told, roles and responsibility of law enforcement authorities. So I think this is the lecture which will be definitely concerning all of you. Majority are, I can see the responders. So kindly pay attention to him, and we please welcome Sri Sanjay Kumar. Sir, please.
Very good afternoon to everybody present here. I think you had a sumptuous lunch, and post-lunch it's very difficult to stay awake. So I will request the participant to be more interactive with me and share your feelings and thoughts and whatever questionnaire you have or you want to pose before me. So basically, in the morning session we were quite made aware about the role that DA is playing in the nation building, the energy security in the country, and how the nuclear energy will be channelizing the focus of the growth of the nation and the increase in the enhancement of the GDP of the nation. We also had a pleasant talk from Dr. Nayak about the panic that is artificially created in the society about the ill effects of nuclear and radiological emergencies. It was very evident what Dr. Nayak, head NCPW, had said, that in the media and in the other forum, the very word that there is some nuclear radiation, the fear or panic takes place in the first instance, which is leading to a major cause of concern in the society. So let us be more practical in the view, and we have seen that the societal benefits of nuclear energy, be it enhancement of the energy, nuclear electricity, or any other kind of societal benefits, like it has been explained earlier that it is increasing the shelf life of many produce of agricultural produce in the market. It is also shortening the period of growth of many cereals and crops. It is also being used in radiotherapy as well as medical sciences, because pioneer hospitals in the country are using gamma rays and X-rays for treatment of all malignant carcinogenic ulcers and tumors. So far so good, but then why this panic? Why this panic button? Why we are standing before you all and telling you and advising you, seeking your viewpoints about fallouts of the nuclear emergency? It's just because there is a flip side to the nuclear energy. What I mean to say is that it is very beneficial. It has got a social consequences, beneficial social consequences. It is a clean energy. It is a green energy. It is ripening the crops very fast. But at the same time, there are chances that if the nuclear energy or radiological energies, if not managed properly, if not managed effectively, can trigger effects or catastrophic events which will be very difficult to manage and may lead to a kind of propaganda or a media outburst which will be very difficult to contain. It is here in this light that I have brought forward, or I will be presenting a few viewpoints in form of slides which I will be sharing with you. I think most of the police officers who are here from Odisha Police Services and the fire officers will be quite acquainted with various law and order maintaining mechanism in the country and what efforts the police officers are taking in any kind of law and order situation. Similarly, in any kind of radiological or nuclear leakage kind of situation, the police officer's role will be paramount and indispensable. And as a first responder, the police officers and the other officers who will be first responder, let's say SDRF or the NDRF from the national level body or any other paramilitary force or any other state security agency which will be pioneering or which will be supporting the local police effort as a first responder. So why this need for this awareness program for which we are here commencing today? Change security scenario and threat perception. Globally, we have seen that every day, every hour we are changing, we are seeing a change in the security environment of the country. The early 60s, we had seen the Cold War between the US bloc and the Russian bloc, followed by many other events which catapulted world towards a third World War kind of situation. Recently, you must have heard also in the various print and electronic media that the Russia and Ukraine war, there were not many arguments and jargons being spread in the media that it may lead to Third World War and Russia or Ukraine might be using the nuclear arsenals against each other. So always this looming threat of nuclear weapon being used against another country is still there. Recently, the invasion of, the act of Hamas on the Israeli territory and the counter act by the Israeli forces against the Hamas in the Middle East has also put a question mark about the use of nuclear material or the nuclear bomb or arsenals by the respective country and the blocks which they will be supported by. Then innovative method adopted by terror outfits. Every day, as you see, there is a change in the strategy and change in the configuration and technology in the security market. Similarly, the terror outfits are also smart enough to adopt new procedure to hoodwink the police and law enforcement agencies. The terror outfits are 2 or 3 steps always ahead than the police and the law enforcement agencies because they have got a single point goal of destroying or disrupting the normal order of the day. Whereas the police officials or the law and order agency people, they have to file a case and then investigate it to its logical conclusion. So they cannot be at the forefront. But of late, with the technology being developed and the kind of training being imparted to the police officials, the gap between the modus operandi of the terror outfits and the police forces strategy are quite getting narrow. Increased application of radioactive material in public domain is another cause of concern which I have just explained. अभी बताया हमने आपको कि टाटा मेमोरियल सेंटर में कैंसर की इलाज के लिए रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल का यूज होता है. Similarly, in many other societal benefits we are using the radioactive domain, and since this radioactive domain, if not in proper hands, can lead to a leakage, so there is a threat, there is a public apprehension. Safety and security concerns of the events following radioactive material. Obviously, like one gentleman was spoke just before lunch, if there is any spillage and there may be some fire in that spillage. Similarly, there can be any other consequences in the event of either the loss of any radioactive material through theft or through any other sources. So what will happen to such dormant source? Because that loss of radioactive material, if it goes in the public domain, it may lead to major consequences. So that's why there is a concern. And awareness of police officials about role and responsibilities during handling of suspected nuclear radiological material. So for this purpose, these 5-6 purposes, we are here for this awareness program. So what kind of scenarios we envisage? Any incident or accident during transportation of radioactive material. Radioactive material are not only stored in any nuclear reactor, gentlemen. It is also being transported from one area where it is manufactured in the form of various isotopes to the industry or the factory where necessary medicines with the aid of those radioactive material is being made. There are many centers in the country which only produces the isotopes, but not that all these isotopes produced by that center are utilized there itself. It is being sent all across the country wherever there such industries are active in manufacturing drugs or certain other equipments or some arsenals also. Similarly, fire accident involving radioactive material in storage and transport. There can be incident of fire if there is any leakage of fire in some storage or transport of the vehicle, in the transport vehicle. If the radioactive material or nuclear material is unclaimed, that means there is no claimant of that nuclear material, or it is damaged, or the radioactive consignments at the airport or seaport, railways, roadways or warehouses have been found abandoned, then it is another scenario. What action has to be taken by the law enforcement agencies? Next is, if there is any theft or loss of radioactive material from any authorized premises. Now, what are authorized premises? Authorized premises are those premises laid down by the government where there is safety and upkeep of the nuclear material with necessary security structure, security parameters are in place where those items are kept in safe custody. So if there is any loss of these materials from authorized premises, which can be hospital, which can be industrial radiography facility, which can be some work site, or that can be a temporary storage also. So these scenarios are there where we need to concentrate if there is any accident by way of loss or by way of damage. Now, if there is a presence of container having radiation symbol, you must be seeing a yellow drum kind of thing in the side of the slide, and there is a triangle kind of thing, kind of symbol where 3 eyes are there. This is the radiation symbol generally you will find in any vehicle or container which is storing or which is carrying radioactive material from one place to another. Normally, the isotopes which are being supplied from one place to another place in the country does contain this symbol in that particular container, and it is envisaged that this container contains radioactive material. Or suspected smuggling / transporting of contraband items in sealed container displaying radiation symbol. So this can also be the scenario that there may be the possibility of some smuggling of the suspected nuclear material, but the symbol will be of radiation symbol so that it is not detected by the law enforcement agencies. So one has to be very careful. Then reported unauthorized possession, sale. recycling of radioactive material, radioactively contaminated material. This is another scenario of concern which is to be dealt with by the local police and the law enforcement agencies. If there is any reporting of unauthorized possession in some person or a group of person or a gang, or sale by some person or a group of person of some nuclear or radiological material, or auction at a site which is unauthorized, then the role of the law enforcement agencies, if they are made aware or if they are intimated about this, comes into play. Then detection and recovery of suspected radioactive material by police. Police in due discharge of the duty, if they come across any information that so-and-so truck or so-and-so carriage has some certain suspected item, which probably may be some radioactive material, then police role will start into action. Police officer of the local police station will be in actionable mode, and they will start their investigation to ascertain whether the suspected item of which reporting has taken place is radioactive or otherwise. Then reported or suspected placing or presence of radioactive material with malicious intent. Now, intent has to be malicious, and that too in public domain, like in a housing society, like at the entrance of the airport, like in a big railway station like Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminal or New Delhi Railway Station Terminal. In such high footfall area, if there are any reports of suspected placing or presence of radioactive material, obviously it will not be without intent, it has to be a malicious intent. तो उस केस में जो वहाँ के जो पुलिस अधिकारी हैं उसको संज्ञान में लेकर के तफ्तीश के साथ साथ उस एरिया को कॉर्डन करके नेसेसरी प्रोटोकॉल एज पर द DAE का जो सेट ऑर्डर है उसके अनुसार से कार्रवाई करनी है. So these are the various scenarios which are possible and which may be taken into consideration while dealing with the nuclear security or safety of the consignment. Another scenario is this: any incident with malicious intent, including threats during transport of radioactive material. I have already explained that there are many radioactive materials which are being transported after its modification in the form of isotopes, because many drugs and medicines are being manufactured with the help of certain isotopes. You must have heard about cobalt-60. It is a very important isotope used for medical sciences, particularly treatment of cancer and all. Similarly, iridium is there. And many other isotopes are there which are being used in the medical fields as well as other fields, agriculture fields and other fields, which are sourced from the site, from the nuclear theater where it is manufactured and then being supplied to various stakeholders where it is being manufactured into different drugs and other things. So if there is any intent of incident of malicious threat regarding this transport of and then report of suspected radiation during injuries or symptoms of radiation exposure to individual. There may be chances that while handling this radioactive material, the person or the person's group of persons may sustain injuries, or there may be certain abrasions, or there will be certain radiation exposure to such individual, then another scenario comes into place. So that will be security of the personnel, security of the individual or a group of individual. Any other event posing radiation hazard to member or members of the public in general will be another scenario envisaged for the local police officers and law enforcement agencies and the first responders to act as per their wisdom, but within the given framework as envisaged as per the DAE protocol. Now, what basis you will, what are the ways and means by which these malicious item or this radiological item will be maliciously spread or distributed or thrown or stolen or whatever? There are various tools or methods where they can be used. There first is radiological dispersal device, that is also called RDD. It is also locally called dirty bomb. This is basically a conventional explosives mixed with radioactive material. It is normal explosives. If it is customized at the local level, it becomes IED, improvised explosive device. But such improvised explosive device, if it is mixed with radioactive material, it becomes radiological dispersal device, RDD. The explosion causes radioactive contamination, panic, disruption of production or disruption of the general law and order, disruption of the movement of the public, disruption of communication, or whatever you say. RDD is also called dirty bomb, as I have said. Then emerging security scenario has raised the possibility that RDD could be used by terror outfits. Is it possible or not? जवाब दीजिए आप लोग. Is it possible? May I ask any police officer to focus on this and examine whether this is possible or not? ऐसी सोच आतंकियों की हो सकती है या नहीं? ऐसी सोच जो राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के विरुद्ध जो कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं तंत्र, उनकी हो सकती है कि नहीं? We have seen during the Mumbai attack 2008, 26/11, huge amount of explosive being used. We have also seen RDX being used in 1993 Mumbai blast. We have seen many explosives being used under the bus in Delhi. Cycle of buses were, series of buses were damaged by those. So why can't nuclear or radiological dirty bombs, RDD? This is very much possible, but only problem is this is not readily available in the market. The source is very scarce, it is not readily available. So that's why, since it is not readily available in the market, so threat to such source for being stolen or being theft is very great. That is why in any store or any area or any industry or any center where such radiological element is being utilized, either for the purpose of research or the purpose of production of electricity, green energy, or for the purpose of any other treatment of patients, the security and safety of such nuclear material is of paramount importance. That has to be taken into consideration. Though the possibility of acute radiation exposure to individual in a RDD event is very low, I think the next lecturer, Dr. Godse, will explain to you how it is not so. The possibility of acute radiation is very remote. Why it is very remote? That will be explained. Then why it is so concerning for us? It is because it will press the trigger, panic button of trigger. That fear of radiation will be there. Like it is general in the general society. You go and find out everyone in the country or most of the people who are not knowing about the nuclear science or not having the knowledge about radiological and nuclear energy will be thinking that the radiological facility is producing only atom bombs. This is a general talk in the parlance. They are producing atom bombs. Ladies and gentlemen, let me make it very clear, there is nothing like that. Most of the nuclear site or research centers in the country are making things which is beneficial for the society. Those are for societal benefits, as has been explained in the morning session also in various slides. It's not that strategic assets are not being created. It's also being created. Strategic things are not being manufactured. It is also being manufactured. But at the same time, most of the use is in the societal benefit of the society. Having said so, why I was saying that it's the storage with the why it is very important for the storage of this nuclear material to be very clandestine, and it has to be very stubborn storage, or the security of that building or that area where the nuclear material is stored has to be very taken into consideration with a proper set of defense in depth. Because this material, if it falls in inimical hands, it may lead to catastrophic consequences. That's why not only safety, security of nuclear material is of very much highest interest. Now, what will be the consequences of radiological dispersal device, that is dirty bombs? One is disruption and denial of access to the affected area. Suppose one X area is being affected, so there is a general denial of access to the आम public, आम जनता को वहाँ जाने से मनाही है, और डिसरप्शन है, वहाँ अगर कोई प्रोडक्शन हो रहा है तो प्रोडक्शन का डिसरप्शन हो जाएगा, वो प्रोडक्शन फिलहाल के लिए थम जाएगा, वहाँ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होगी. दैट इज़ व्हाई से डिसरप्शन एंड डिनायल ऑफ एक्सेस to the affected area. Injuries and fatalities to that facility mainly due to explosion. And as I have told you, because those injuries and fatalities, as morning में भी बातें चल रही थी, those injuries and fatalities, radioactive material does not cause injury as such. It causes contamination. It causes great contamination if the source is बगल में, पास में. If the source is very strong, contamination will be very higher. But the ballast, the pressure that will generate, which will create a kind of pressure, usse injury hoti. So, injuries and fatalities will be basically because of the effect of the explosion, that is the ballast of the explosion. Radiation exposure depends upon the quantity of radioactive material that I have told and severity of consequences, explosion. More spread, low exposure. ज़्यादा एरिया में फैलेगा, obviously exposure कम हो जाएगा. कम एरिया में फैलेगा, exposure ज़्यादा होगा. ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी में फैलेगा, high strength में फैलेगा, तो exposure ज़्यादा होगा. Denial of access to area contaminated, time to monitor, because if some area is affected, then obviously there is a denial of access. Normal लोग को जाने की मनाही होगी. Even restricted entry will be there for other agencies. Only the selected people will be allowed to go there, and as a result, will be difficult to monitor the time or measure and clean up because cleaning up is very important. Decontaminate अगर हो गया तो उसको decontaminate करना बहुत ज़रूरी है ताकि normal अवस्था में सारी चीज़ें आ सके. Then major impact will be psychological, as I have said. पहले slide मैंने बताया था. It will be hitting the psyche of an individual. It will hit the psyche of that area. एक denial हो जाएगा, उस area का एक अलग specialization हो जाएगा. I'll say to an extent that वो area जो है और वो क्षेत्र जो है, it will be called a kind of anathema हो जाएगा उस जगह पे कि फलाना जगह पे नहीं जाना है क्योंकि वहाँ पे radioactive leakage हो गया है. Like in what happened in COVID, there were certain pockets in the country where people were said that you need not go there because COVID had spread in larger areas in that area, in that country, in that area or in that city. Then it will also bring negative publicity on national security. It will be seen in the world over, in the electronic and print media, that the country does not have a safe nuclear and radiological emergency measures. So it will bring a bad propaganda about the country. And it will also affect the security of the radioactive material. Ladies and gentlemen, as I have told, it is paramount of interest for the security agency and the government, the state means government, to protect the nuclear source or nuclear wealth of the country to such an wherever it is being used. Now next is the different forms. Another is improvised nuclear device, as you have improvised explosive device. So what are improvised nuclear device? Theoretically illicit, galat, nuclear weapon bought, खरीदा गया, stolen, चुराया गया, or otherwise originating from a nuclear state. Let's say our neighbor is a big nuclear state, Pakistan, and always ढौंस जमाता है कि हमारे पास बहुत बड़ा arsenal है. They have got 2-3 major nuclear arsenal place and stations. So, if some terrorist or some inimical forces, which is राष्ट्र विरोधी कोई ताकत है, अगर वहाँ से या किसी और राष्ट्र से जहाँ पे कि न्यूक्लियर वेपन है और वहाँ से न्यूक्लियर मटेरियल की चोरी करता है, गबन करता है, and it is being illicitly smuggled inside the country, and it can be used as a improvised nuclear device. Any weapon fabricated by a terrorist group from illegally obtained fissile nuclear material. Those material, which radioactive material, which will have a chain reaction, those are fissile nuclear material, that produces a nuclear explosion, that is also a improvised nuclear devices. Now, what kind of energy that will an IND will give? IND will give basically the 4 energies that I have talked you. I have already talked that there is normally explosion में कोई इंजरी नहीं, normally nuclear उससे कुछ इंजरीज नहीं होता है, लेकिन जो एनर्जी जनरेट होता है उससे इंजरी होता है. Those energies can be blast wave, intense light, heat and radiation. And if these 4 energies are there in a significant amount, then the injury and damage will be equally significant. So one has to take care of this factor only while handling law and order. And the last one that I'm explaining is that is radiological exposure device, RED. RED is an object containing radioactive material can expose people to radiation without their knowledge. मतलब उनको जानकारी नहीं होगी लेकिन उनको exposure हो जाएगा. वो hidden sealed source में होगा, छुपा हुआ, या stationary radioactive source to expose victims to high level of radiation. ये भी malicious intent से होगा. Good intention से नहीं होगा, malicious intention से होगा. या dose from exposure and if specific effect on people would depend upon source properties, isotope कौन सा है, activity क्या है और उसका amount कितना है, मतलब उसकी quantity कितनी है, उसी के हिसाब से उसका exposure depend करेगा और उसका side effect people लोगों के ऊपर क्या इसका प्रभाव पड़ेगा, ये सब exposure और उसका specific effect पे पड़ेगा. Then proximity of each person to the source, जहाँ source है radioactive ये डिवाइस का, उससे लोगों की दूरी कितनी है या ग्रुप ऑफ लोगों की दूरी कितनी है, उस पर भी डिपेंड करेगा कि उस डोज से कितना एक्सपोजर पड़ा है. लेंथ ऑफ टाइम, कितने समय तक लोग जो है उस सोर्स के प्रॉक्सिमिटी में आए हैं, उसके प्रॉक्सिमिटी, उसकी क्लोजनेस में आए हैं. एंड द पर्सन्स होल बॉडी और ओनली ए पार्शियल ऑफ द बॉडी रिसीव द एक्सपोजर. मतलब या तो पूरा शरीर या शरीर का कोई अंग जो है वो एक्सपोज हुआ है, तभी जाकर के पता चलेगा कि वो डोज से कितना एक्सपोजर हुआ है. तो ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर वेरियस फैसेट्स ऑफ नेगेटिव एस्पेक्ट ऑफ न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी विच if it is not controlled properly, if it is not safeguarded properly, can lead to major human problem. Now, what will be the guidance of police officers or different responders? I'll come to police officers later on. I'll say responders first of all, because responders can be the district administration, the local police, the external agency, the media, the medical professionals who will be there or who will be attending, like CMO or deputy CMO or head of the medical division. The general course of action would be similar by and large to any scenario related to nuclear or radiological incident. जनरल कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन तो कोई भी नॉन न्यूक्लियर इंसिडेंट भी होगा तो वो वैसे ही होगा. बट पब्लिक ऑफिशियल कंसर्न जो है सच एज डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट और इक्विवेलेंट, superintendent of police or equivalent, officer in charge of the facilities such as airports or seaports, hospital, etc. They have been designated, they will be designated as the responsible officer, RO, which should respond by taking following actions. उनको actions लेना है जो they will be called the responsible officers. सबसे पहला काम जो है call local police and fire services who will be the first responders. These are the guidelines. Now, informed unified commander or responsible officer, as I have told who will be responsible officer in the previous slide, and DAE का जो emergency control है, आणविक ऊर्जा विभाग भारत सरकार का एक emergency control room है, वहाँ पे DAE का अधिकारी 24/7 बैठते हैं. उसकी दूरभाष भी नंबर है जो अगले स्लाइड में आपको दिखाएंगे, वहाँ पे तुरंत उसकी सूचना देनी है. Restrict the area of the incident, I have already explained earlier. रेडिएशन डिटेक्शन मतलब एरिया को रेस्ट्रिक्ट करना है, आम जनता को उस एरिया में प्रवेश करने नहीं देना है. ओनली इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज विल बी अलाउड एंड दैट टू विद PPE किट एंड अदर सेफ्टी मेजर्स. देन रेडिएशन का डिटेक्शन का इक्विपमेंट टर्न ऑन करना होगा जब तक कि वो दूसरी टीम, स्पेशलाइज्ड टीम वहाँ पहुँचती नहीं, ताकि स्पेशलाइज्ड टीम के पहुँचने से पहले जांचा जा सके कि वहाँ रेडिएशन कैसा है, कितना ज़्यादा है. Keep the public away from the incident. Prohibit any kind of eating of food because radiation can expose to the food and spread over the other food materials in the local shop or in the open thelas and other things. Drinking or smoking of the incident side, मतलब खाना खाने से भी प्रोहिबिट करना है, पानी पीने से भी मना करना है और स्मोकिंग भी मना करना है जहाँ पे कि इस ढंग का एक्सपोजर है. जब हम एक्सपोजर की बात करते हैं या जब हम एक्सप्लोजन की बात करते हैं तो वो एक्सप्लोजन जहाँ पे कि ऐसा संदेह है कि वहाँ पे न्यूक्लियर मटेरियल का भी इस्तेमाल हुआ है. सिमिलरली उसके बाद परफॉर्म लाइफ सेविंग एक्शंस एंड प्रोवाइड इमरजेंसी aid, first aid at the earliest. If medical attention is needed, assist in arrangement for medical assistance. Medical personnel should be informed that radioactive contamination might exist on the victim and their clothes और उनके पोशाक पे. तो ये इंटीमेट करना है, ये फर्स्ट लाइफ सेविंग एक्शंस लेना है और इमरजेंसी फर्स्ट एड प्रोवाइड करना है और मेडिकल अटेंशन प्रोवाइड करना है. Then provide medical assistance to the injured or suspected victim. I'm sorry, madam, little portion from your side is also there. Some medical portion is also there. Provide medical assistance to the injured or suspected victims as per need or as per the technical advice of the concerned district health officials, CMOs, on the treatment of person having radiation injury, and that will be extended by DAE medical expert team. The team shall approach from upwind of the incident area, not the downwind. Upwind मतलब हवा का रुख जिस साइड में हो उसी साइड में होना चाहिए टीम को, हवा के विपरीत नहीं. अदरवाइज टीम को अफेक्ट हो जाएगी. अगर रेडिएशन का वाष्प निकलेगा अगर तो वो उसको अफेक्ट करेगा जो टीम आई है हेल्प करने के लिए, वो उल्टा हो जाएगा. स्पेशली फायर इज प्रेजेंट, अगर खास करके जब आग लगी हुई है तो establish a command post and decontamination station in upwind direction. Upwind direction मतलब जिस डायरेक्शन में एक्सीडेंट हुआ है उस डायरेक्शन में अगर विंड है तो उसी डायरेक्शन में उसी जगह पे वो कमांड पोस्ट क्रिएट करना है. The area downwind of the fire, especially where smoke and ash are involved, should be cleared of people. The opposite area should also be cleared of the people so that because of the traveling of the wind or smoke and other things, other people should not inhale such kind of smoke or air which will make them unhealthy or which will expose them in any kind of contamination. Normally, certain radius of 400 meters is chosen for the inner cordon area, which is not standardized as such. It also depends upon the gravity of incident, the aggravation of the incident, the total area involved, what is the infrastructure, so कितना उसमें building है, रिहायशी area है या क्या है, वो सब देख कर किया जाता है. बट एक जनरल यास्टिक है, 400 मीटर रेडियस को इनर कॉर्डन माना जाता है in case of RDD to protect against effects of explosion and radioactive fallouts. Fire persons should be cautioned about the presence of radioactive material and will be provided with suitable PPE kits while involving in dousing of fire. But here dousing of fire will be because of the secondary issues, not because of the explosion. After explosion, the blast will be there, the pressure will be created and it may lead to certain mix of air with certain ethanol or some kind of gasoline, and that it may lead to some kind of fire. उसके उस संबंध में जब होगा तब उनको डाउज करना है फायर को. In case of a transport accident where nuclear material is being transported from one place to another place, identify the hazards in the route, which are the possible hazards, and if possible obtain relevant shipping paper, tramp card, that is transport emergency card, and other documents. Keep minimum contact with radioactive material and suspected contaminated material. PPE and tools used at scene should be checked for radioactive contamination. जो पर्सनल प्रोटेक्टिव इक्विपमेंट और जो टूल्स यूज होता है उसको भी चेक करना है कि कहीं ये भी रेडियोएक्टिवली कंटेमिनेटेड तो नहीं हो गया है प्रायर टू देयर क्लियरेंस बाय द सर्टिफाइड हेल्थ फिजिसिस्ट या रेडिएशन सेफ्टी ऑफिसर. Identify all personnel who may have been exposed to radiation and those involved in various operations of the incident or potentially contaminated by the accident in the incident at the scene of decontamination and other necessary actions. Items such as jewelry, wristwatches, mobiles, wallets, etc. is to be collected separately at the site of incident, checked for possible radioactive contamination and tagged. All individuals will be monitored, decontaminated if necessary, and cleared after further medical treatment. I think detailed of this will be in the subsequent presentation after me. The name, address, designation and telephone numbers of the individuals who could not be persuaded at the incident site would be recorded. A similar analogy was there during the COVID time, because normally what happened, people came from various foreign countries and to major airports, and they were asked to stay in a long queue. Some of them skipped and went to their home. As a result, the local magistrate of the area, they were hard-bound to find out the person where he has gone, and as a result, the entire people to whom he was contacted or who connected with him, they were also screened, whether this COVID has not spread to them otherwise. So similarly, all those individuals who, though persuaded to stay back but did not stay, उनका नाम, पता, डिजिग्नेशन और टेलीफोन नंबर ले लिया गया, so that कि उनकी भी जांच हो जाए कि उनको डिकॉन्टेमिनेशन तो नहीं हुआ है. Arrange for security of the affected of suspected radioactive material. अगर वो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में डैमेज हो जाता है, ट्रक जो है वो एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है, या ट्रक एक्सीडेंट के दौरान अगर न्यूक्लियर मटेरियल है उसका स्पिलेज हो जाता है, तो ऐसे केस में उसकी सिक्योरिटी, सस्पेक्टेड जो है रेडियोएक्टिव मटेरियल की सिक्योरिटी करनी होती है. या कोई ऑर्फन सोर्स, कोई ऐसा सोर्स जो ऑर्फन है, मतलब कहीं पड़ा हुआ मिला, कहीं गार्बेज में मिला, तो उसकी भी सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी करनी है, तो उसको भी सिक्योरिटी को अंजाम देना होगा. हैंडल एनी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन या कंटिजेंसी दैट में अराइज एट द अफेक्टेड साइट. इट मे लीड टू पैनिक ऑल्सो, इट मे लीड टू स्टैम्पीड ऑल्सो, भगदड़ हो जाएगा. कोई हाई फुटफॉल एरिया में अगर अचानक कोई ब्लास्ट हुआ और लोगों ने, एक मीडिया ने या किसी र्यूमर मॉन्गर ने ये आवाज़ उठा दिया कि इसमें न्यूक्लियर मटेरियल है, तो व्हाट विल बी द कंसिक्वेंसेस. उस हाई फुटफॉल एरिया में भगदड़ मचने से बहुत सारे लोग रेडिएशन से नहीं अफेक्टेड होंगे, उस भगदड़ में उनकी जान चली जाएगी एक दूसरे के ऊपर कूदने से या एक दूसरे के ऊपर छलांग लगाने से, इंजरी होगी. तो इसलिए उससे उत्पन्न लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के सिचुएशन में होता है, उसको भी कंटेन करना जो है वो जिम्मेदारी हो जाएगी रिस्पॉन्सिबल ऑफिसर का. अरेंज टू प्रोवाइड लोकल असिस्टेंस दैट में बी रिक्वायर्ड बाय द डी एक्सपर्ट टीम. जो एक्सपर्ट टीम आएगी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एटॉमिक एनर्जी, उनको तो उस एरिया की जानकारी नहीं होगी, तो वो उनको बुलाया जाएगा इसलिए ताकि उनको फैसिलिटेट करें रादर कि कौन सी जगह पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, उसका क्या क्या पाथवे है, क्या है वहाँ पे इमरजेंसी सेंटर कौन कौन सा है. तो ये सारे चीज़ों की जानकारी जो है डीई की एक्सपर्ट टीम आएगी, तब जाके उनको जांच करने में उनको सुविधा होगा. तो इसलिए अरेंज टू प्रोवाइड लोकल असिस्टेंट दैट में बी रिक्वायर्ड बाय द डीई एक्सपर्ट टीम टू कैरी आउट देयर असेसमेंट एंड इवेल्युएशन एट द साइट. Carry out further actions under the technical advice from DAE expert and obtain technical input from DAE expert prior to media briefing or issue of press release. You don't have to jump the gun because generally बहुत सारे लोग मीडिया savvy हो जाते हैं. कोई इंसिडेंट होता है तो before anything is concretely there on the table or the paper or properly verified, people jump and they start telling something awkward to the media which will bring disrepute to that particular area and which may not be conducive to the overall interest of the country. So we have to be very, very cautious in that, and only designated people, designated officer from the state will be acting as a media exposed person for that incident. And वो भी जो है बहुत limited में देना है, because unless and until anything is confirmed, you cannot say anything is in conformity or affirmity. So, having said this, I will say that every institution should have a proper nuclear security culture. What is nuclear security culture? It is basically the assembly of characteristic attributes and behavior of individual, organization and institution which serves as a means to support and enhance nuclear security. Because nuclear security is nobody's baby itself. ये सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है, ये किसी एक व्यक्ति विशेष की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, उस पूरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की जिम्मेदारी है। अगर कहीं पे न्यूक्लियर आर्सेनल रखा हुआ है या न्यूक्लियर मटेरियल रखा हुआ है या न्यूक्लियर रॉड रखा हुआ है जिससे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बनेगी, जनरेट होगा, तो केवल उस जगह पे रिएक्टर में रहने वाले लोगों की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है या केवल जो उसका सिक्योरिटी गार्ड जो है या सिक्योरिटी का जो सुपरवाइजर है उसकी जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। हर स्टेक होल्डर की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि उसकी सुरक्षा को पूरे अच्छे तरह से अंजाम देना। तो इसलिए एक सार्वजनिक रूप से एक व्यवस्थित न्यूक्लियर सिक्योरिटी कल्चर की बहुत ज़रूरत है और न्यूक्लियर सिक्योरिटी कल्चर तभी होगा जबकि उस संस्था के सभी लोग, all people, all officers and concerned people should abide by the rules and regulations laid down by that institute about safety and security of the nuclear material. The rules and regulations will be duty bound for every officers and every officials of that industry. Same the case goes for the tourists, same the case goes for the visitors and other stakeholders like contractors and the supervisors. Within a state, various organizations such as regulators, users of radioactive sources, operators of nuclear facilities, border and custom officers, and transporters of radioactive materials have responsibility associated with the security of radioactive material. Imagine if at the Bangladesh border, let's say Farakka or Malda, where one set of paramilitary force is there, some state police forces are there, if there is certain smuggling of material takes place and one of such material is a radioactive material, what consequences it will bring to the nation as a unit if that contraband is not seized or not checked or not properly taken into confiscation. It will have horrendous consequences for the security and safety of the nation. So it's not, I said in the beginning, it's not the baby of only security department. Similarly, customs, the immigration and other departments who are into play, society in general has to take into consideration the safety and security of this. Because if you have to enjoy the societal benefits of nuclear energy, you also have the responsibility towards the nation for its proper security and safety. In an effective security culture, all personnel are accountable for their behavior and are motivated to ensure nuclear security. Need to work together. Obviously, it has to be a coordinated and cohesive kind of mechanism. So there is a need to work together to overcome the problem of illicit trafficking, theft of nuclear and other radioactive materials. These problems are there. So one has to work in unison so that such things do not take place. Illicit drug trafficking does not take place. Illicit trafficking of nuclear material does not take place. Believing that the threat is real is the foundation of a strong nuclear security culture. अगर हम ये मान लें शुरुआती दौर में ही कि ये जो धमकी है और ये जो थ्रेट है ये सचमुच का जीवंत थ्रेट है, तो हमारी समस्या वहीं समस्या का सुलझाना शुरू हो जाता है। वहीं हम समझ जाते हैं कि हमको कितनी सुरक्षा रखनी है, कितना हमारा सुरक्षा जो है चांद चौकस रहेगा, हमको उसी जगह पे हमको एहसास हो जाता है। Then what will be the role of Crisis Management Group, CMG, that is Department of Atomic Energy के जो ये अंदर अनुभाग है Crisis Management Group, उनकी क्या role and responsibility है? It will be activated during radiation emergency. If there is any radiation emergency, the message has to go to the CMG group, which is in Mumbai, through telephone or through email, and it will be activated in the public domain whatever be the cause. अगर कोई ऐसा इमरजेंसी होता है पब्लिक डोमेन में, चाहे किसी भी कारण से होगा, तो जो DAE का जो CMG ग्रुप है वो तुरंत एक्टिवेट हो जाएगा। वो CMG ग्रुप कोऑर्डिनेट करेगा राष्ट्रीय और राज्य स्तर के डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एजेंसी से, ताकि सुरक्षा और संरक्षण का काम चांद चौकस किया जाए. It will draw upon the expertise by any DAE unit. It has access to DAE's resources in communication, radiation measurement, monitoring and protection, medical, seismological and communication with media. Now, what information has to be shared with DAE ECR? DAE का जो इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल रूम है उसके साथ क्या जो सूचना साझा करना है. अगर कोई घटना घट जाती है, मान लीजिए कि बालासोर में कोई घटना घट गई, किसी ट्रक में एक्सीडेंट हो गया और उस ट्रक में रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल था, तो बालासोर के जो पुलिस पदाधिकारी होंगे उनको क्या सूचना जो है साझा करना है ECR से, इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल रूम से. पहली बात है कि लोकेशन ऑफ द स्टेट, ग्रिड पे कहाँ पे लोकेशन है, कौन सी तहसील है, कौन सा गांव है, नेशनल हाईवे है, स्टेट हाईवे है जहाँ पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, डेट एंड टाइम ऑफ एक्सीडेंट, कब हुआ घटना, कितने समय घटना क्या हुआ, नेचर ऑफ एक्सीडेंट और इंसिडेंट एंड ब्रीफ डिटेल. ट्रक की पलटी होने से हुई, ट्रक खुल गया या उसका जो माल खुल गया, खुलने के बाद उससे स्पिलेज हुआ, उसमें पाउडर मिला, वो पाउडर जो है धुआं कर रहा था या जो भी है उसकी जानकारी ब्रीफ में जानकारी देनी है. उस ट्रक के ऊपर क्या रेडिएशन सिंबल या न्यूक्लियर रेडिएशन सिंबल था या नहीं था, वो ट्रायंगल जो मैंने दिखाया था उसके कुछ दिन पहले. उसके बाद डिटेल्स ऑफ इमरजेंसी एक्शन टेकन, जो लोकल पुलिस पदाधिकारी वहाँ के हैं उन्होंने उस घटना के बाद क्या आवश्यक कार्रवाई की है अपने स्तर पे, उसकी जानकारी जो है DAE का इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल रूम के साथ साझा करेंगे. एंड कॉन्टेक्ट डिटेल ऑफ द इंसिडेंट कमांडर, उस जगह की जो घटना हुई है वहाँ पे जो इंसिडेंट कमांडर है उसकी जानकारी, उसका नाम, उसका टेलीफोन नंबर, ईमेल और ऑफिस नंबर वगैरह वगैरह, ये सब जो है DEA के डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एटॉमिक एनर्जी के इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल रूम के साथ साझा करना है. और जो इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल रूम के साथ साझा करना है, मैंने आपको पहले ही बताया कि 24/7 ये ऑपरेट होता है ADA इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल रूम. और ये इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल रूम का एड्रेस है अनुशक्ति भवन, छत्रपति शिवाजी मार्ग, मुंबई 444001. टेलीफोन नंबर 2 टेलीफोन नंबर है और एक मोबाइल नंबर है और फैक्स नंबर है और ईमेल है daeecr@dae.gov.in. और एक ऑल्टरनेट अतिरिक्त एक इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल रूम है, वो विक्रम साराभाई भवन, अनुशक्ति नगर, मुंबई, वो भी मुंबई में है. मोबाइल पिन कोड नंबर 94 है, टेलीफोन नंबर और ईमेल भी है vsbecr@npcl.co.in. तो ये है बेसिकली रिस्पॉन्स ऑफ द पुलिस ऑफिसर्स इफ देयर इज एनी न्यूक्लियर और रेडियोलॉजिकल इमरजेंसी इन द पब्लिक डोमेन. इसके तहत आपको कार्रवाई करनी है. एटम इन द सर्विस ऑफ नेशन. दिस इज फ्रॉम माय साइड. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर पेशेंट हियरिंग. इफ यू हैव गॉट एनी क्लेरिफिकेशन, एनी क्वेरी, आई एम रेडी टू शूट इट आउट. Any question, any query, please let me know. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Sir, who are the authorized agency, investigating agency? क्या ना सब इंस्पेक्टर, इंस्पेक्टर रैंक ऑफिसर कर सकता है ये क्या?
There is no designation as such mentioned there, but normally the local police station, head of the local police station is the authorized person. As you do in your local police, as you investigate your case in the local police station, similarly the same rank officer. If a ASI rank officer is investigating, he will do it. There is no hard and fast that a particular rank officer has to investigate. Because you have to investigate basically from the law and order point of view.
Regarding theft and this...
Obviously, it will be construed as a normal theft only. Only thing is that nuclear material is involved. So, you have to, basic is that you have to take control of the situation, cordon the area, restrict the entry and exit of the personnel, allow only authorized person and services there, and don't allow anybody outsider who can interfere in the investigation. पंचनामा जैसे करते हैं या वहाँ पे आपने जो वहाँ पे सीन ऑफ द इंसिडेंट में होता है तो उसको सीन ऑफ द इंसिडेंट डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं हो, इसके लिए आपको बाहर से लोगों को आने से मना करते हैं ना, तो इसलिए उसको रोकना है. और डीएई के ईसीआर में इन्फॉर्म करना है, सो दैट वहाँ की एक्सपर्ट टीम आपको गाइड करेगी और उनकी जो लोकल एरिया में जो आरईआरसी है या जो भी रीजनल जो इमरजेंसी रीजनल इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल सेंटर है ईसीआर, वो वहाँ से लोग आकर के उसकी न्यूक्लियर जांच करेंगे कि उसका स्पिलेज हुआ, कैसे हुआ, क्या हुआ। जो एंगल बाकी जो है, जो क्रिमिनल साइड का चीज़ है कि किसी ने मैलिशियस तरीके से उसको योग किया, वो तो आपने अपने नियम सीआरपीसी आईपीसी के तहत करेंगे।
थैंक यू सर।
In case of? That nobody will ascertain excepting the DAE emergency control room team. DAE team will only ascertain whether the unclaimed item which has been laid out is a normal powder or a RDX or any kind of non-toxic or normal circumstances. Unless and until it is proved otherwise, that it is a nuclear material, you have to understand that it is a normal thing. And there are chances, let me tell you, there are chances that to create panic, some public mongering can, some public can also spread rumor that some nuclear material has been spread on so and so road or so and so place, or so and so kasbah or so and so market. So you have to be very cautious. So as a police officer, you have to see all these things into consideration. You have to read the body language also of the people. Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us about security-related aspect in management of nuclear and radiological emergencies. Moving ahead, next lecture is about medical response or medical management to any nuclear and radiological emergency. It is definitely more beneficial to medical fraternity, but also provide a guidance to decision makers present here during any case of nuclear and radiological contingencies in your area. So kindly listen this lecture carefully. This lecture will be taken by Dr. Anjali Godse. She is a practicing medical expert and professional. She is in charge of occupational health services of Bhabha Atomic Research Center, and she is concerned with the radiation workers, medical examination, and the overexposure cases sent by the AERB for medical examination. So she has a very rich experience about any radiation exposure and all. So now I welcome Dr. Godse for taking a lecture. ये मैडम को हेल्प कर देना, ये ले लीजिए थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्ट रहेगा। यू वांट दिस? नहीं तो ये लेके इसको हाथ में पकड़ सकते हैं, कोई इशू नहीं, ज़्यादा आपको इंटरेक्टिव रहेगा। ये लगा लीजिए, ये ऑन है क्या? इसमें देख लेते हैं। मैडम ये बज रहा है, एक बार अभी
इसको मैम इसका वो है, नहीं इसको कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा तभी वो चलेगा पॉइंटर।
हाँ देखिए
So, good afternoon. This is the last lecture, I suppose, but I want it to be very interactive. I will speak in mixed Hindi and English, both languages, because pure medical terms maybe many of you may not understand, and this will be a very basic lecture for the doctors. Tomorrow we have a detailed maybe 1 or 2 lecture series for the doctors. So, like sir was saying just now, that in case there is any scenario where there is a blast, where there is a RDD, and suddenly you find that there are 400 or 500 people who are affected, and now you don't know what to do, and there is a suspicion that it may be a RDD, that some contamination can exist, or some excessive exposure or radiation exposure cases may be there. So, first of all, we have to come out of the fear that something different is going to happen in case there is contamination. So, in my subsequent slides, I will make this clear to you. Yeah. So, in radiation, this is the introduction, and this is what I feel that you all should know after my lecture is over. So, same slide I will repeat after the lecture. So, in radiation accidents, it is important to estimate the absorbed doses in victims to plan appropriate medical treatment. So, my job is to tell you how to plan and what to do as far as the medical treatment to these affected people is concerned. Clinical dosimetry is most effective, quick, reasonably reliable and time-tested modality for triage and to manage the cases of mass casualties in public domain accident. Identification of medical and other infrastructural facilities like hospitals, dispensaries, pathology labs, schools, big grounds, halls for effective triage. Training and creating a pool of trained doctors, paramedical staff who will in turn carry out the training of trainers. Conducting mock drills at regular intervals including medical triage. Now clinical dosimetry का मतलब क्या है? कोई भी इंसिडेंट ऐसा होता है और आपको पूछा जाता है कि अभी इनको ट्रीट करना है, तो हाउ टू अराइव एट अ डोज, इसको कितना रेडिएशन का डोज मिला है, आप क्या करोगे, किसको हाई डोज मिला है, किसको कम डोज मिला है, इनको एडमिट करना है या नहीं करना है, कौन कंटामिनेटेड है, कंटामिनेटेड लोगों को डिकंटामिनेट कैसे करना है, मैं जब डिकंटामिनेट कर रहा हूँ तो मेरे लिए तो कोई खतरा नहीं है ना, और ये रेडिएशन फैलेगा क्या, फैलेगा तो किसी किसी को खतरा है, मुझे तो कोई खतरा नहीं है ना। तो ये सब चीज़ें हमारे दिमाग में आ जाती है, और हम लोगों को अगर बोला कि यू आर द फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर एज ए डॉक्टर और मे बी एज एनी अदर फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर दैट यू रिस्पॉन्ड नाउ, दीज आर द केसेस इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू। तो ये सब क्वेरीज आपके दिमाग से निकालनी है और क्वेरीज का आंसर करना है। सो हम लोग बोलते हैं जिसको क्लिनिकल डोसिमेट्री। क्लिनिकल मतलब क्या, जो हम क्लिनिकली देख सकते हैं। बाकी आप अगर सोचो कि ब्लड शुगर कराना है, ब्लड विड्रॉ करना है, उसको लैब में देना है, बाद में उसका रिजल्ट आएगा, तब तक वेट करना है। लेकिन क्लिनिकली अगर आपको पेशेंट ने बताया कि मैं डायबिटिक हूँ, 2 गोली मैंने लिया नहीं है, अभी मुझे बहुत चक्कर आ रहा है, तो वो चक्कर जो आपको क्लिनिकल सिम्टम बता रहा है, उससे आप सोचने लगते हो कि शायद इसका ब्लड शुगर बढ़ रहा है। वैसे ही रेडिएशन ओवर एक्सपोजर में कोई क्लिनिकल सिम्टम्स आपको मिलेंगे, जो लोग वहाँ पे बाधित हुए हैं उनमें, जो आपको थोड़ी सी आइडिया दे सकते हैं कि हमने क्या करना है। कंटामिनेशन का एक बात मैं सबसे पहले बताना चाहती हूँ कि 2 तरीके से लोग अफेक्ट हो सकते हैं। एक तो है रेडिएशन एक्सपोजर और दूसरा है रेडिएशन कंटामिनेशन। कंटामिनेशन का मतलब क्या है कि जो रेडियो न्यूक्लियर है, रेडिएशन का सब्सटेंस है, वो या तो उनके शरीर पे, या तो उनके बालों में, या तो क्लोथ्स पे प्रेजेंट है, वो कंटामिनेटेड हो गए। बाहर प्रेजेंट है तो एक्सटर्नली कंटामिनेटेड, अंदर चला जाए शरीर के तो इंटरनली कंटामिनेटेड। ठीक है। अभी दूसरी केस कौन सी है, रेडिएशन ओवर एक्सपोजर। ओवर एक्सपोजर मतलब क्या, उसको रेडिएशन का डोज मिला है, उसके शरीर के ऊपर कुछ नहीं है, रेडिएशन ने अपना डैमेज कर दिया है, अभी वो खुद रेडिएशन कैरी नहीं कर रहा है अपने साथ। ठीक है, ऐसे दो अलग तरीके के आपको मिल सकते हैं। तो हमको क्या करना है, क्लिनिकल डोसीमेट्री से ज़्यादा क्विकली फाइंड आउट करना है कि किन लोगों को एडमिशन किया जाए और किन लोगों को घर भेज सकते हैं। हाइलाइट्स मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन के ये है। बायोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट्स क्या होते हैं रेडिएशन के कौन से टाइप्स की इंजुरीज हो सकती है, एक्यूट रेडिएशन सिंड्रोम क्या है, कंटेमिनेशन क्या है, क्यूटेनियस क्या है, ट्रायज क्या है और प्रिंसिपल ऑफ मैनेजमेंट। बायोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट्स मतलब थोड़ा सा डिटेल में है, डॉक्टर्स के लिए ज़्यादा है कि सेल्यूलर लेवल पे आपके शरीर के सेल्स में रेडिएशन क्या करता है, किस तरह का डैमेज करता है। दूसरा जो है क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ रेडिएशन इंजुरी, इसको रेडिएशन इंजुरी हुआ है तो मतलब क्या, तो उसके टाइप्स जो है, ये एक्सेसिव एक्सपोजर अगर हो जाए तो उसको एक्यूट रेडिएशन सिंड्रोम बोलते हैं। कंटेमिनेशन का मैंने बताया है, अगर वो रेडियो न्यूक्लियाइड शरीर पे, क्लोथ्स पे, हेयर पे प्रेजेंट है तो एक्सटर्नल कंटेमिनेशन, शरीर के अंदर जाए तो इंटरनल कंटेमिनेशन। क्यूटेनियस रेडिएशन सिंड्रोम, क्यूटेनियस मीन्स स्किन पे कभी हो सकता है इनएडवर्टेंटली, किसी ने अगर वो सोर्स को अपने हाथ में पकड़ लिया, या कोई चोरी के इंडस्ट्रियल रेडियोग्राफी सोर्सेस रहते हैं आइरिडियम के, वो बहुत ज़्यादा कभी चमकते हैं तो कोई एम्प्लॉय को लगा कि चलो ये तो कुछ अच्छा है, बाहर बेच के कुछ मिलेगा, तो वो चुरा लेता है, वो पॉकेट में रखता है, खिसे में रखता है, अपने पैंट के पॉकेट में रखता है या शर्ट के पॉकेट में रखता है, तो उसका स्किन डोज मिलता है। उसको ये नहीं होता है कि वो कंटेमिनेटेड है, इतना भी नहीं है। एक्यूट रेडिएशन जो सिंड्रोम बोलते हैं उसमें most of the part of the body has to get the dose. If small part of the skin is getting dose, then it is called as cutaneous radiation injury. Triage मतलब वर्गीकरण का importance क्या है, at a time अगर बहुत ज़्यादा लोग affected हैं तो उनको अपने best possible रिसोर्सेज जो है उसमें बेस्ट पॉसिबल ट्रीटमेंट कैसे रहेगा, अवेलेबल रिसोर्सेज में, अवेलेबल मैन पावर में, अवेलेबल हॉस्पिटल्स में बेस्ट पॉसिबल ट्रीटमेंट कैसे मिलेगा, इसलिए हमको उनका वर्गीकरण करना है, ट्रायज करना है, और जिनको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है उनको हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट करना है, जो फॉलोअप रख सकते हैं उनको शायद घर को भेजना है या दूसरे किसी जगह पे रखना है। And what are the principles of management? This is not working properly. Yeah. So अभी इसके डिटेल में मैं बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं जाऊँगी। बायोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट्स में क्या होता है, जब ये सेल्स है, सेल्स पे जब ये कोई भी प्रकार का रेडिएशन आता है या गिरता है, तभी 3 या 4 तरीके के इफेक्ट्स हो सकते हैं। या तो वो सेल मर जाएगी, दैट इज कॉल्ड डेथ ऑफ द सेल, या तो वो सेल पूरी तरह से रिपेयर हो जाएगी, उसको कुछ भी नहीं होगा। तीसरा ये है कि वो सेल ऐसे तरीके से डैमेज होगी कि वो मल्टीप्लाई नहीं हो सकती है, एपोप्टोटिक डेथ जिसको बोलते हैं, कि वो जब मल्टीप्लाई होने जाएगी तभी वो उस सेल की डेथ हो जाएगी। और ये जो सबसे बड़ा हमारा कंसर्न है वो ये है कि सोमैटिक एंड जर्म सेल्स रहती है। सोमैटिक आर ऑल अदर सेल्स ऑफ द बॉडी एंड जर्म सेल्स आर द स्पर्म एंड ओवा। तो ये अगर स्पर्म एंड ओवा को अगर इंजुरी होता है एंड अगर सोमैटिक सेल्स को इंजुरी होता है, तो सोमैटिक सेल्स को अगर इंजुरी होता है तो देर आर चांसेस ऑफ गेटिंग कैंसर, एंड स्पर्म ऑफ एंड ओवा को अगर होता है तो क्वेरी जेनेटिक। अभी तक ये कहीं भी प्रूव नहीं है कि ह्यूमन बींग्स में कोई जेनेटिक मालफॉर्मेशन हुआ है बिकॉज ऑफ रेडिएशन। इवन नागासाकी हिरोशिमा के बाद जो भी स्टडीज़ हुए हैं तभी भी ये प्रूव नहीं हुआ है कि कोई जेनेटिक मालफॉर्मेशन हैज़ ऑकर्ड बिकॉज ऑफ रेडिएशन इन ह्यूमन बींग्स। दे वर एबल टू फाइंड इट इन एनिमल्स और वेरी स्मॉल फ्लाइज, but about human beings, so we need not worry. So genetic cell transformation is not so far seen in human beings. So, अभी ये आपको सबने बताया है, ये मैं बहुत इजी तरीके से आपको बताना चाहती हूँ। देखिए, ये जो है ये रेडिएशन के जो बेकरल हम लोग कहते हैं, एक ट्री में बहुत सारे एप्पल है, जितने भी एप्पल्स इस ट्री में पूरे हैं वो एक बेकरल या यूनिट हम लोग बोल सकते हैं कि इतने यूनिट में है। दूसरा है ये इंडिविजुअल को जो एप्पल्स उसके शरीर पे गिर रहे हैं तो वो उसका एब्सॉर्ब डोज या ग्रे हम लोग कह सकते हैं कि उसको कितना इंजरी हो रहा है। ये एब्सॉर्ब डोज में नंबर ऑफ एप्पल्स भी नहीं कंसिडर किए जा रहे और इंजरी कितना डीप हो रहा है ये भी नहीं कंसिडर किया जा रहा। लेकिन हम लोग जो इफेक्टिव डोज बोलते हैं, इफेक्टिव डोज मतलब टोटल जिसमें रेडिएशन का टाइप कंसिडर किया जा रहा है और जिसमें कौन से टिश्यू अफेक्टेड है वो भी कंसिडर किया जा रहा है। जैसे आपको पहले ही लेक्चर्स में बता चुके हैं कि आउटसाइड इफेक्ट के लिए अल्फा इज नॉट एट ऑल very dangerous. You can hold alpha source, but inside the body alpha and beta are very dangerous. Gamma anyway can pass, it has a long range, so it is more damaging. So इसलिए हम लोग जब बोलते हैं कि ये टोटल डोज जब कंसिडर किया जाएगा कि कितना इंजुरी हुआ है, वैसे ही हम लोग बोलते हैं टिश्यू वेटिंग फैक्टर। इसका मतलब क्या है, शरीर की सब पेशियाँ, सब all the cells do not respond to radiation in the same manner. There are some tissues which are very radiosensitive, moderately radiosensitive and relatively radioresistant. अभी ये कैसे पता करते हैं, most dividing cells, जो cells बहुत divide हो रही है, तो चिल्ड्रन में तो सब डिवाइडिंग सेल्स है, ग्रोथ एंड डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, दैट इज वाई दे आर मोर सेंसिटिव टू रेडिएशन। अपने शरीर में हेमाटोपोइटिक बोन मैरो के सेल्स जो है, ब्लड सेल्स, दे आर वेरी रैपिडली डिवाइडिंग, दे आर वेरी सेंसिटिव टू रेडिएशन। दूसरी सेल्स कौन सी है, गैस्ट्रोइंटेस्टिनल ट्रैक्ट जो है अपना डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम का, उसका इनर लाइनिंग जो है वो सेल्स भी हरदम शेड होते रहती है, न्यू सेल्स बनते रहती है। सो ऑल दोज पेयर्स पैचेस एंड दोज सेल्स ऑफ द digestive system, they are also sensitive to radiation. And central nervous system के जो cells है वो उनका growth हो चुका है, they are not in a actively multiplying stage, they are relatively radio resistant. I am not saying they are totally radio resistant, but the dose of radiation which is required to damage the nervous system is quite high, and the dose of radiation which is required to damage the bone marrow, that is the hematopoietic system, is quite low. तो ये फैक्टर्स हम सब जब कंसीडर करेंगे कि कौन सा टिश्यू इंज्योर हो रहा है, कौन सा रेडिएशन का टाइप है, तब हमको पता चलेगा कि ये इफेक्टिव डोज क्या है। किसी को कुछ इसमें अगर डिफिकल्टी है तो पूछ सकते हैं। सो ये मैंने अभी आपको बताया कि हम लोग रेडिएशन का टाइप और रेडिएशन का टिश्यूज, ह्यूमन टिश्यूज भी कंसिडर करते हैं। मुझे लगता है ये बराबर फंक्शन नहीं कर रहा है, शुड आई रिमूव दिस? हाँ, तो यूनिट्स हमने देख लिए हैं। अभी क्लासिफिकेशन, ये क्लासिफिकेशन मैंने अब पहले ही आपको बता दिया था। एक्सटर्नल होल बॉडी एक्सपोजर, रेडियो एक्टिव कंटेमिनेशन, कंटेमिनेशन के टाइप्स है एक्सटर्नल इंटरनल, यू कैन गेट बोथ एक्सटर्नल एज वेल एज इंटरनल, लोकलाइज स्किन एक्सपोजर एंड कंबाइंड इंजुरी। अभी ऐसे हो सकता है ब्लास्ट में कि लोकल कंबाइंड इंजुरी आपको मिल सकती है, जिसमें ब्लास्ट इंजुरी की वजह से उसको थर्मल बर्न्स भी है और उसको कंटेमिनेशन भी है, तो उसको हम कहते हैं कंबाइंड इंजुरी। तो ऐसे तरीके के सब तरीके के आपको पेशेंट्स आ सकते हैं जब आपको कोई आरडीडी ब्लास्ट या ऐसे तरीके का ब्लास्ट का ये करना, ट्रायज करना पड़े। अभी एक्यूट रेडिएशन सिंड्रोम क्या है कि पूरी बॉडी, एटलीस्ट मोस्ट ऑफ द बॉडी और मोर देन penetrating ionizing radiation to various tissues and organs hours to weeks after एक्सपोजर। अभी इसमें क्या है, टोटल बॉडी का रेडिएशन को एक्सपोजर होना चाहिए और मैक्सिमम पार्ट ऑफ द बॉडी। मैक्सिमम पार्ट ऑफ द बॉडी का मतलब क्या है, जहाँ भी कहीं रेड बोन मैरो है, माय डॉक्टर कलीग्स विल अंडरस्टैंड दिस। सो वेर एवर देर इज बोन मैरो फॉर्मिंग द blood, so most of the part of that, if it is exposed to radiation, then we call it as acute radiation syndrome. And the beauty of it is that it has to be of a high dose rate. In a short time the person should receive the dose, the exposure should be whole body and it should be a penetrating radiation. तो ये अगर 4 चीज़ें होती है, ये हो सकता है RDD में, तो भी एक्यूट रेडिएशन सिंड्रोम के केसेस आपको देखने को मिलेंगे। अभी एक्यूट रेडिएशन सिंड्रोम में जैसे कि मैंने बताया आपको कि ऑल द टिश्यूज आर नॉट सिमिलरली रेडियो सेंसिटिव टू रेडिएशन, देर आर फ्यू टिश्यूज विच आर मोर सेंसिटिव। सो इसमें आप देख सकते हैं हेमाटोपाइटिक सिंड्रोम, हेमाटोपाइटिक मतलब ब्लड से रिलेटेड। सो ब्लड की जो पेशियाँ हैं, ब्लड सेल्स है, सो उसमें लिम्फोसाइट नाम की पेशियाँ होती है, वो लिम्फोसाइट्स बहुत ज़्यादा सेंसिटिव है रेडिएशन को। जैसे कि आपको पता होगा कभी डेंगू फीवर में आपने पूछा होगा या किसी घर में या पहचान में किसी को हुआ तो पूछते हैं जल्दी से प्लेटलेट काउंट कैसा है, प्लेटलेट काउंट कैसा है, बहुत कम हो गया है, एडमिट करना है क्या। So platelets are affected there. So there are specific blood cells which are affected in specific kinds of diseases or specific kind. So इसमें जो है रेडिएशन में हेमाटोपाइटिक सिंड्रोम जो है उसमें लिम्फोसाइट नाम के ब्लड के सेल्स है, उनका डेथ होता है। तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं, एक ग्राफ प्लॉट करते हैं, रेट ऑफ फॉल ऑफ लिम्फोसाइट। 6 घंटे में अगर उनकी पहले लिम्फोसाइट 1500 थी, 6 घंटे के बाद कितनी हुई और 6 घंटे के बाद कितनी कम हुई, उसका ग्राफ प्लॉट करके हम लोगों को थोड़ा आइडिया आता है कि कितना रेडिएशन का डोज इनको मिला था। ठीक है ना। तो दैट इज द वे टू अप्रोक्सीमेटली अराइव एट अ डोज फ्रॉम द प्लॉटिंग द रेट ऑफ फॉल ऑफ लिम्फोसाइट्स। अगर डोज बहुत हाई है तो गैस्ट्रोइंटेस्टाइनल सिंड्रोम, अपनी जो डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम है जैसा कि मैंने कहा, उसकी जो लाइनिंग है उसके सेल्स भी बहुत सेंसिटिव है रेडिएशन को। तो वो अगर सेल्स मर जाते हैं तो यू कैन नॉट एब्सॉर्ब द फूड, यू विल हैव लॉट ऑफ वॉमिटिंग, डायरिया, इलेक्ट्रोलाइट इम्बैलेंस। कुछ फूड अगर एब्सॉर्ब नहीं हो सका तो सोडियम, पोटेशियम, ये जो सब इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स रहते हैं बॉडी में, वो भी उनका इम्बैलेंस हो जाता है। ये सब होता है अगर ये डोज है 8 to 30 ग्रे का। एंड न्यूरोवैस्कुलर सिंड्रोम अबाउट 30 ग्रे। 30 ग्रे तो बहुत ज़्यादा डोज है। और जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया, नर्वस सिस्टम के जो सेल्स हैं अपने ब्रेन के, तो वो सेल्स अभी डिवाइडिंग स्टेज में नहीं है, तो वो रिलेटिवली रेडियो रेजिस्टेंस है, तो उनको ज़्यादा रेडिएशन से डैमेज नहीं होता है। इसके मैं ज़्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगी, बट जब एक्यूट रेडिएशन सिंड्रोम जैसे हमने कहा हेमाटोपाइटिक हो सकता है या डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम का हो सकता है या न्यूरोवैस्कुलर, उसके ये मैं आपको सिर्फ 4 फेजेस बताऊंगी: प्रोड्रोमल, लेटेंट, मैनिफेस्ट इलनेस एंड रिकवरी और डेथ। प्रोड्रोमल में जैसा वायरल इन्फेक्शन के पहले हमको लगता है थोड़ा वीक लगता है, वायरल में थोड़ा सर्दी खांसी जैसा लगता है, हेडेक सा लगता है, वैसे ही इसमें भी लगता है, जिसको हम प्रोड्रोम कहते हैं। अभी बता नहीं सकते कि ये किस वजह से है। लेटेंट स्टेज में द पर्सन रिकवर्स, देयर इज़ नो प्रेजेंटेशन, कुछ भी नहीं है, लेकिन अगर उसको डोज ज़्यादा मिला है तो लेटेंट स्टेज नहीं भी रह सकती है, डायरेक्टली वो मैनिफेस्ट इलनेस में जा सकता है। इसलिए इसको ब्राउन रखा है कि लेटेंट स्टेज है या नहीं है, ये डोज के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है। अगर डोज ज़्यादा मिलता है तो डायरेक्टली आपको प्रेजेंटेशन आ जाएगा कि इसको लिम्फोसाइट्स कम हो रहे हैं, मतलब इसको हेमाटोपाइटिक डैमेज है, इसको बहुत उल्टी और डायरिया हो रहा है, मतलब इसको गैस्ट्रोइंटेस्टिनल डैमेज है। और उसके बाद में डिपेंडिंग ऑन द डोज, रिकवरी और डेथ। ये ट्रायज का बराबर स्लाइड आया नहीं है, एनीवे। सो Now I'll talk of contamination. Again, I have defined contamination. It may be defined as presence of radioactive material. ये आप जान लीजिए कि radioactive material अगर dust form particles के form में suspended particular matter, liquid, gaseous on and or in the person, तो वो अगर प्रेजेंट है अभी रेडियोन्यूक्लियड्स तो उसको कंटेमिनेशन कहते हैं. और शरीर के बाहर है तो एक्सटर्नल, और सांस लेने से, इन्हेलेशन से, इंजेक्शन से, खाने से, या कभी कभी क्या होता है वुंड अगर है और वो वुंड में कंटेमिनेशन है तो वो एब्सॉर्ब होकर शरीर के अंदर जा सकता है. तो ये 3-4 वेज से एक्सटर्नल जो कंटेमिनेशन है वो इंटरनल हो सकता है. तो ये दोनों टाइप से कंटेमिनेशन के. अभी ये सेंटेंस सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है. यूजुअली रेडियोएक्टिव कंटेमिनेशन इज नॉट इमीडिएटली लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग एंड इट्स इफेक्ट डिपेंड ऑन टाइप एंड एनर्जी ऑफ द रेडिएशन मटेरियल. इसका इम्पोर्टेंस आप जब किसी को ट्रायज में या आप किसी को CPR दे रहे हो, ट्रीट कर रहे हो, तभी बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है. इसलिए हमने नहीं घबराना है कि किसी को कंटेमिनेशन है तो वो आपको लगेगा तो आपको कुछ हो जाएगा क्या. रेडियोएक्टिव कंटेमिनेशन इज never life threatening. You have to attend to life threatening emergencies first. कोई आपको लग रहा है कि ये कंटेमिनेटेड है लेकिन वो ब्लीड कर रहा है, वो सांस नहीं ले रहा है, especially for all my doctor colleagues and paramedical staff. So do not hesitate to treat a contaminated case. That person could be decontaminated later on. You yourself could be decontaminated later on, but life-threatening emergencies must be attended first, even if the people are contaminated. Because it, per se, contamination does not cause immediate death. उनका ही नहीं होने वाला है तो आपको भी, आप PPE पहन के रहोगे, आपको contamination से कुछ ज़्यादा, rather than spreading the contamination, health-wise कुछ होने वाला नहीं है. So you are not supposed to panic while treating such cases. अभी ये डिटेल डिकंटामिनेशन, पर्सनल डिकंटामिनेशन मैं डॉक्टर्स को बताऊंगी, पर डिकंटामिनेशन करने के लिए आप लोग 2 चीज़ याद रख सकते हैं. एक तो चेंजिंग द क्लोथ्स. चेंजिंग द क्लोथ्स विल रिमूव अबाउट 90% ऑफ द कंटेमिनेशन. मास कैजुअलिटी इवेंट में वहाँ पे आते हैं तो चेंजिंग द क्लोथ्स एंड गिविंग देम सोप वाटर बाथ इज द मेन थिंग विच विल रिड्यूस 95% ऑफ द कंटेमिनेशन. नाउ ओनली 2 इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग्स आर देयर कि अगर आप उनको कपड़े बदल रहे हो तो डबल प्लास्टिक बैग में उनके उतारे हुए कपड़े, उनके वॉचेस, उनका जो भी कुछ है ज्वेलरी, वो अलग अलग आपको पैक करके रखना है. Because all that is contaminated, so you don't throw it here and there. And the water which you are using for giving for these people taking bath has to be kept or stored somewhere, because that water is also contaminated. Then that water will be taken care of depending on what is the radionuclide, what is the half-life, and how it has to be managed. Okay, so these 2 things everybody can do. You know, ask the person to change the clothes, keep the clothes in a double plastic bag, clothes, jewelry, watch, whatever it is, give bath with plain soap and water. Rest of the things, if there is persistent contamination, then the doctors come into play, and then the other steps of decontaminating the individual, or if there is internal contamination that they are excreting it through urine or stool, what has to be given, that the doctor team will decide. So some examples we have given here. So radionuclides का भी ऐसा है कि they have some affinity to particular organs. तो जो आयोडीन का अगर हो जाए, it can go through inhalation, ingestion, skin absorption. Normally it goes to thyroid. Strontium to bones, cesium to muscles. So जब पता चल जाएगा, आपकी टीम आ जाएगी रेडिएशन एक्सपर्ट्स की, तब ये डॉक्टर्स के लिए रहेगा कि अगर कौन से टाइप का कंटेमिनेशन हुआ है, इंटरनल हुआ है, और उसको क्या देना है, you know how to treat that. So we have specific treatments available for almost all the radionuclides. अभी इसमें भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट बात जो आपको कही गई थी, टाइम, डिस्टेंस एंड शील्डिंग. अभी ये क्यूटेनियस रेडिएशन सिंड्रोम के बारे में भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस रखता है, इसलिए कि अगर क्यूटेनियस मतलब मैंने आपको बोला स्किन पे कोई एक पर्टिकुलर एरिया में बहुत ज़्यादा डोज मिल रहा है, बाकी बॉडी को इतना डोज नहीं मिल रहा है, इसको बोलते हैं बर्न्स हो जाएगा, रेडिएशन बर्न्स, दैट इज क्यूटेनियस रेडिएशन इंजुरी। तो उसमें भी क्या होता है कि रेडिएशन की इंटेंसिटी 1/डिस्टेंस स्क्वायर, मतलब जितना डिस्टेंस बढ़ेगा उतनी बहुत कम हो जाती है इंटेंसिटी। सो जब रेडिएशन ट्रैवल कर रहा है टिश्यू की डेप्थ से तो उसकी इंटेंसिटी बहुत कम हो जाती है, इसलिए ये यहाँ फॉर्मूला लिखा है, रेडिएशन इंटेंसिटी इज इन्वर्सली प्रोपोर्शनल टू द डिस्टेंस स्क्वायर। सो इसमें क्या होता है कि रेडिएशन के जो बर्न्स है और अपने नॉर्मल बर्न से इसमें फ़र्क है। नॉर्मल बर्न आपको कुछ गैस पे हाथ लग गया या स्टीम से या केमिकल से बर्न हो जाएगा तो आपको तुरंत पता चल जाएगा। सेल डेथ जो होती है वो इंस्टेंट होती है और इंस्टेंट आपको पता चल जाता है, पर रेडिएशन बर्न में ऐसा नहीं है। रेडिएशन बर्न में क्या है, सेल्स को इंजुरी होती है और जो डिवाइडिंग सेल्स होते हैं उसको इंजुरी होती है, तो वो इंजुरी आपको दिखने में थोड़ा समय बीतता है। तो रेडिएशन बर्न में क्या होता है, कभी कभी वीक्स के बाद में वो आपको दिखाई देता है, इसलिए ये डायग्नोसिस के लिए भी इवन फॉर डॉक्टर्स इट इज़ अ चैलेंज, बिकॉज हिस्ट्री हमको मिलती नहीं है। जैसे आपको थर्मल बर्न्स में हिस्ट्री मिलेगा कि मेरा हाथ स्टीम के ऊपर गया, ये हो गया, पर अगर रेडिएशन बर्न्स का है तो आपको हिस्ट्री बहुत मिलती नहीं है, बिकॉज इट इज़ क्वाइट ओल्ड, यू नो, फ्यू वीक्स हैव ऑलरेडी पास्ड। सो ये देखिए, इसका मैंने जब आपको कहा था कि ये जो डोज है, इसने हाथ में, ये एक केस है हाइपोथिनर साइड में, ये देखिए यहाँ पे 100 ग्रे का उसको डोज मिला था, लेकिन जैसे टिश्यूज से ये पास हो रहा है, ठीक है ना, डिस्टेंस का मैं बात कर रही हूँ, तो यहाँ पर 3 and 2 ग्रे इतना ही डोज रहा है। सो दैट मीन्स द डोज स्टीपली डिक्रीजेस एट द रेडियल साइज, ये देखिए यहाँ तक। सो जब हम बोलते हैं कि डिस्टेंस कितना ट्रैवल करता है, वो बात इवन टिश्यूज़ में सही है कि थोड़ा सा भी डिस्टेंस बढ़ जाए तो ये इंजुरी काफ़ी कम हो जाती है। अभी ये स्किन साइंस है, ये डॉक्टर्स के लिए है कि कितने ग्रे की इंजुरी में क्या होता है। This is very important for all of you, maybe more important for doctors. ट्रायज, जिसको हम बोलते हैं सेग्रीगेशन ऑफ कैजुअलिटीज, वर्गीकरण, इफेक्टिव मेडिकल सॉर्टिंग ऑफ मास कैजुअलिटीज एंड देयर सब्सिक्वेंट ट्रीटमेंट। अभी इसमें इन्होंने 4 ग्रुप्स कर दिए हैं। अभी चौथा जो ग्रुप है एक्सपेक्टेंट कैटेगरी, इसमें सीरियस मल्टीपल इंजुरीज, एक्सटेंसिव ट्रीटमेंट एज वेल एज पेशेंट्स विद पुअर चांस ऑफ सर्वाइवल। अभी रेडिएशन ट्रायज एंड नॉर्मल ट्रायज में थोड़ा सा फर्क है। नॉर्मल ट्रायज में हम लोग जो बोलते हैं, ये एक्सपेक्टेंट लोग जो है उनको लास्ट कैटेगरी रहती है। सी व्हाट यू हैव टू डू इज, इफ द नंबर ऑफ पीपल हु आर अफेक्टेड इज इन थाउजेंड्स, यू हैव टू यूटिलाइज योर सोर्सेस बेस्ट पॉसिबल टू द पीपल हु आर गोइंग टू सर्वाइव, यू नो, सबसे ज़्यादा सर्वाइवल चांस जिसका है उसको बेस्ट पॉसिबल ट्रीटमेंट मिलना चाहिए। तो इसमें ये 2 ग्रुप्स आते हैं। इसमें पहला जो इमीडिएट ट्रीटमेंट ग्रुप है, ये ग्रुप ऐसा है कि इनके चांसेस ऑफ सर्वाइवल बहुत अच्छे हैं, पर उनको इमीडिएट सर्जरी की या किसी इमीडिएट ट्रीटमेंट की आवश्यकता है, तो ये T1 ग्रुप में आते हैं। डिले ट्रीटमेंट ग्रुप में है, दे कैन सस्टेन, दे नीड बट दे कैन सस्टेन, मतलब उनको इतना ब्लड लॉस नहीं हुआ। देयर आर वेरियस कैटेगरीज, अगेन दिस इज इन डिटेल फॉर डॉक्टर्स, बट हम लोग किस चीज़ से वर्गीकरण करते हैं, वो ये 3 चीज़ें होती है। हाई चांस ऑफ सर्वाइवल बट रिक्वायर सर्जरी, दे मे नीड सर्जरी बट दे कैन सस्टेन फॉर अ फ्यू डेज। मिनिमल ट्रीटमेंट ग्रुप जो है, इनको बहुत माइनर इंजुरीज हुआ है या उनको ज़्यादा कंप्लेंट्स नहीं है, उनको आप घर जाने को भी बोल सकते हैं, फॉलोअप के लिए बाद में आने को भी बोल सकते हैं। सो दिस इज द T3 and T4 is expectant category. So depending on the number of casualties, it is decided how you are going to handle these casualties एंड आपके पास हॉस्पिटल स्ट्रेंथ कितनी है, स्टाफ कितना है, रूम्स कितने हैं, उसके ऊपर ये डिपेंडेंट होगा, निर्भर होगा कि आप कितने लोगों को एडमिट रख सकते हो और किस तरीके की ट्रीटमेंट दे सकते हो. सो दिस इज़ द इम्पॉर्टेंस ऑफ ट्रायज. अभी इसमें मुझे एक ही बात बतानी है कि ये जो अपनी मिनिमल ट्रीटमेंट ग्रुप है और ये दोनों ग्रुप है, इसमें से अगर रेडिएशन का डैमेज किसी को हुआ है, थोड़ा भी डोज मिला है 1.5, 1.5, तो ये सब लोग एकदम T4 कैटेगरी में जा सकते हैं, नॉट रिस्पॉन्डिंग वाले कैटेगरी में, क्योंकि रेडिएशन के डैमेज के बाद वो रिस्पॉन्ड कैसे करेंगे ट्रीटमेंट को, हेमाटोपाइटिक डैमेज के बाद कैसा रिस्पॉन्ड करेंगे, ये जब तक उनका डोज पता नहीं चलता तब तक हम लोग प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते हैं. ये सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है. ये नॉन मेडिकोज भी प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हैं. इसमें ऐसा है टाइम टू एमएसएस, जिसको हम वॉमिटिंग बोलते हैं. अभी वॉमिटिंग ऐसे साइन है, किसी को टेंशन आ गया तो भी वॉमिटिंग होगा, ब्लास्ट हो गया उसका अगर धुआं है तो वो भी वॉमिटिंग करेगा, किसी को ऐसे ही एंजाइटी से या ये सब देख के भी वॉमिटिंग आएगा. अभी अगर हम लोग इतनी अहमियत वॉमिटिंग को दे रहे हैं तो वो कैसे करेंगे? सो वी आर नॉट सीइंग ओनली वॉमिटिंग विच इज़ नॉट स्टॉपिंग बाय द नॉर्मल counseling or treatment along with our lymphocyte Andrews nomogram. We are charting the rate of fall of lymphocyte. अगर उसके lymphocyte blood के जो हम हर 6 घंटे में कर रहे हैं CBC, वो भी फॉल हो रहे हैं और उसको वॉमिटिंग बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है, जो कि नॉर्मल ट्रीटमेंट वॉमिटिंग का जो हम दे रहे हैं उससे भी सबसाइड नहीं हो रही है, तो ये दो चीज़ें देखकर हम लोग अप्रॉक्सीमेट उसका डोज डिसाइड कर सकते हैं. अगर 10 मिनट के अंदर अंदर कोई बहुत ज़्यादा वॉमिटिंग कर रहा है, वो बिल्कुल ही थम नहीं रही है वॉमिटिंग और उसका CBC भी दिखा रहा है कि लिम्फोसाइट्स कम हो रहे हैं, तो उसका डोज काफ़ी ज़्यादा है. 10 से 30 मिनट में अगर हो रहा है 10 to 30 मिनट्स, देन द डोज इज अराउंड, दिस इज अप्रॉक्सीमेट 6 to 8 gray, less than 1 hour is 4 to 6 gray, 1 to 2 hours is 2 to 4 gray, after 2 hours is less than 2 gray, which is mild ARS. Now you come here, if there is no vomiting, then the dose is quite less than 1 gray, you can do outpatient department, no need to admit. If it is in 2 to 3 hours, the dose can be more than 1 gray, surveillance in a general hospital followed by hospitalization. After later on, if after 3 weeks his counts are falling, then you hospitalize him. Vomiting in 1 to 2 hours, the dose is quite high, then you have to give hematological support, and vomiting in less than 1 hour, the dose is more than 4 gray, then you have to see what treatment you are going to give him and admit him in a specialized center. This is what I was talking about, the Andrews nomogram. So you can see here the normal number of lymphocytes, and this is versus the days. So this is in 24 hours, this is in 48 hours. So we plot the rate of fall of lymphocytes. Now if earlier the lymphocytes were 2000, and you can see in one day they have become 500 in 24 hours, and then they have become 100 in 48 hours, the dose is lethal, around 7.1 gray. So this is a chart which you can refer. So this, if it goes only to 1500, then it is in the normal range. If it comes to around 1000, then it is moderate ARS, and the dose is less than 3 gray. So this pattern of early lymphocyte response in relation to dose. Lymphocyte मतलब blood के cells, जैसा मैंने आपको पहले बताया था. तो ये ग्राफ आप डॉक्टर्स प्लॉट करके देख सकते हैं एंड अप्रॉक्सीमेट डोज डिसाइड कर सकते हैं. अभी ये जो हमने क्लिनिकल डोसीमेट्री मैंने आपको बताया था, जिसमें हम नॉशिया, वॉमिटिंग, सेल काउंट्स एंड स्किन रिएक्शंस ये देखते हैं, वैसे ही बायोलॉजिकल डोसीमेट्री भी होता है और पर्सनल डोसीमीटर्स जो आपको सुबह बताया गया था, डायरेक्ट रीडिंग डोसीमीटर्स या TLD बैजेस, ये फिजिकल डोसीमेट्री में आते हैं. बायोलॉजिकल में हम लोग ब्लड सैंपल लेते हैं और लिम्फोसाइट्स को डायसेंट्रिक जो क्रोमोसोम्स होते हैं उनका स्टडी करते हैं, और वो स्टडी करने के बाद वो कितना डोज मिला है उसको, या हाउ मच वाज द डोज रिसीव्ड, दैट वी ट्राई टू सी. So this is all from me. So if you have any difficulties, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, ma'am. If after gross contamination with radionuclides, the clothes are removed and kept in double-layered yellow bag, how will be disposing that bag? How to dispose that?
So all those clothes have to be washed again, decontaminated again, and the water has to be kept separate, and depending on the radionuclide and the half-life of the radionuclide, you will be guided by the DAE authorities about the disposal. It will be treated as a liquid waste, liquid radioactive waste.
Yes, that liquid radioactive waste is to be kept till we get the instructions from the atomic authorities?
Yes, yeah, it has to be contained in drums, and it has to be kept little away from your usual places of work, and then you will be guided, depending on the type of radionuclide, you will be guided by the DA authorities about how to deal with the liquid radioactive waste.
Okay, again, ma'am, if they are excreta like urine and all, stool, that will be also containing.
Yeah, sir, so that will be of concern only in case of internal radioactive contamination. So if that will be going too much in detail, but since you have asked, I'm going to tell you. So internal radioactive contamination is ingestion or inhalation where the radionuclide is entering inside the body. So it will be excreted. Now such a patient we have to keep in a place where the toilets are separate. So normally the contamination is not to the extent that it will cause death or something, or it will be harmful to the doctors treating him, but yes, he can excrete, it can come through the sweat. So isolation of such a patient is very important, and if there is a facility where the washrooms are separate, where he will take bath or where he will go and pass his urine and stool, because that is the importance of having personal decontamination centers at various hospitals in case we need to do external decontamination, with attached at least 2 rooms for people who will be internally contaminated, for whom if we keep them admitted, we have to have a separate facility for the drainage.
That drainage will be connected to our STP plant, or that
normally not, sir, because if you are aware, when we similar case, but treatment point of view, at RMC when we are treating patients, you give them radioiodine for treatment.
Yes,
so it is internal contamination.
Yes.
So we keep them admitted and isolated, till a particular level of radiation is particular level of contamination is reduced. So even they are kept where, and the tanks are separate, even the whatever the
it will not go
excreta.
to STP then?
There are AERB limits of how much level you can disperse in the regular tanks. So those limits have to be followed, and like I told you, the half-life of the radionuclide involved. So in case of iodine, at least it has to be stored for 8 days, and after 8 days it can be, kind of.
Okay, thank
so,
you.
So same way like you give treatment with internal radionuclides, that is for treatment purpose, but if there is an accidental ingestion, same way we have to treat them. So those facilities should be available. As long as the facilities are not available.
In my setup, suppose in my setup such incidents happens, it is not happening, but if it happens and I am just taking out the cloths and putting in double-layered yellow bag, I am keeping it, tying it, keeping it, I'll have to wait till I get instruction from the atomic department
Yes, sir,
when
yes,
to
sir.
dispose that.
Double plastic bags are enough, and you can
But
keep
I
it.
will have to dispose somewhere, or I'll keep in isolated.
You have to keep it isolated, and then you have to take advice from the DAE personnel, actually it can be washed, and if like 2 or 3 half-lives are already over, and if they will monitor, and if it is seen that the levels are below detectable or very less, then it can be normally washed and used.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam, if anybody is found or any radiation worker is found exposed to radiation, so is there any first aid facility for this? Means we are already provided with pocket dosimeter is already provided. From there, can you find the limit? Means how much gray received when exposed?
Direct reading dosimeters will directly tell you the dose. TLD batches are sent
So it will take TLD base. It will take time, na? It will send to some institute or.
some lag is there, but if it is acute radiation syndrome and if you start first of all, it is very, very unlikely that in any institute that unless the source is open or there is some malicious intent that somebody will get such a great dose that he will have overexposure to the tune of more than 1 grade. So all the exposures less than that, even up to 100 millisievert, are not going to cause any symptoms to this person. So even if we take around 1 or 2 months, it doesn't matter. So what we are doing, or the research has involved with this, that AERB takes those readings from the TLD batches of all the even people who are working in public domain. So if the radiation levels, if the exposure levels are low, then they are above 100 millisievert, then they are called for a medical examination, and we are doing chromosomal aberration testing. And if that comes positive, then the worker is advised to not to work in radiation area.
At site, can you decide that whether to rush to medical or at the site you can do some arrangement for as first aid? So which material will? Due to lack of awareness, people whenever they heard about radiation, they run away. Means it is like that. So, from the pocket dosimeter, instantly you cannot take decision. This is the case is severe or normal. From the pocket dosimeter, dosimeter is then a pocket dosimeter. So instantly it will show the radiation level. So from there, can you decide anything whether it is normal? Which matters we will refer to ARB and which matters we will refer to DAE. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. I have a question here.
No.
Radioactive substance. What do we have to do? Whether we do the stomach wash or gastrilitis? DPH only. Yes, ma'am.
After collection of the vomitus or gastric juice, we preserve it, then we have to send it to somewhere or in to lab. Because we can't preserve it for more than 24 hours, no? It is a contaminated gastric washing.
मैम एक्सक्यूज मी हियर जो एनआरई का ट्रायज होता है और नॉर्मल ट्रायज होता है उसमें क्या अलग होता है? स्पेशली जो हम लोग करते हैं, रेस्पोंडर लोग सब करते हैं, नॉर्मल ट्रायज करते हैं, लेकिन एनआरई का ट्रायज आपने जो बताया अभी वो अलग होता है, उसमें क्या डिफरेंसेस है?
हेलो, हाँ, एनआरई का जो ट्रायज वो थोड़ा लेट स्टार्ट होगा व्हेन यू विल कम टू नो दैट रेडिएशन इज इन्वॉल्व, राइट? First, at the instance when you are doing triage, it will be a normal triage only, right? So when you have taken them to hospital and you have started doing their CBC, and then you are finding out, then you know that even the person who had minimal injuries, who was T1 probably, and the person who had, you could have otherwise told him to go home, but if he has a radiation injury, now let me tell you, the beauty of this is that even hematopoietic 1 to 8 gray range, actual symptoms start after 2 to 3 weeks, because it is not the cells which are circulating right now which are affected, they are mature cells. It is the stem cells which are affected. So these stem cells will come into circulation after 2 to 3 weeks. So the latent period of 2 to 3 weeks is still there. So that person may not have the symptoms actually immediately, right? So then the triage category changes according to the dose which he has received. Are you getting me? So 1.5 gray से कम जिसको मिला है या 1 gray से कम जिसको मिला है, his triage category will not change. But if you see somebody, you suspect a radiological event, you see somebody who has no other injuries but vomiting, less than 10 minutes, profuse vomiting which is not stopping, then the triage category, then this radiological triage will come into being, and the triage category without any injury may be different.
जैसे कि मैम हम लोग रेस्पोंडर लोग हैं, कहाँ पे आरडीडी ब्लास्ट हो गया, हम लोग तो वहाँ पे काम करते हैं,
हाँ.
तो हम लोग का काम होता है कि उनको मेडिकल इमरजेंसी के लिए भेज देना है।
करेक्ट।
वो हम लोग पूरा मॉनिटरिंग करके रिमॉनिटरिंग करके उनको भेजते हैं। बाकी जिसको इमरजेंसी हो गया उनको तो डायरेक्टली भेज देते हैं सिनेरियो के बेसिक पे। उसका इफेक्ट हमारे ऊपर आएगा क्या?
बिल्कुल नहीं आएगा, बिल्कुल नहीं आएगा। जैसा कि मैंने कहा 2 टाइप की इंजरी होती है, एक कंटेमिनेशन और एक गेटिंग द डोज। अभी गेटिंग द डोज, जिसको डोज मिल गया है, अगेन मैं सेम एग्जांपल आपको देती हूँ। आप एक्सरे करने जाते हो, आपको एक्सरे का डोज मिलता है, आप बाहर आ जाते हो। आर यू रेडियो एक्टिव? नो। आर यू कंटिन्यूसली एमिटिंग रेडिएशन?
नो।
इज देयर एनी हैजर्ड फॉर एनी अदर पर्सन हु हैज नॉट अंडरगॉन एक्सरे फ्रॉम यू? नो। सो आपको 0.04 या 0.01 मिलीसीवर्ट का डोज वहाँ मिला है, यहाँ किसी को ज़्यादा डोज मिला है, ठीक है, तो उसको एक्सेसिव एक्सपोजर हो गया। कंटेमिनेशन का अगेन आई एम टेलिंग यू, कंटेमिनेशन एक्सटर्नल और इंटरनल, इट इज़ नेवर लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग, नॉट इवन टू द पर्सन हु इज कंटेमिनेटेड, फॉरगेट अबाउट द पीपल हु आर ट्रीटिंग हिम। सो रेस्ट अश्योर्ड, you have to treat the people think that they are contaminated, you know that they are contaminated. It will be better if you get time to wear your PPE and to protect you so that you can help many more people. But आपके लिए इसको कोई भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होनी चाहिए।
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Sir, we should stop now. हाँ।
Thank you, ma'am, for your nuanced stance on the medical percipients of radiation. Now we are going to have a 15-minute tea break. During the tea break, I request the recipients of certificates to approach the volunteers at the registration desk located outside the auditorium premises for spell checking. Thank you.
I don't know whether it was audible or not. I'm just again repeating the same thing. Our volunteers who were at the registration desk told me that about 30% names were spelled incorrectly. And we are going to write the certificate names, the names on your certificate. So if the names are incorrect, that will be inappropriate to write. So I request all of you to kindly check your names at the registration counter. If your name was written correctly, then you don't have to go there. If your name was not correct, then please tell our volunteers to correct the name, so that we can write the certificates and distribute tomorrow. Thank you so much.
पार्थार्थी इधर आ जाइए. लॉक नहीं होता है. ये फोल्डर 2?
हाँ, ये पैक कर दो। कौन सा है उसमें था? यस नाइजर, उसमें होगा TOT एंड पोस्ट मेटल हो गया।
देयर आर 2, 17 वाला होना चाहिए।
जो लास्ट में था ना,
यही है,
ये लास्ट फाइनल वाला है क्या?
फाइनल वाला है। इसको कॉपी कर लेना चाहिए ना हम लोग को।
उसमें से चलेगा,
चला दे।
हाँ, पहले तो
बट ये लगेगा नहीं ना, कॉपी करना ही पड़ेगा।
पेन ड्राइव उस तरफ लगा लेंगे।
अच्छा, पेन नहीं, कॉपी कर लेता हूँ ना।
हाँ, सिस्टम में
बेटर है कॉपी करना। एक मिनट रुको।
ये सर 20-20 का 3 करेंगे, 20-20 का 3 ग्रुप कर देंगे।
नहीं, अभी ग्रुप सब हटाना पड़ेगा।
क्या करेंगे फिर? वो एक ही साथ वो फिर कर देंगे।
हाँ, एक साथ क्वेश्चन आंसर करना।
हाँ, वो इससे सबसे
मैडम
डिस्प्ले क्यों नहीं आ रहा?
ଆସିଲେଣି ଆପଣ ସେଇ ଅଡିଟୋରିୟମ୍ ପାଖକୁ ଗେଟ୍ ପାଖରେ କହିବେ, ଗେଟ୍ ପାଖରେ ମୁଁ କହିଦେଉଛି,
अच्छा,
ସେଠି ତାଙ୍କୁ କହିଦେବେ
इस पे
ଆଜି
होगा।
ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରାम ପାଇଁ
इस पे है।
ऑडिटोरियम
मुझे बस ये दिखाइए
उसका
इनका।
आंसर है।
नहीं, आंसर तो हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे वही वाला है।
ये
मतलब अनिरुद्ध ने कब दिया? एक्चुअली वी हैव डिस्कस दिस थिंग ऑन 16th। उसके बाद ये आंसर्स फ्रेम किए हम लोग। 16 को दिया है ना, आफ्टरनून में दिया होगा, ये फोरनून में। यस,
ये इधर साउंड सिस्टम किधर है, लाइट का सिस्टम किधर है, हम प्रोग्राम के लिए थोड़ा बात
बस
करेंगे।
कर लीजिएगा, आधे घंटे में खत्म हो जाएगा।
आपका?
उसके हाँ, ये उसके बाद
अच्छा,
फिर आपके लिए ही आ जाएगा।
हाँ, ठीक है,
ठीक है। एक्चुअली क्या है कि फिर
अभी
डिस्टर्ब हो
कहाँ से आप किससे
मैं
बात
भेज
कर
दूंगा कंसर्न अमरेंद्र दास
नहीं,
है।
हम ग्रीन रूम में है, बैकअप।
हाँ, एक बार अमरेंद्र को फोन करिए ना, प्रोफेसर अमरेंद्र को फोन करिए।
अच्छा,
नंबर है आपके पास?
हाँ,
हाँ, उनको फोन करिए, ही इज कोऑर्डिनेटिंग।
ओके।
उसके बाद हम हैंडओवर ही कर देंगे।
अच्छा, ठीक है। नहीं, हम थोड़ा देख लेंगे,
नहीं,
टेस्ट
वो
करना है।
बराबर है, बट
Sound
जब
वगैरह
तक ये चल रहा है तब तक संभव नहीं है ना वैसे। ये वही मैं सोच रहा था, उसके बाद ही देख रहा हूँ क्वेश्चन।
सेम यहाँ पर जो भी क्वेश्चन वगैरह है ना,
अभी हम लोग क्या बोलने वाले ना, अभी हम लोग बोलेंगे
उनको सिनेरियो एक्सप्लेन कर देंगे।
सिनेरियो एक्सप्लेन करके इसे क्वेश्चन आंसर कर दे रहे हैं, और कुछ करना नहीं है। ठीक है।
नहीं तो फिर मान लो कि ये लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हो गया, या फास्ट रेस्पॉन्डर का काम है और एक मेडिकल का काम है। इसमें भी मान लो कि हर कुछ नहीं करेंगे।
नहीं, ऐसे करके नहीं दिया था ना उसने।
हाँ?
उसने सिर्फ 15 क्वेश्चन दिए थे, आई थिंक। नहीं, नोटिफाइड वाला नहीं है दोस्त, यही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ। दिस इज नॉट द करेक्ट। हाँ, दिस इज नॉट द करेक्ट वन। रुक जाओ। बस ये बंद ना हो जाए मेरा बीच में। इट इज ऑन द वर्क ऑफ डिस्चार्ज।
नहीं, शायद तो उन्होंने भेजा था, लेकिन वो मुझे लगा कि सेम ही है शायद।
नहीं, यही दिस इज व्हाट आई एम कंफर्मिंग यू ना। ये भी मैंने शायद नोटिफाइड वाला ही मैंने भी डाउनलोड नहीं किया उसका भी।
उसके साथ भेज है तो एक बार थोड़ा देख लो, क्योंकि उसमें मैंने कॉपी तो कर लिया था।
ये अपसाइड है,
उसमें देखो, उसको छोड़ दो।
ये निकालेंगे नहीं तब तक आएगा नहीं।
ये प्रोडक्ट में चलो वही सेम
नाइजर कॉपी है ना,
नाइजर कॉपी वाला उसमें डालो। ये दोनों में से एक हो सकता है।
17 वाला होगा, बट इसका प्रिंट अभी किधर निकलेगा? ये भी नहीं है।
ये नहीं, मैंने तो शायद वो सेम ही भेज दिया था।
चलो कोई बात नहीं, लीव इट। एक काम करते हैं, वो दिखाओ आप मुझे जहाँ तक याद है मैं उतना हट चेंज कर दूँगा।
क्वेश्चंस कम किए थे।
एकदम कम कर दिए हैं बस। फर्स्ट ये एकदम वो है ही नहीं, ये 3 इंजेक्शन आपने ये देखा ही नहीं इसका मतलब।
नहीं मैंने देखा, डाउनलोड किया, मुझे
नहीं,
लगा कि
ओनली
शायद
15 क्वेश्चंस, ओनली 1 इंजेक्ट, देयर आर ओनली 1 इंजेक्ट।
किसमें, इसमें पीपीटी में?
देखो ना, देयर इज वन, द फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्डर्स अगर सबका इंटीग्रेट कर दिया हम लोगों ने।
अच्छा, ओनली 15 क्वेश्चन शायद है ना, तो वो क्वेश्चन सेम ही होगा ना, व्हिच एजेंसी?
नहीं नहीं सेम नहीं है, कुछ कुछ चेंज किया है,
मतलब आंसर्स में चेंज किया है,
क्वेश्चंस भी चेंज किए हैं, मैं देख रहा हूँ कहाँ पर है।
मुझे तो लगभग सेम ही लगा, मैं एक बार वो चेक कर रहा था। तक तो सेम ही शायद।
OIL 1 में, OIL 2 में अल्फा बीटा पे कंटेमिनेशन की क्या लिमिट्स है? बेक्वेल पर सेंटीमीटर क्यूब मालूम है, याद आ रहा है?
0.37.4 कंटेमिनेशन लेवल
अल्फा और बीटा के लिए,
मतलब किस
ये रेडियोलॉजिकल OIL 1 और OIL 2 तो दोनों में एप्लीकेबल है, न्यूक्लियर और रेडियोलॉजिकल।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, मतलब
तो उसमें लिमिट्स क्या है?
एक्सेप्टेबल लिमिट है,
एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं बोलते। OIL 1 कब इन्वोक हो रहा है, OIL 2 केस कब हो रहा है, इंटरवेंशंस कब रिक्वायर, OIL मतलब ऑपरेशनल इंटरवेंशन लेवल्स, ये पढ़ा है कभी?
हाँ वो पढ़ा है, तो एग्जैक्टली वो नंबर याद नहीं मुझे।
नहीं, OIL 1 के केस में क्या है?
अभी लिमिट का तो शायद वो इतना कुछ ही नहीं है ना,
तो नहीं आएगा, लेकिन OIL के केस में क्या क्या प्रिकॉशंस, मतलब क्या क्या रिकमेंडेशंस है ERB की, वो थोड़ा रहेगा रिलेटेड। कोई बात नहीं, इसी से मैनेज करते हैं, चलो।
हाँ बात लो कौन? हाँ 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 हाँ, अच्छा अच्छा, ओके, हाँ 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 हाँ, ओके ओके, हाँ 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 हाँ, ये पठे दे मन करियो। ओके, मीटिंग है गला जी? अच्छा, केबे गला केते रेट को? अच्छा हाँ हो गला काली से टीम मन करी पठे कर देबा। नहीं नहीं, आमर तो चलती आज सन्ध्या हो 8टा खंडे हो, काली सेमती अच्छी आ, काली मैंने बाहर सन्ध्या हम। हाँ ठीक है।
कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हम सीक्वेंसिंग ऊपर नीचे हो रही है, बट विल मैनेज। लीव इट, अभी लास्ट मोमेंट में करेंगे तो फिर उसमें होगा, लीव इट, इसी में मैनेज करते हैं, ठीक है? जी, मैं एक इस इंजेक्ट के बाद ना, इसके बाद हम लोग साथ में चलेंगे। कुछ जल्दी तो नहीं है आपको अभी? हाँ हाँ, इसके बाद चलेंगे, अदरवाइज ये थोड़ा सा डिले चल रहा है ना, इसको रैप अप कर लेते हैं।
दे आर डूइंग, बट अभी जब एंड करेंगे आज का तो उनको ये जरूर कन्वे कर देंगे कि कल का जो है लेक्चर, मतलब कल का शेड्यूल है ना, 9 बजे से जो लेक्चर है कि वो उधर है, उस वाला जो है ना, वो उनको डॉक्टर्स के लिए है
कहाँ पर?
ना, दैट नीड्स टू बी कन्वेड फर्स्ट थिंग। हाँ, तो सेकंड थिंग हमारा जो डिस्प्ले आपका जो सेटअप, आप कितना वो बात होगी इनसे
इंस्ट्रूमेंट सर है हमारे पास।
सर मैं इधर सब गड़बड़ है, मैं थोड़ा इधर देख लेने दीजिए, क्योंकि वो क्या है ना कि सर वो प्रिंट आउट पुराना वाला आ गया है सर।
अच्छा,
वो हाँ
चलो टेबल अगर छोटा टेबल लगभग सर 2-3 करोड़ सेट सर, एक तो इंस्ट्रूमेंट के जैसे टेलीविजन फिर वो एक आ जाएगा।
डिस्प्ले करेंगे तो उसमें से कुछ हटाना है जो आप, हाँ वही डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे, उनसे उनके साथ कर लीजिए जस्ट। बस एक बार बैठ जाए, क्वेश्चन आंसर ही रखते हैं इसमें।
और ये कर देंगे क्या उसको, जो कल का सर बोल रहे थे जो अनाउंसमेंट है ना, कितने बजे स्टार्ट होगा क्या?
हाँ वो कर देंगे, लास्ट में करा देंगे, कल का करा देंगे।
आज थोड़ा 2 आवर्स लेट चले ना,
मैनेज प्रॉपरली करना चाहिए था, लोग दूर से भी आए हैं
इनकी तरफ से ये जो मैनेजमेंट टीम्स करते तो थोड़ा
ऑर्गेनाइजर की तरफ
कोई है ही नहीं।
दो ठीक है, क्या बोलेंगे, जब हम थर्ड पार्टी पे डिपेंडेंट रहते हैं ना तो ये सब इश्यूज आते हैं। वी आर नॉट हैविंग फुल कंट्रोल, हम लोग को चैनल के थ्रू
हाँ हर एक चीज़ के लिए हम लोग पूछना पड़ेगा, वही दिक्कत है ना।
दिस इज सीरियस प्रॉब्लम, कुछ कर नहीं सकते। इसमें रेडिएशन इमरजेंसी लिखा है, बट वी विल नॉट बी टॉकिंग अबाउट रेडिएशन इमरजेंसी और रेडियोलॉजिकल। ये छोटे छोटे इश्यूज हैं जो कि पीपीटी में क्लियर होने चाहिए। छोटे नहीं, इनफैक्ट बड़े इशू हैं। इफ समबडी लिटरली
ये लोग समझ नहीं रहे, जो एक एडवांटेज से हमारे बस कोई
आगे क्या बाहर हो, कोई और है क्या, मतलब कि ज़्यादा लोग हैं क्या बाहर? जस्ट एक बार देख लें बाहर। हाँ एक दे देंगे उनको, पब्लिक मैनेजर की दिक्कत होगा, क्वेश्चन आंसर करना है ना। मैं इससे बोल दूँगा, मैं बेटर है। कहाँ भी वॉलंटियर्स थे ना यहाँ पे, हेलो मिस्टर सागर। अभी क्या है ना, इसको नमस्कार, मैं दीपक शर्मा, क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट ग्रुप डीआई। सो अभी हम लोग लास्ट सेशन में पहुंच चुके हैं इस दिन के, जो कि टेबल टॉप एक्सरसाइज। अभी चूँकि समय का अभाव है, इस वजह से जिस नियमित तरीके से हम इसको करते हैं उस तरीके से ना करके थोड़ा इसके जो रूल ऑफ एंगेजमेंट है उसमें परिवर्तन किया गया है। पहले क्या करते थे, हम लोग टीम बना के उसकी ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करते थे, सिनेरियो देते थे, उसके इंजेक्ट्स देते थे, और फिर आपकी तरफ से जो रेस्पॉन्सेज आते थे उसको हम एवेल्युएट करते थे। बट सिंस हमारे पास समय का अभाव है, तो अभी हम डायरेक्ट आपको सिनेरियो देंगे, सिनेरियो को एक्सप्लेन करेंगे, उसके बाद आपको इंजेक्ट्स देंगे, एंड उन इंजेक्ट्स के बेसिस पे हम क्वेश्चन आंसर करेंगे, तो सो दैट कि थोड़ा इंटरेक्टिव सेशन रहेगा, एंड आपकी तरफ से जो फीडबैक आएगा उसको हम देखेंगे कि वेदर इट इज़ मैच आवर स्टैंडर्ड रेस्पॉन्स, और उसके ऊपर कोई वैल्यूएडिशन की ज़रूरत है तो हम अपने एक्सपर्ट्स की हेल्प और लेंगे। सो आई होप जल्दी इसको करते हैं, स्टार्ट करने स्टार्ट करते हैं। So objective, as you can see here, that is a very standard objectives: test knowledge, awareness of roles and responsibilities, test communication mechanism with respect to the response hierarchy, test coordination among stakeholders, discuss appropriateness of response and decisions. So we can go ahead. So conduct of tabletop exercise, as I have already told, we are deviating from our original way of doing this exercise. So directly we are going to present a scenario. So scenario one इस तरीके से है कि an explosion occurs in the middle of the crowded bus depot in your district. आपके डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक भीड़ भाड़ वाले इलाके में एक एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है। आप इसको ध्यान से पढ़िएगा, इसके हर एक वर्ड इंपॉर्टेंट है। एक एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है भीड़ भाड़ वाले इलाके में, जो कि बस डिपो के पास हुआ है, बस डिपो में हुआ है इनफैक्ट। दिस डिपो इज लोकेटेड क्लोज टू सेवरल मार्केट एंड रेजिडेंशियल कॉलोनीज। करेक्ट, ये आपको क्लियर होगा। ये डिपो आप कहाँ पे लोकेटेड है, जहाँ जिसके सराउंडिंग में मार्केट्स हैं और रेजिडेंशियल कॉलोनीज हैं। Within 1 minute of explosion, the police control room has received an anonymous call. एक anonymous call आया है पुलिस कंट्रोल रूम को about this explosion. The caller claims that explosion contains radioactive material. कॉलर ने जो anonymous call है वो बोलता है कि इस explosion में radioactive material है। And the last explosion occurred at 10 AM on Sunday. सुबह 10 बजे रविवार को हुआ है, when number of passenger is the highest. उस जिले में, उस डिपो में 10 बजे रविवार को जनरली पैसेंजर्स बहुत ज़्यादा होते हैं, क्राउड बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। नेक्स्ट, सो टिपिकल अगर पिक्टोरियल वे में आप देखेंगे तो आप ये देख सकते हैं, आप कोई एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, कोई भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट ले लेते हैं, उसका एक डिपो है, चारों तरफ आप उसका सिनेरियो देख लीजिए, मार्केट हैं, रेजिडेंशियल कॉलोनीज हैं, एंड काफ़ी पैसेंजर्स आपको दिखेंगे, बीच में एक एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है। एंड उसका अगर आप मैप में देखेंगे तो इसके बाद में मैं आपको एक्सप्लेन करूंगा इस मैप का मतलब क्या है। ये कि आपको ठीक है, यहाँ पे एक हाउसिंग सोसाइटी के पास में आपको लोकेशन दिख रही है, वो आपका डिपो है, और जो रेड मार्क इलाका है वहाँ पे वो पूरा एरिया इससे ग्रसित हुआ है एक्सप्लोजन से, और वो वेजिटेबल मार्केट आपको साथ में दिख रहा है, एंड पास में एक रिवर भी दिख रही है, ठीक है। और आप याद करिए कि कॉलर ने आपको बोला है कि रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल भी है, एक्सप्लोजन में रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल उसने बोला है, ठीक है। तो इसको एक बार फिर से देख लीजिए आप, ठीक है। तो अब डायरेक्टली हम इंजेक्ट्स पे जाएंगे। सिनेरियो आपको क्लियर हो गया या फिर एक बार रिपीट कर दूं मैं? पीछे एक स्लाइड एक बार रिपीट कर देता हूं, पीछे बैक। So an explosion occurs in the middle of the crowded bus depot in your district. This depot is located close to several markets and residential colonies. Within 1 minute of the explosion, the police control room has received an anonymous call. The caller claims that the explosion contains radioactive material. The explosion occurred at 10 AM on Sunday when the number of passengers is the highest. Okay, so we'll directly go into injects. So these are the injects. तो अभी क्या करेंगे हम, पॉसिबली कोशिश करेंगे जितने भी हमारे डाइवर्स ग्रुप हैं, हमें मालूम है यहाँ पे कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर्स भी यहाँ पे हैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट से, पुलिस ऑफिसर्स भी यहाँ पे हैं, रेस्पॉन्डर्स भी हैं और ड्राफ्ट, एंड अदर फायर रेस्क्यू सर्विसेज हैं, एंड अदर लाइन एजेंसीज भी यहाँ पे हैं। तो हम कोशिश करेंगे सभी से इन क्वेश्चंस को उनसे पुटअप करेंगे। तो पहला क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं, विच एजेंसीज नीड टू बी इमीडिएटली इन्फॉर्म सिनेरियो। सो ये क्वेश्चन चूंकि पहला कॉल पुलिस को आया है, तो मैं चाहता हूं कोई पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट से कोई पर्सन हो या कोई ऑफिसर हो, वो इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर करे। विच एजेंसी नीड टू बी इमीडिएटली इन्फॉर्म्ड इन दिस सिनेरियो। पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट से हो या इमरजेंसी ऑपरेशन सेंटर डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हो, को इन दोनों कैटेगरी में से जो भी पर्सन यहाँ पे हैं कृपया हाथ रेस करें और इसका जवाब अगर दे सके तो। नहीं तो मेरे पास नेम भी है, मैं नेम से फिर कॉल करता हूँ। एनीवन? कोई इसका जवाब देना चाहेगा? यस प्लीज, उधर दे दें माइक। तो पहला क्वेश्चन है, विच एजेंसी नीड टू बी इमीडिएटली इन्फॉर्म्ड इन दिस सिनेरियो। और पहले आप अपना परिचय दे दें, आप किस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से, उसके बाद हम स्टार्ट करेंगे।
सर मेरा नाम है सुकांत दास, डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोजेक्ट ऑफिसर पूरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट उड़ीसा। इसमें पहले तो पुलिस को ही आना पड़ेगा क्योंकि उनको कॉर्डन अप करना है उस एरिया को। और
नहीं, आप प्रोजेक्ट ऑफिसर है, ठीक है, तो ये इमीडिएट आप किस रोल पे इसको जवाब दे रहे हैं? मतलब यू आर रेस्पॉन्डिंग एज अ पुलिस ऑफिसर और
ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ डिस्ट्रिक्ट इमरजेंसी ऑपरेशन
EOC के बिहाफ पे, ठीक है।
तो पहले उस जगह को कॉर्डन अप करने के लिए पुलिस को आना पड़ेगा उस जगह को। पुलिस हो सके तो फायर सर्विसेज और हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट भी आना चाहिए एम्बुलेंस के वजह से, और लोगों को जो इंजर्ड होंगे उनको भी नियरेस्ट हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट करना पड़ेगा। तो ये 3 मेजर डिपार्टमेंट है, पहले उनको काम करना पड़ेगा।
तो आपने बोला जैसे ही आपको ये कॉल आई आपके ऑपरेशन सेंटर पे, तो आपने 3 डिपार्टमेंट को इन्फॉर्म करना है। आपने बोला पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे, इमीडिएटली आप नेक्स्ट
कॉर्डन अप करेंगे उस एरिया को पहले।
ठीक है, वो आप पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे तो पुलिस विल डू द कोऑर्डिनेटिंग ऑफ अदर एक्टिविटीज। नेक्स्ट डिपार्टमेंट, व्हिच डिपार्टमेंट यू हैव टोल्ड? फायर सर्विसेज एंड थर्ड वन इज
हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट।
ठीक है, मेडिकल सर्विसेज के लिए आप जाएंगे। तो 3 डिपार्टमेंट को आप इन्फॉर्म करेंगे। उसके अलावा और कुछ तस्दीक करना चाहेंगे?
सर ये तो बस डिपो है, इसलिए ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट को भी हमको उसमें लाना पड़ेगा।
ठीक है, ठीक है, थैंक यू। और कोई इस पे वैल्यूएशन करना चाहेंगे?
administration and to DAE. Sir, एक बार इस पे माइक पे बोलेंगे. We have to inform the administration and also to Department of Atomic Energy.
Okay. So Department of Atomic Energy आपने बोला just because of कि anonymous call ने आपको radioactive material का presence बोला था. Okay. So इसके अलावा कोई validation करना चाहेगा? Yes.
सर इसके साथ भी जो व्हीकल में जो ट्रेम कार्ड है, ट्रांसपोर्ट इमरजेंसी कार्ड, उसको भी
सर आपने सिनेरियो देखा होगा कि उसमें ट्रांसपोर्ट इमरजेंसी का कोई जिक्र हुआ है क्या?
हाँ, जो एक्सप्लोजन हुआ जो
वो बस में हुआ है, उसमें कोई ट्रांसपोर्ट इमरजेंसी या ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ फ्रिक्वेंट मटेरियल ऐसा तो कुछ उसने बताया नहीं आई थिंक. और आपने पिक्चर देखी होगी, वहाँ ट्रांसपोर्ट रिलेटेड कोई अभी इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके पास है नहीं. बस डिपो में हुआ है एक्सप्लोजन.
डिपो में तो है, तो कोई तो इन्फॉर्मेशन होगा इमरजेंसी प्लान का और डिकंटामिनेशन प्लान, तो वही प्लान हमको मिलना चाहिए.
और कोई इसमें एक लिंक इसमें छूट रहा है, आप उसको ध्यान नहीं दे रहे हैं. आप सिनेरियो को फिर से याद करिए, उसमें क्या बोला गया है वो आप, मुझे लग रहा है कि बाकी मैं सबको सम अप कर दूंगा. काफ़ी अच्छा रेस्पॉन्स यहाँ से भी आया कि आपने बोला कि आप पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे, फायर को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे और मेडिकल इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे. देन समबडी टोल्ड कि आप रेस्पॉन्सिबल ऑफिसर डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट होता है उसको इन्फॉर्म करेंगे. एंड सिंस कॉलर हैज सेड कि उसमें रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल हो सकता है, तो आप डीआई को भी, डीआई इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल रूम को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे. बट एक मिसिंग लिंक है, उसमें आप जस्ट एक सिनेरियो फिर से रिकैप करिए. देखिए ठीक है, तो
एक्चुअली किस टाइप का वो एक्सप्लोजन है, किस मटेरियल है, किस प्रकार का जो सब्सटेंस है, उसको पहले उसको देखना चाहिए. और सिंबल क्या है उसको थोड़ा
नहीं, ठीक है, मैं समझ गया. इसको मैं थोड़ा सम अप कर देता हूँ. आई थिंक काफ़ी हद तक आप लोगों ने सही जवाब दिया है. फर्स्ट, हमको किसी भी केस, एक्सप्लोजन का कोई केस हुआ है, थैंक यू सर, कोई एक्सप्लोजन केस हुआ है तो आपको इमीडिएटली लोकल पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करना ही है. फायर को और मेडिकल को करना है, वहाँ पे इंजर्ड भी हो सकते हैं और फायर रेस्क्यू, आपको वहाँ पे इंजर्ड को और पेशेंट्स को अगर शिफ्ट करना पड़े तो आपको रेस्क्यू पर्सन्स की भी जरूरत पड़ेगी. एट द सेम टाइम, जैसा कि साहब ने यहाँ से बोला है कि आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे. सिंस ये कॉल आई है आपके इमरजेंसी ऑपरेशन सेंटर में, तो आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट को इन्फॉर्म करेंगे बिकॉज ही इज द रेस्पॉन्सिबल ऑफिसर ऑफ योर डिस्ट्रिक्ट. इंपॉर्टेंट ये है कि आप ये देखें कि वो एनोनिमस कॉल है, उसने रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल होने की बात करी है, ये होक्स कॉल भी हो सकती है. तो एज अ इमरजेंसी ऑपरेशन सेंटर आप ये एस्टैब्लिश, अभी आप डायरेक्टली सारी एजेंसीज को इन्वॉल्व करें, ठीक है, लेकिन जो लोकल लेवल पे इन्फॉर्म करें दैट इज ओके. बट ये होक्स कॉल है या नहीं है वो असर्टेन करने के लिए आप क्या करेंगे? उसके लिए आपको इमीडिएटली, अगर आपके डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कोई भी टीम जो इक्विप्ड है रेडियोलॉजिकल असेसमेंट करने के लिए, आपकी लोकल पुलिस भी इक्विप्ड हो सकती है. देयर आर मेनी डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स, वहाँ पे उनके पास इक्विपमेंट्स हैं जो कि वो असर्टेन कर सकते हैं वहाँ रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल है या नहीं. अदरवाइज अगर नहीं है तब आप इसको इमीडिएटली डीआई कंट्रोल रूम में फ़ोन करके वहाँ का सपोर्ट लेंगे. एंड इमरजेंसी कंट्रोल रूम में फ़ोन करने के बाद हमारी जो रीजनल इमरजेंसी रिस्पॉन्स टीम है RERT, वो आपको रेस्पॉन्ड करेगी. बट वहाँ आने तक थोड़ा समय लगता है. उसके पहले आपको जो एक्शन लेने हैं वो एक्शन क्या लेने हैं, जैसा कि आपको लेक्चर में संजय कुमार साहब ने बताया कि आपको वो प्रिकॉशनरी स्टेप लेने हैं. होक्स कॉल मानते, होक्स कॉल हो भी सकती है बट हम इसको रियल सिनेरियो ही ट्रीट करेंगे जब तक कि अनटिल अनलेस इट इज प्रूव्ड रॉन्ग. करेक्ट? क्योंकि अगर आपको कोई होक्स कॉल बोलता है, जैसे सर ने बोला, अनटिल अनलेस इट इज प्रूव्ड कि ये होक्स कॉल है, हम उसको रियल सिनेरियो ही मानेंगे. तो इस केस में अगर होक्स कॉल है भी, मैं सुनना चाह रहा था कि आप ये बोलें कि होक्स कॉल भी हो सकता है. दिस इज व्हाई माय इंटेंशन वाज. होक्स कॉल है या नहीं है हम इसमें नहीं जाएंगे. विल टेक एज सीरियसली एज रियल इंसिडेंट. तो उस केस में हम लोग डेफिनेटली एक एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस लेंगे. अगर आपके लोकल पुलिस के पास ये क्षमता है कि रेडियोलॉजिकल असेसमेंट वहाँ पे अगर आप इमीडिएटली कुछ रीडिंग्स ले सकते हैं, अगर नहीं ले सकते तो आपको RERTs और नहीं तो नियरेस्ट NDRF की जो आपकी रीजनल RRCs हैं वहाँ से आपको हेल्प लेनी है. ठीक है? एंड उसके लिए आपको इमीडिएटली DAE कंट्रोल रूम में फ़ोन करना ही है. एंड RRC का भी नंबर आपके पास होता है, वहाँ पे कॉल करना है. ठीक है? हम इसको तब तक हॉक्स नहीं मानेंगे जब तक कि हम प्रूफ ना कर लें. ठीक है? नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Next question is, which agency will you contact for support in response and what logistics would you need? So इसका आंसर मैं चाहूँगा कोई भी responder agencies दे. Anyone? क्वेश्चन बहुत सिंपल है. which agency will you contact for support in response? मुझे लगता है थोड़ा बहुत हम इसको डिस्कस कर चुके हैं, बस मैं एक बार उसको फॉर्मली पूछ रहा हूँ. आपने बोला एनडीआरएफ, आपके पास आप कहाँ किस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से हैं? ओड्राफ से हैं। देखिए लोकल पुलिस सबसे पहले एनडीआरएफ के पास जाती है या फिर अपने स्टेट रेस्पॉन्स फोर्स के पास जाती है? ये मैं जस्ट आपसे प्रोटोकॉल पूछना चाह रहा हूँ। आपकी डिस्ट्रिक्ट डिजास्टर रेस्पॉन्स फोर्स भी हो सकती है, स्टेट डिजास्टर रेस्पॉन्स फोर्स भी हो सकती है, ठीक है। तो हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं कि आपका जो एसडीआरएफ है इन केस ऑफ योर ओड्राफ, तो वो उसको कॉल करे। अगर उसके पास वो क्षमता नहीं है देन विल गो फॉर नेक्स्ट लेवल एनडीआरएफ, और डेफिनेटली वी विल कॉल डीआई ईसीआर, ठीक है। क्योंकि वो एनडीआरएफ आपका एक फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्स के लिए आएगा, वहाँ पे रेस्पॉन्स के लिए आएगा, बट डीआई ईसीआर इज नेसेसरी रीजन। अगर वहाँ पे रेडियोलॉजिकल सिनेरियो है तो उसका डिटेल्ड असेसमेंट डीआई ईसीआर से मोबिलाइज होकर आरईआरटी जो हमारी है वही करेगी, ठीक है। तो एनडीआरएफ एंड डीआई ईसीआर।
थैंक यू।
और लॉजिस्टिक्स, वुड यू नीड लॉजिस्टिक्स के बारे में कुछ बताएंगे? एम्बुलेंस, ठीक है, आपने उसको कॉल कर ही दिया है। देखिए वो तो बहुत डायनेमिक सिनेरियो है, वो आपको जैसे ग्राउंड पे जाएंगे वो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपको जैसे आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन आई, आपने वहाँ पे अपनी पुलिस पार्टी और रेस्क्यू फोर्सेस दी, तो उसके बाद आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन फ्लड होती हुई रहेगी, आप बराबर कांटेक्ट में रहेंगे और आपको मालूम चलता रहेगा वहाँ पे सिनेरियो कितना गंभीर है। और आपकी गंभीरता हो सकता है आपको थोड़ी देर बाद मालूम चले, वो और गंभीर भी हो सकता है, और हो सकता है वो गंभीर नहीं है, कोई हॉक्स कॉल भी हो सकता है। तो वो एक डायनेमिक सिनेरियो, तो उसके हिसाब से आपका जो इंसिडेंट कमांडर है वो यहाँ पे डिसीजन लेगा। मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि अगर कोई एक्सप्लोजन होता है और ये मान के चलना है ये रेडियोलॉजिकल इवेंट है, तो उस केस में सबसे पहले आप क्या करेंगे, आपकी जो रेस्पॉन्डर फोर्स है, लोकल पुलिस है और ओड्राफ है, वो क्या करेगी, पहले हम कॉर्डन ऑफ करेंगे उस एरिया को, ठीक है। तो वो कॉर्डन ऑफ करने का जो साहब ने ऑलरेडी बताया है कि आप उस एरिया को कॉर्डन ऑफ, अगर आरडीडी सिनेरियो, दिस इज समथिंग काइंड ऑफ रेडियोलॉजिकल डिस्पर्सल डिवाइस, ठीक है, हम ये मान के चल रहे हैं या रेडियोलॉजिकल डिस्पर्सल डिवाइस आपकी अगर यहाँ पे स्पेशलाइज एजेंसी आ चुकी है, उसने कंफर्म कर दिया इन केस कि यहाँ पे रेडियोलॉजिकल इवेंट हुआ है, तो आपको उस कॉर्डनिंग एरिया जो आपको डिफाइन करना है एज पर द गाइडलाइंस आपको करना है। इन केस ऑफ आरडीडी हम लोगों ने एक मोटा मोटा थंब रूल क्या लिया था, 400 मीटर को हमको कॉर्डन ऑफ करना है, जहां पे हमको पब्लिक का एक्सेस नहीं देना है। पब्लिक एक्सेस क्यों नहीं देना है, एनीवन कैन टेल? कंटेमिनेशन को रोकने के लिए। इट्स वेरी सिंपल, अगर पब्लिक आएगी जाएगी तो उस कंटेमिनेशन स्प्रेड होगा, आपका काम बहुत बढ़ जाएगा। तो आप जो एज अ रेस्पॉन्डर, एज अ फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्डर, आपको काम को कम करना है और इमीडिएटली सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल करना है, ठीक है। तो आप कॉर्डन ऑफ करेंगे उस एरिया को। थंब रूल क्या है, 400 मीटर का एरिया को आप सेफ्टी कॉर्डन ऑफ करेंगे। सेफ्टी कॉर्डन ऑफ का मतलब आप किसी को भी एक्सेस नहीं देंगे, सिर्फ उन्हीं को एक्सेस मिलेगा जिसकी जरूरत है वहां पे, ठीक है। उसके बाहर में आपकी लोकल पुलिस की अहमियत बहुत होती है, जो बाहर वाला एरिया सिक्योरिटी कॉर्डन ऑफ करेंगे ताकि अननेसेसरी अवांछित तत्व वहां पे ना आ पाए। एक अंदर का जो एरिया है जहां पे एक्सट्रीमली जिसकी जरूरत है वो जाएगा, एंड एक सिक्योरिटी कॉर्डन ऑफ करेगा जहां पे एक्सेस कंट्रोल करेंगे अवांछित तत्वों को। क्योंकि क्या होता है हमारे देश में, जब कोई घटना होती है बहुत से लोग उसको देखने के लिए आते हैं, उस वजह से उस सिनेरियो को रोकने के लिए लोकल पुलिस वो सिक्योरिटी कॉर्डन ऑफ करेगी, ठीक है। वो सारे एक्सेस कंट्रोल में वो ही मैनेज करना, ठीक है। आते हैं वो कुछ द ग्राउंड एक्शंस वुड यू इंप्लीमेंट इन दिस इंसिडेंट, व्हाट ग्राउंड एक्शंस? कोई बता पाएगा व्हाट ग्राउंड एक्शंस वुड यू टेक? यस प्लीज।
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन।
सर उनका ले लेते हैं।
जैसे कि ग्राउंड जीरो तो जहाँ पर हुआ है वो रेडियोलॉजिकल एक्टिविटी हुआ है, तो क्या होता है जब वही जगह पर क्या अगर हॉट जोन पहले सिलेक्शन किया जाता है, हॉट जोन उसके चारों तरफ कड़न किया जाएगा, फिर उसके बाद वार्म जोन होता है, वार्म जोन के बाद कोल्ड जोन होता है, जो हम लोग जहाँ पर एक्टिविटी करते हैं कोल्ड जोन होता है, बाकी लोग को कड़न कर मतलब अंदर जाने नहीं देते हैं। तो ऐसे जोन सिलेक्ट करके मतलब ग्राउंड जीरो सिलेक्शन करना है।
ओके सर, आप उधर से बोल रहे थे, से ले लीजिएगा। सेम था। तो ग्राउंड एक्शंस के बारे में भी जैसे बात किया, देखिए अगर यहाँ पे अगर ऐसा इवेंट होता है तो हमने क्या है डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट को इन्फॉर्म कर दिया है। वो इस केस में क्या है रेस्पॉन्सिबल ऑफिसर है। रेस्पॉन्सिबल ऑफिसर क्या करेगा, वो इमीडिएटली अपने रिसोर्सेज को वहाँ पे डिप्लॉय करेगा। ठीक है, उस एरिया के लिए एक इंसिडेंट कमांडर बनेगा, इस इंसिडेंट के लिए एक इंसिडेंट कमांडर डिप्लॉय होगा, इंसिडेंट कमांडर के साथ जो भी हमारे नेसेसरी रिसोर्सेज हैं वो वहाँ पे डिप्लॉय होंगे। जैसा कि आपने बताया हॉट जोन, वार्म जोन, बेसिकली ये क्या है, सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी जोन का ही एक दूसरा नाम है। आप सेफ्टी पेरीमीटर बोल रहे हैं तो उस एरिया, नज़दीक वाले एरिया में किसी को जाने से रोक रहे हैं, और एक बड़ा वाला एरिया बना रहे हैं जहाँ पे आप अवांछित तत्व जो कि आना चाहते होंगे उसको रोक रहे हैं। ठीक है, तो ये मार्किंग है बेसिकली, आप जो अनवांटेड पर्सन है उनको वहाँ पे आने से रोकने के लिए। एंड जब आप इंसिडेंट कमांड पोस्ट वहाँ पे बना लेंगे, इंसिडेंट कमांड पोस्ट बन गई तो इंसिडेंट कमांडर की देख रेख में जितने भी रिसोर्स एजेंसीज हैं और आपकी जो भी लाइन एजेंसीज है वो उनको वहाँ पे रिपोर्ट करेगी, और रिपोर्ट करने के बाद आपको वहाँ पे जो टेक्निकल गाइडेंस मिलेगा वो टेक्निकल गाइडेंस के लिए वहाँ पे डीएई की आरईआरटी या डीएई की एक्सपर्ट टीम भी आपके पास आएगी इन केस ऑफ रेडियोलॉजिकल इवेंट। जैसा कि यहाँ पे हमने बोला है कि हम मान के चल रहे हैं कि ये रेडियोलॉजिकल इवेंट है। ठीक है, सारे केस में और एक्सप्लोजन, कन्वेंशनल एक्सप्लोजन और इस केस में इतना ही फर्क है कि आपको यहाँ पे डीएई की एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस के साथ काम करना है, और यहाँ पे अपना बचाव करते करते और लोगों का बचाव करना है। तो इसमें एक इम्पॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट ये है, जैसे कि सर ने जस्ट रिमाइंड कराया कि हम इस एस्पेक्ट में, जैसे कि आपने अभी तक मालूम चल गया, रेडिएशन से इतना डरने की बात नहीं है। हमको जब रेडिएशन के सुनने को मिलता है तो हम बहुत डर जाते हैं, तो इतना डरने की बात नहीं, रेडिएशन से आपको इमीडिएटली आके कुछ करने वाला नहीं है वहाँ पे। तो इसमें हो सकता है कुछ ऐसे इंजर्ड हो जहाँ पे आपको लाइफ सेविंग एक्शंस करने हो, तो आप बिना वेट किए किसी के आपको वहाँ लाइफ सेविंग एक्शन करना है, और इमीडिएटली जिसको हॉस्पिटल अटेंशन रिक्वायर्ड है वहाँ पे पेशेंट्स को वहाँ पे आपको ट्रांसफर करना है। तो लाइफ सेविंग एक्शंस के लिए आपको किसी भी चीज़ के लिए वेट नहीं करना है, आपको ये कंफर्मेशन का भी वेट नहीं करना है वेदर इट इज़ अ रेडियोलॉजिकल इवेंट और नॉट, वेदर इट इज़ अ कंटेमिनेटेड और नॉट, आपको किसी चीज़ का वेट नहीं करना है। ये सारी चीज़ें बाद में हो जाएगी, क्योंकि लाइफ सेविंग एक्शन अगर आप रेस्पॉन्डर से पूछेंगे तो उनका पहला कर्तव्य ये है कि लाइफ सेव करना है। लाइफ सेव के केस में बाकी सारी चीज़ें बाद में आती हैं और ये लाइफ सेविंग पहले आती है। तो लाइफ सेविंग एक्शन आपको फर्स्ट टाइम पहला एक्शन लेना है एज अ रेस्पॉन्डर। और एक चीज़ और याद रखनी है कि जिसमें हमने बोल रहे थे कि हमको क्या क्या लॉजिस्टिक्स की जरूरत पड़ेगी, तो सबसे बड़ा लॉजिस्टिक्स यहाँ पे है कि हमको नियर बाई हॉस्पिटल आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा। ठीक है, अभी आपने इन केस ऑफ रेडियोलॉजिकल इवेंट है तो वो वहाँ पे हॉस्पिटल में हमको आइसोलेटेड वार्ड और आइसोलेटेड रूम्स की रिक्वायरमेंट रहेगी, तो आपको ये इमीडिएटली वहाँ पे नियर बाई हॉस्पिटल्स में अरेंजमेंट करना पड़ेगा, और वहाँ पे इमीडिएट इन्फॉर्मेशन देनी पड़ेगी कि यहाँ पे हमको आइसोलेटेड वार्ड और आइसोलेटेड रूम्स की रिक्वायरमेंट है, क्योंकि कोई भी केस वहाँ पे आ रहा है तो उनको आइसोलेटेड वार्ड में हम ट्रीट करेंगे तो फर्दर इसका कंटेमिनेशन हम रोक सकते हैं। सॉरी, फील्ड ट्रायल्स का मीनिंग? I thought trials में, हाँ trials okay.
So various teams also like radiation monitoring team, source recovery team, waste management team and decontamination team also simultaneously you can coordinate with them, and also you can ensure the people nearby area should be kept indoor. They are not allowed to escape from their house.
मैं थोड़ा इसको सम अप कर देता हूँ। एक्चुअली जब आपको ये कंफर्म हो गया और आपको एक्सपर्ट ने बता दिया है कि यहाँ पे रेडियो एक्टिविटी है, तो उसका एक सिंपल थंब रूल है कि जो एरिया अफेक्टेड है उस एरिया में आप गतिविधियाँ कम करना चाहेंगे। वहाँ पे अगर लोगों को बोलेंगे आप अंदर ही घर के रहें, घर से बाहर ना निकलें, और जो वहाँ पे पर्सन्स मान लीजिए बाहर थे और आपको लगता है वो अफेक्टेड है, उनका रिकॉर्ड रखेंगे, और उनको रिकॉर्ड रख के उनको सिंपल, जैसे कि मैडम ने बताया कि आप वहाँ घर जाके इमीडिएटली एक शावर लेंगे और अपने जो कपड़े हैं उनको उतार के किसी एक सेफ जगह पे डबल पॉलिथीन बैग में रख देंगे। तो ये एक प्रिकॉशनरी स्टेप्स हैं, और इसमें क्या है कि आपको ज़्यादा कुछ पैनिक नहीं हो पब्लिक में, इतना ही एडवाइस देना है, इससे ज़्यादा एडवाइस देना ही नहीं है, और उतना ही एरिया में ये काम करना है जो एरिया अफेक्टेड है, उससे बियॉन्ड इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है, अनटिल अनलेस ये एक्सपर्ट टीम आपको बोलती है कि नहीं एरिया और ज़्यादा अफेक्टेड हो गया है। इससे पहले एक और इम्पॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है कि आप ये दिन का ऐसा कोई थंब रूल नहीं है सर। इसमें क्या होता है कि जब आपको डीए एक्सपर्ट टीम वो एरिया को क्लियर कर देगी, एक्सपर्ट आपको क्लियर कर देंगे, उसके बाद वो वहाँ से वो क्लियर होगा एरिया। ये क्लियरेंस के लिए देयर इज नो थंब रूल, वो हम लोग का प्रोटोकॉल ये है कि टीम आके उसको पूरे एरिया को कंटेमिनेट करेगी, उसको क्लियर करेगी। तो डीकंटेमिनेशन के लिए जितना टाइम जाएगा, जितना टाइम लगेगा, वो करने के बाद ही क्लियरेंस मिलेगा। तो देयर इज नो थंब रूल। इसमें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट ये है कि आपने एक फिगर देखा होगा जिसमें एक एरिया दिखा रहे थे जहाँ पे एक वाटर बॉडी है और एक बड़ा सा एरिया मार्क किया, अगर फोटो आप दिखा सके। हाँ, तो इसमें इस एरिया को देख के आपको क्या लग रहा है? आपको एक रेड एरिया दिख रहा है और येलो एरिया दिख रहा है। येलो एरिया देख के आपको क्या लग रहा है? क्यों ये एरिया मार्क किया गया है? अगर सिनेरियो में देखेंगे तो एनीवन कैन गेस? सागर आप भी बोल सकते हैं अगर आपको लगता है।
सर बेसिकली जो रेड एरिया है वो हॉट जोन है, बाकी विंड डायरेक्शन के हिसाब से येलो जोन को मार्क किया गया है, मतलब विंड इधर से इधर आ रहा है, इसीलिए कंटामिनेशन जो हो सकता है इधर तक भी आ सकता है, जितना भी येलो एरिया है इधर तक।
बहुत सही इन्होंने बताया, इनफैक्ट एकदम एक्यूरेट बताया इन्होंने। ये एक्चुअली दिखा रहा है कि हो सकता है हमारी विंड इस डायरेक्शन में चल रही है। तो जैसा कि सर ने आपको बताया कि हमको विंड के अपोजिट काम करना है, ठीक है। तो पहला इसमें थंब रूल ये है, अगर मान लीजिए आप वहाँ पे अफेक्टेड एरिया में आप इंसिडेंट कमांड पोस्ट एस्टैब्लिश कर रहे हैं, तो मैं रेस्पॉन्डर्स को यहाँ पे एड्रेस कर रहा हूँ, तो वो क्या होगा, विंड के जिस डायरेक्शन विंड है उस डायरेक्शन में आपको नहीं एस्टैब्लिश करना है, उसके अगेंस्ट में करना है। रीजन सिंपल है, अगर रेडियो एक्टिव फॉल आउट है तो विंड की वजह से वो डिस्पर्स होके विंड के साथ जाना चाहेगा। तो आप अपने आप को और अपने टीम को बचाने के लिए उसके पीछे की साइड में रहेंगे, उसके शैडो रीजन में रहेंगे, ना कि उसके सामने रहेंगे। तो आईसीपी एस्टैब्लिश करते समय हम विंड का प्रोफाइल देखेंगे, विंड किस डायरेक्शन में बह रही है, उसके अगेंस्ट में हम लोग अपना आईसीपी एस्टैब्लिश करेंगे। अब विंड को यहाँ देख रहे हैं, इस विंड के इस मूवमेंट से मालूम चल रहा है कि ये एरिया भी इफेक्ट हो सकता है, एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है, हो सकता है कि उसका फॉल आउट विंड की वजह से इस एरिया में डिस्पर्सल हो सकता है, उसका रेडियोलॉजिकल न्यूक्लियाइड्स का वहाँ पे डिस्पर्स, वही दिखा दीजिए। तो उस एरिया को देखिए और उसमें क्या क्या चीज़ें आ रही हैं। यहाँ पे शॉपिंग कॉम्प्लेक्स आ रहा है, पार्क आ रहा है, स्कूल आ रहा है और एक वाटर बॉडी आ रही है। तो आप इसमें क्या सजेस्ट करेंगे कि ऐसे केस में अगर आपको मालूम चल गया कि एक विंड चल रही है, एक्सप्लोजन के बाद ये विंड का फ्लो था और विंड का फ्लो की वजह से ये इतने एरिया में आप क्या क्या एक्शन लेंगे? ओके, तो एक यहाँ पे आंसर है कि स्कूल और शॉपिंग कॉम्प्लेक्सेस बंद करना पड़ेगा, डेफिनेटली बंद करना पड़ेगा। आपका वहाँ पे प्रिकॉशनरी स्टेप ये रहेगा कि आप स्कूल और शॉपिंग कॉम्प्लेक्स को बंद करके और सेफली वहाँ से लोगों को घर जाने के लिए बोलेंगे। ठीक है, पार्क को भी आप कंट्रोल करेंगे। वेरी वेल सेड। संडे हो सकता है स्कूल बंद हो, बट हो सकता है कोई एग्जाम हो रहा हो वहाँ पे, क्योंकि सारे एग्जाम संडे को ही होते हैं, तो हो सकता है एग्जाम हो रहा हो तो वो चेक कर लें। ठीक है, तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि जो आपको जो विंड के प्रोफाइल में जो आपको मेजर क्राउडेड प्लेस दिख रहे हैं उसको आपको ध्यान देना है, वहाँ से सेफली लोगों को निकाल के बोलना है आपको घर जाना है वहाँ से, क्योंकि वहाँ जितना ज़्यादा रहेंगे उतना ज़्यादा चांसेस हैं आपको डोज मिलने के। एंड एक वाटर बॉडी भी दिख रहा है, बिल्कुल करना है, क्योंकि अगर वाटर बॉडी है पॉसिबली, ऐसा बहुत रेयर चांसेस हो सकता है कि वाटर में कंटेमिनेशन हो। ठीक है, तो अनटिल अनलेस इट इज नॉट प्रूवन कि वाटर में कंटेमिनेशन लेवल विद इन प्रिस्क्राइब्ड लिमिट है, तब तक हम उसको कंट्रोल करेंगे। हम लोग एडवाइस करेंगे लोगों को कि तब तक वहाँ पे वो कोई एक्टिविटी, नहाने की, स्नान की एक्टिविटी ना करें। और जनरली अब कोई डायरेक्ट पानी तो नहीं पीता है, बट हो सकता है कि जो कैटल्स हैं, जो पशु हैं, वो वहाँ पानी के लिए जाते हैं, तो एक जनरल एडवाइजरी देंगे, अनटिल अनलेस इट इज नॉट डिक्लेयर्ड सेफ, हम उसको कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश करेंगे। सिंपल रीजन है, देखिए इतना बड़ा वाटर बॉडी है, उसमें अगर कोई फॉल आउट होके वहाँ पे रेडियो न्यूक्लियर जाते भी हैं तो डिस्पर्सल इतना ज़्यादा को डाइल्यूट होगा, डाइल्यूशन होगा, बट स्टिल हम लोग सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशन लेंगे वहाँ पे, अनटिल अनलेस इट इज नॉट प्रूवन बाय द एक्सपर्ट कि वाटर इज वेल विद इन द कंजम्पशन, safe for consumption, and the activity is well within the prescribed limit as prescribed by the ARP, then only we will declare this area, this water body. Okay, तो जी हाँ एग्जैक्टली, ये तो हम it goes without saying कि जब हम लोकल पुलिस को इन्वॉल्व करते हैं तो वहाँ से जो भी उनका एक्सेस कंट्रोल के लिए और जो हमने कॉर्डन ऑफ करने के लिए जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट है, वो रिक्वायरमेंट के लिए जो जिस एजेंसीज की जरूरत पड़ेगी, जिस भी एजेंसीज की सहायता की जरूरत पड़ेगी, उसकी सहायता हम लेंगे। यहाँ पे कुछ थंब रूल से अभी बताया कि आईसीपी कैसे एस्टैब्लिश करना। जनरली आईसीपी वगैरह एनडीआरएफ के आने के बाद ही ये एक्शंस होते हैं, बट ये आपको इसलिए बताया जा रहा है कि एनडीआरएफ को हो सकता है आने में थोड़ा समय लग जाए, या आपकी एसडीआरएफ को हो सकता है समय लग जाए। जितना उस समय तक आप सेफ्टी और प्रिकॉशन कर सकते हैं, ये पूरा उसके लिए बताया जा रहा है आपको। अल्टीमेटली एनडीआरएफ इज वेल ट्रेंड, वो आते ही वो सारा कल आप उसको बिल्कुल देखेंगे यहाँ पे बाहर, उसका एक मॉक एक्सरसाइज में देखेंगे भी हाउ दे सेट अप देयर इंसिडेंट कमांड पोस्ट। तो दे आर वेल इक्विप्ड, वो इमीडिएटली आके टेक ओवर करके इस पूरे एरिया को कंट्रोल में ले लेते हैं। बट ओनली थिंग, जब तक ये एनडीआरएफ या एक्सपर्ट एजेंसी या रेस्पॉन्डर फोर्स नहीं आती है, तब तक आपको क्या क्या एक्शंस लेने हैं वो मैंने आपको थोड़ा ब्रीफ हाईलाइट दी। कुछ ऐड करना है पार्थसारथी आपको?
हाँ, अगर नियर बाई वाटर बॉडीज है, अगर कंटामिनेशन का पॉसिबिलिटी है, सो यू कैन से टू द रेस्पेक्टिव टीम्स और नियर बाई RERC टीम्स टू कलेक्ट द वाटर सैंपल फॉर द कंटामिनेशन monitoring. That also you can add. If severe contamination is there, you can also some food stuffs like grass or something, field stuffs you can sample for the analysis part. That's a good one. So any food stuffs, okay, that can be covered properly, and if it is exposed, then sample need to be sent to the RERC teams for the contamination monitoring. So that one I would like to add. Sir, cover the wound. Okay. So any wound or something is there?
एक बार अपना क्वेश्चन फिर से रिपीट करेंगे?
Cover the wounds or injured person. If someone is present there.
नहीं, देखिए, अगर कोई इंजरी है, वुंड है, तो वो उसको रेस्पॉन्डर को उस पर एक्शन नहीं लेना है, वो मेडिकल एक्सपर्ट के पास ही वो केस जाएगा। आपको वहाँ पे जो एम्बुलेंस आएगी उसमें प्रिकॉशन ये लेना है कि फर्दर आप सस्पेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि वहाँ पे रेडियो एक्टिविटी है, तो रेडियोलॉजिकल इवेंट है, तो आप एम्बुलेंस में क्या स्टेप लेंगे? एम्बुलेंस जो आ रही है उसके नीचे जो स्ट्रेचर है वहाँ पे प्लास्टिक की शीट रखेंगे, ताकि आप बार बार वो यूज हो रही है तो फर्दर कंटेमिनेशन स्प्रेड ना हो। तो जो पॉइंट्स मेरे हैं जहाँ पे कॉन्टैक्ट ज़्यादा हो रहा है, तो वहाँ पे हम लोग कंट्रोल करेंगे। तो वहाँ पे अगर हमने शीट लगा दी, उसके ऊपर अगर हमने बॉडीज़ को या इंजर्ड को रखा, फर्दर उसको ट्रांसफ़र किया, तो वो स्ट्रेचर पे आपको कंटेमिनेशन होने के चांसेस कम हो जाते हैं। तो कुछ बेसिक प्रोटोकॉल्स है जो कल आपको देखने को मिलेंगे। एंड दोज हु आर हैंडलिंग द कंटेमिनेटेड पर्सन्स, तो वो अगर हाथ में अगर ग्लव्स पहन के जा रहे हैं एंड वो फर्दर ट्रांसफ़र करने के बाद वो प्रिकॉशन, खुद का प्रिकॉशन ले रहे हैं कि अपने कपड़े और वो एक आइसोलेटेड प्लेस पे उतार के और एक सोप और साबुन और पानी से स्नान कर दे रहे हैं, तो उतना काफ़ी है। तो कहने का मतलब ये है, वहाँ हमको स्टेप लेना है जहाँ से कंटेमिनेशन स्प्रेड ना हो, तो उतना हमको ध्यान रखना है, और उसके लिए एक प्लास्टिक शीट काफ़ी है। तो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे जाते हैं। विल यू कंसिडर इवैक्यूएटिंग पीपल फ्रॉम द कंटेमिनेटेड एरिया? हम वहीं से इवैक्यूएट करेंगे जहां पे एक्चुअली इंसिडेंट हुआ है, करेक्ट। उसके अलावा हम किसी को इवैक्यूएट करने की कोई भी चेष्टा नहीं करेंगे। जहां पे इंसिडेंट हुआ है वहीं पे करेंगे, और उसके विसिनिटी में। अगर ये विसिनिटी ऐसी जगह हुआ है जहां पे रेजिडेंशियल कॉम्प्लेक्सेस हैं, तब क्या करेंगे? हम किसी सोसाइटी के आसपास हुआ है तो क्या हम सोसाइटी को पूरा इवैक्यूएट करेंगे? क्योंकि हम इतना एडवाइजरी करेंगे कि उनके विंडोज डोर्स बंद करने का एडवाइजरी करेंगे, ठीक है। उनको वहाँ इवैक्यूएट तब तक नहीं करेंगे अनटिल अनलेस इट इज नॉट रिकमेंडेड। और इसको कौन रिकमेंड करेगा? ये रिकमेंडेशन आपका DAE से आएगा, CMG से आएगा। उनका पूरा रेडियोलॉजिकल असेसमेंट करने के बाद उनको लगता है कि यहाँ पे एक्टिविटी का वो लेवल है जिससे कि फर्दर लोगों को डिटर्मिनिस्टिक इफेक्ट, मतलब कुछ और भी उनको दिक्कत हो सकती है आगे चल के, तो वो डिसीजन वहाँ से आएगा। वो डिसीजन लोकल अथॉरिटी नहीं लेगी until unless it is not recommended by the appropriate authority। ये याद रखिए, आप सिर्फ इंसिडेंट साइट के आसपास के लोगों को वहां से इवैक्यूएट करेंगे, ये एकदम क्लियर है। इसमें कोई, क्योंकि आप इवैक्यूएशन इज अ वेरी बिग डिसीजन, अगर आप वो इमीडिएटली बहुत बड़ा एरिया इवैक्यूएट करेंगे, इट विल क्रिएट अ पैनिक। और यही पर्पस होता है किसी मलिशियस इंटेंट में कि आप पैनिक क्रिएट कर दें। जैसे साहब ने बताया, संजय कुमार साहब ने, डिस्ट्रप्शन क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करते हैं। रेडियोलॉजिकल डिस्पर्सल डिवाइस में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट जो एक क्रिमिनल और एक टेररिस्ट कर सकता है, वो डिस्ट्रप्शन और पैनिक क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करता है। वो ये चाहता है कि आप पूरा इवैक्यूएट कर दें, साइकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट कर दें। वो हमको रोकना है। तो जितना उनका जो पर्पस है उसको हमको पर्पस अचीव नहीं करने देना है। So next, what will be your message to the media? कोई अगर brief में बताएगा? जी सर. सर?
We must get expert opinion from PA.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली क्योंकि क्या होता है कि कभी कभी बहुत ही अति उत्साह में हम कुछ मीडिया को ऐसा बोलते हैं जिसका मतलब हो सकता है हम और आप ना समझ रहे हों. मैं आप विद ऑल ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट, आप लोग बहुत एक्सपीरियंस्ड हैं और आप लोग हमसे ज़्यादा केसेस देखते हैं, बट क्या होता है कि कभी कभी कुछ ऐसी टेक्निकल चीज़ें होती जिसका मतलब कुछ और निकलता है. तो इसलिए रेडियोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट के बारे में कमेंट नहीं करेंगे. ओनली वो एडवाइजरी जो हमने बोली है उस एडवाइजरी को हम पब्लिक में देंगे. उसके अलावा रेडियोलॉजिकल में अगर वो मीडिया वाले बहुत कुछ आपसे क्वेश्चन करेंगे, आप उतना बोल सकते हैं कि थिंग्स आर अंडर इन्वेस्टिगेशन और हम इसमें कंसर्न और स्पेशलाइज एजेंसीज की सहायता ले रहे हैं. जैसे ही सिनेरियो क्लियर होगा हम आपको ब्रीफ करेंगे. देखिए, मीडिया को ना बताना कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है. मीडिया को आपको एंटरटेन करना पड़ेगा. आज की डेट में यू कैन नॉट स्टॉप द मीडिया. तो आपको एंटरटेन करना पड़ेगा, वो टैक्टफुली करना पड़ेगा आपको. ठीक है, तो मीडिया को ब्रीफ करेंगे, लेकिन कुछ भी रेडियो एक्टिविटी से रिलेटेड, टेक्निकल इनपुट से रिलेटेड कुछ बात नहीं करेंगे तो बेहतर है. नेक्स्ट कुछ ऐड करेंगे पार्ट?
वन मोर थिंग यू कैन से टू द पीपल थ्रू मीडिया.
सर जस्ट एक ये खत्म कर लें फिर आप कर लें. बस
एक मिनट. हाँ, तो थ्रू मीडिया यू कैन रिक्वेस्ट पीपल स्टे इंडोर्स एंड टेक showers and avoid consuming food from outside until it is advised. So that you can say to the people through media.
एडवाइजरी दे देंगे. हाँ सर, आप बोलें सर.
सर जिस स्पॉट में वो इंसिडेंट हुआ वहाँ पे जो लोकेलिटी लोग रह रहे हैं उनको शिफ्ट करना नहीं, उनका आसपास लोगों को शिफ्ट.
नहीं सर, आपको एवैक्यूएशन का काम तब तक नहीं करना है जब तक आपको एक्सपर्ट ने बोला नहीं. और एक्सपर्ट इस केस में बहुत क्लियरली डिफाइंड है. अगर आपने फर्स्ट स्पेशल टॉक सरस सेठ साहब की देखी होगी, उन्होंने बताया है कि एक्सपर्ट कौन है. इस केस में हमारा सीएमजी के एक मेंबर हैं, इस RERD रेडिएशन इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस डायरेक्टर, उस वहाँ से वो आती है. ही इज ऑथराइज पर्सन टू गिव दिस काइंड ऑफ एडवाइस. ठीक है, तो वो एडवाइस आपको आएगी. अगर ये इस इवेंट की गंभीरता इतनी ज़्यादा है तो एडवाइस हमारी तरफ से आएगी, उसके बाद ही करेंगे. यस मैडम, इंजर्ड का बात किया, लाइफ सेविंग एक्शंस और इंजर्ड का बात किया, वो तो इमीडिएटली हमको रश करना है. उसमें हमको कुछ भी सोचना नहीं है. हाँ, ओनली वहाँ पे ध्यान रखना है जहाँ पे कंटेमिनेशन ना हो. तो वो पॉइंट्स आपको ध्यान रखने हैं और कल आप जब एक्सरसाइज में देखेंगे वो बात आपको ब्रीफ की जाएगी बार बार.
Plus, it is expected from the district administration to have a safe house nearby or in the district or in that particular tehsil to keep the evacuated person of that area who are taken away from that place, so that the safety and life of the people can be maintained.
Correct, sir. So I think जितने भी ज़िले हैं, हमारे सारे ज़िलों में ये तो आइडेंटिफाइड है. उड़ीसा तो नोन है डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए, तो सारे ज़िलों में सेफ हाउसेस तो आइडेंटिफाइड ही होंगे. तो इस केस में भी सिंपली हमको सेफ हाउसेस का आइडेंटिफाई करके रखना है, और जो जिस लोकेलिटी में ये हुआ है उसके नियर बाई एरिया में कौन सा सेफ हाउस है. इन केस ऑफ एनी इमरजेंसी हमको टेम्पररी किसी को वहाँ पे शेल्टर करना पड़ा, वहाँ पे रखना पड़ा, तो उसके लिए आपको पास वहाँ उस समय आपको डिसीजन ना लेना पड़े, इमीडिएटली आप वहाँ पे रश करके. आई थिंक सर वॉज ऑडिबल, आपको सुनाई दिया होगा सर ने क्या बोला. ठीक है, द नेक्स्ट इज what will you do if civilian in the contaminated area complains about nausea and vomiting. तो जस्ट मैं कट शॉर्ट में बताता हूँ. वरिड वेल वाला कॉन्सेप्ट आपको मालूम होगा. कुछ लोगों को जब ये सब खबरें मालूम चलती है तो उनको अचानक से उलझन होने लगती है, उनको लगता है कि उनको भी कुछ हो रहा है. तो ये वरिड वेल वाला कॉन्सेप्ट आप लोग सब जानते ही हैं यहाँ पे. तो उसको कैसे टैकल करना है. तो नोजिया और वोमिटिंग का केस हो सकता है किसी और रीजन से भी हो सकता है. तो वो अगर आपके पास आ रहे हैं तो उनको वहाँ पे थोड़ा अगर मैडम अगर मैं आपको दूँ तो आप उसको एक्सप्लेन करेंगे ज़्यादा बेटर तरीके से. वरिड वेल वाला कंसेप्ट है. नहीं तो सिंपल है, आप उसको नोजिया वोमिटिंग का केस जरूरी नहीं है कि वो रेडियो एक्टिविटी की वजह से, उनको डोज की वजह से आया है, वो किसी और की वजह से आ सकता है. जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ वो पैनिक हो गया है उसकी वजह से आ रहा है. तो इन केसेस को आपको इफेक्टिवली डील करना है, क्योंकि आप सारे केसेस को अगर मेडिकल के लिए भेजेंगे, हॉस्पिटल में भेजेंगे, तो वहाँ पे ओवरवेल्म्ड हो जाएगा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, तो उसको भी ध्यान रखना है आपको। वरिड वेल जो लोग आ रहे हैं आपको, जो कि स्वस्थ हैं, बस वो चिंतित हैं, उनको काउंसिल करना है, काउंसिल करके आपको भेज देना है। अगर उनको बताना है कि अगर ये नोजिया और वोमिटिंग का जो दवाइयाँ रेगुलर लेते हैं उससे रुक नहीं रहा है, तो फिर आप उसको रिपोर्ट करें दोबारा। एंड उनका बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, उनका नाम और टेलीफोन नंबर और उनका पता वो आप जरूर रिकॉर्ड करें। अगर वो इस तरह की कंप्लेंट कर रहे हैं, अगर फ्यूचर में उनसे ये फॉलोअप हो सकता है कि उनका आगे का केस क्या हुआ, हो सकता है वो वोमिटिंग कोई टेम्पररी हो रही हो, बाद में रुक गई हो, जस्ट टू असर्टेन कि वो कोई और रीजन से नहीं हो रही है, ठीक है। द नेक्स्ट इज if you have to evacuate the nearby housing society, will you plan for it? Again the repeated questions है। सोसाइटी को आप evacuate करेंगे, अगर सोसाइटी बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पैक्टेड है एक्सप्लोजन से, हो सकता है कि सोसाइटी के प्रेमाइसेस में ही वो हुआ है, तो उस केस में हम इस कंसिडर करेंगे इसको। अदरवाइज सोसाइटी आज की डेट में बहुत बड़ी सोसाइटीज़ होती हैं, उनको एक सोसाइटीज़ में 1000-500 लोग रहते हैं, तो वो अगर until unless it is happened in their compound or its compound, then only we'll consider it, otherwise it is not required। अगर ये बाहर हो रहा है तो उसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है, और वो बहुत ज़्यादा डैमेज तो नहीं हुई है, उससे डैमेज हो गई तो आपके सारे जो कन्वेंशनल प्रोटोकॉल्स है वो फॉलो होंगे। अगर किसी एक्सप्लोजन से कुछ सोसाइटी डैमेज हुई है, बिल्डिंग डैमेज हुई है, तो आपके कन्वेंशनल प्रोटोकॉल्स विल फॉलो, एंड उसका फर्दर रेडियो एक्टिविटी लेवल असेसमेंट वगैरह वो हमारे एक्सपर्ट और एनडीआरएफ टीम करेंगी। देन व्हाट एक्शंस वुड यू टेक टू टैकल द इशू ऑफ कंटेमिनेटेड फूड प्रोडक्ट्स इन द एरिया? बहुत सिंपल है, कंटेमिनेटेड फूड प्रोडक्ट्स को हमको इमीडिएटली एडवाइजरी दे के रोकना है, फर्दर उसका कंजम्पशन रोकना है। तो ये थ्रू द पब्लिक, थ्रू द मीडिया, थ्रू योर चैनल्स टू कम्युनिकेट द पब्लिक, आपको उस अफेक्टेड एरिया में उस समय जब तक ये क्लियर ना हो जाए तब तक फूड प्रोडक्ट्स को आपको वहाँ पे कंजम्पशन रोकना है। व्हाट विल यू इंश्योर सेफ्टी ऑफ योर फेलो रेस्पॉन्डर्स? ये इसका जवाब अगर आप दे दो बेटर है। कैसे आप अपनी फेलो रेस्पॉन्डर की सेफ्टी इंश्योर करेंगे? एनी रेस्पॉन्डर, एनी पुलिस पर्सन? एग्जैक्टली, किसी ने बहुत बराबर बोला, TDS प्रिंसिपल फॉलो करें, टाइम डिस्टेंस शील्डिंग बहुत क्लियर है। आप एक ही टीम से ये काम नहीं करा रहे हैं, आपने सेपरेट टीम्स बना रखी ताकि टाइम एक्सपोजर आपका कम हो जाए। टाइम एक्सपोजर कम हो जाएगा तो उनको डोज कम मिलने वाली है। जो भी टीम उसमें एंगेज हो रही है उस एक्टिविटी में, उसको देखना है कि सोर्स से जितना डिस्टेंस बना के अपना एक्टिविटी करना है वो करें वहाँ से। एंड शील्डिंग, आपका एक बार सोर्स लोकेट हो गया, डेफिनेटली एक्सपर्ट टीम है और आपकी एक्सपर्ट एजेंसीज हैं, उसको सोर्स को तो रिकवरी करके उसको सेफ शील्डेड कंटेनर में, बॉक्स में तो रखेंगे। तो टाइम डिस्टेंस शील्डिंग का प्रिंसिपल फॉलो करना है। तो इसमें आपके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है टाइम। टाइम कैसे मेंटेन करेंगे? आप नंबर ऑफ टीम्स बनाएंगे, नंबर ऑफ टीम्स बना के उनकी किसी ने अगर 10 मिनट का किया, जस्ट एग्जांपल बता रहा हूँ, अगर एक टीम गई तो इमीडिएटली दूसरी टीम को आपको भेजना है, उस टीम को विड्रॉ कर लेना है, ठीक है। तो उस तरीके से टाइम एक्सपोजर को आपको लिमिट करना है पर्टिकुलर टीम के लिए। Then how can you plan to deal with possible fear associated with the affected areas? कुछ ऐड करना तो आप करिए।
For the fellow responders, you need to keep one thing in mind. So if it is needed for the evacuation with some vehicles, you need to sanitize it after the evacuation. So if you will take the contaminated people with some vehicle, you need to decontaminate it after the evacuation. So that the thing you need to add.
मैं उसको थोड़ा हिंदी में स्पष्ट कर देता हूँ। आप रेस्पॉन्डर एजेंसीज हैं जो हमारी लोकल रेस्पॉन्डर एजेंसीज, अगर किसी भी कंटेमिनेटेड पर्सन को डील कर रही हैं थ्रू मतलब मेडिकल असिस्टेंस देने के लिए, तो बाद में आफ्टर ऑपरेशन उसको हमको डीकंटेमिनेट करना है, वो आपको याद रखना है, ठीक है। उसको फर्दर नॉर्मल यूज में पहले डीकंटेमिनेट करना है। देन नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज how can you plan to deal with the possible fear associated with the affected areas? तो fear के लिए आप क्या करते हैं? Obviously काउंसलिंग करते हैं, मीडिया एडवाइजरी करते हैं, उनको बहुत साफ शब्दों में बताना है, डरने की जरूरत नहीं है, एंड ये कोई प्राण घातक नहीं है, ये सब आपको बराबर बताना है। उसमें जो भी एडवाइजरी हमारे एक्सपर्ट देते हैं उसको भी वहाँ पे फॉलो करना है, वो भी पब्लिक को बताना है। what long-term action plan is needed to get the affected area back to normalcy? कोई इसमें प्रकाश डालेगा?
So for the long-term action plan, you need to suppose contaminated हो गया, तो हमको sampling करना है उस area में. We need to do sampling for the time period to get it back to the normal condition. तब तक हमें water sample हो गया या food stuff हो गया, इसका जो sample है वो collection करके to the corresponding team या RERC team या जो भी respective team है इनको भेजना है. और long term public outreach program तब तक करना है जहाँ पर जब तक वो situation under control या under normal condition तक वो ना आ जाए. ये दो करना है.
नहीं, वही बताता हूँ. ये एक्चुअली ये क्वेश्चन का प्रीटेक्स्ट ये है कि जहाँ भी सर ने भी इसका जिक्र किया था अपने स्लाइड में कि जब भी कोई रेडियो एक्टिव इंसिडेंट होता है, रेडियोलॉजिकल इंसिडेंट होता है पब्लिक में, तो लोगों के जनमानस में एक भय उत्पन्न होता है कि फिर वो लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए वहाँ जाना नहीं पसंद करते हैं, वहाँ से एक स्टिग्मा अटैच हो जाता है. तो उसके लिए आपको काउंसिल करना है, लोगों को एडवाइस करना है और आउटरीच करना है, उनको बताना है, समझाना है, क्योंकि ये बहुत आम बात होती है एक भय क्रिएट होना लोगों के मन में. उनको बस बताना है, उनको भय की जरूरत नहीं है और आपको अपने एग्जाम्पल देने हैं. आप एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हैं, आप रेस्पॉन्डर हैं, आपको अपने एग्जाम्पल के थ्रू बताना है कि हम लोग तो इसी फील्ड में काम करते हैं, हम जब उस फील्ड में काम कर रहे हैं तो आप लोग क्यों नहीं कर सकते, आपका तो एक्सपोजर ज़्यादा है उसमें. तो पब्लिक आउटरीच करना है उसमें, ताकि लॉन्ग टर्म में उनको कुछ फियर उनके दिमाग में ना रहे. अदरवाइज वो एरिया को लेकर अगर फियर क्रिएट होगा तो उसके सेकेंडरी इफेक्ट्स आने लगेंगे, तो वो इट विल नॉट बी गुड फॉर दैट एरिया. तो वो सेकेंडरी इफेक्ट्स हटाने के लिए आपको ये सब एक्टिविटीज़ करनी है. नाउ अभी आप ग्रीन बॉक्स में देख रहे हैं, वो पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चंस हैं मेडिकल फ्रेटर्निटी के लिए. व्हाट विल बी योर इमीडिएट रिस्पॉन्स टू द इंसिडेंट? तो ये मेडिकल मैनेजमेंट के एस्पेक्ट से आपको जवाब देना है. तो मैं चाहूँगा कोई मेडिकल फ्रेटर्निटी से जो हमारे यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेंट हैं वो इसका जवाब दें, और इसका स्टैंडर्ड रिस्पॉन्स गोडसे मैडम से लेंगे हम.
Adequate amount of doctors, nursing officers, and pharmacists and attendants. So those will go there and they'll start the triage. They'll send the patients to the hospital. At this time, वो तो कर दें. और बाकी नियर बाय जो हॉस्पिटल है उनको भी इन्फॉर्म करना है कि ऐसा इंसिडेंट हुआ है, वहाँ के रेफरल सेंटर को भेज सकते हैं. और अगर पब्लिक एड्रेस सिस्टम है तो वहाँ पे भी अनाउंस कर देना है, तो जो भी छुट्टी पे है, जो भी घर पे है, वो जो मेडिकोस पैरामेडिक्स है वो भी आ सके हेल्प मदद करने के लिए. हाँ, और जो लॉजिस्टिक्स जितना ज़रूरत है तो मेडिसिन, ग्लव्स, बैंडेज, सलाइंस एंड स्ट्रेचर, व्हीलचेयर, वो सब भी अरेंज करना है. तो कहीं ज़रूरत पड़े मरीजों को भेजने के लिए और एम्बुलेंस को भी, सारे एम्बुलेंस को भी कवर कर देने की जो. हाँ, वो जो हमारा रहता है 108 एम्बुलेंस वगैरह. और एनआरई के केस में एक्चुअली तो स्टैंडर्ड प्रोटोकॉल.
Sir, we will take, with the medicos, first we will take the protective measures for us. Then protective measures, PPE kit and face mask, gloves, etc. so that the doctors, they should not be contaminated. And then we categorize the situation, the severe, mild, moderate patients are contaminated, then take action according to them. Those who are hospitalized, and we will hospitalize them with a separate price.
थैंक यू सर. एक बार एक्सपर्ट से भी पूछ लेते हैं. यस. नहीं सर, वो मैडम बताएंगे, वो पीपी काम करता है.
Similar PPEs, because if in case of contamination, if it is alpha or beta, so it will be, the range will be quite less. And for gamma, anything, whatever you may use, it is not going to help. Similar PPEs you will use. And of course, most important thing which you all forgot was cover the ambulance with plastic sheet. Because you are going to carry contaminated cases. And yes, and secondly, all the medicos, even the paramedical staff, over and above what you wear as a PPE, plastic gown, like the gynecologists wear during the delivery. So that which you can, change and probably wash and decontaminate and use it again. Yes, yes. So those are very important. And preparation may, like I told you, if there are excessive exposure cases, you will need, that we will discuss tomorrow for the doctors, you will need clean rooms, where with, if possible, where chances of infection are less for isolation for excessive exposure cases. And internally contaminated cases, you have to think about whether you have some 1 or 2 rooms for keeping those patients admitted with a separate facility for the washrooms. So those two things in the preparation.
Madam, हम चाहेंगे कि आप how will you know the patient admitted at the hospital after explosion is contaminated? थोड़ा उसके बारे में एक बार बता दें.
कोई बोल सकता है इसके बारे में?
बताएगा उसके बारे में? कोई डॉक्टर, कोई मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल होंगे? How would you know whether the patient is contaminated or not?
Contaminated बोला.
Yes, madam, please.
Contaminated.
Sir, question is contamination.
We will collect samples from his faces and body and parts exposed and sent to the PIA.
That is for internal. External contamination है, आपको as a doctor पता चल सकता है क्या? नहीं पता चल सकता है ना. So it is a team effort. As long as the monitoring or surveillance is not done and you are not told that there is contamination, you will not even come to know that there is any contamination, So only as a doctor, you can suspect, or if you have information that there is RDD, then you can say that probably they are contaminated. But, pardon?
Pocket dosimeter.
Pocket dosimeter for contamination. I think he will be the better person.
No, actually, sir, dosimeter part is for the external radiation part. So if internal contamination there, so external contamination, you can have some value in your DRD. For the responders, they can use. They can use. If the field is very high, as per the
unless you take help of the
instruction received from the
contamination
DA.
monitors, per se only doctor को आपने पूछा है क्या तो वो नहीं बता सकता है. You need contamination monitors and then only you will come.
Inside a bus and inside the explosion center, and then much more chance of internal contamination.
Sir, see, sir.
In this scenario, what will?
Sir, for the responder, so they can use the DRD, direct reading dosimeter, for the external contamination. For the internal contamination, they can have their mask, HEPA filter mask.
Doctors can use. What about doctors? Patient is having internal contamination.
Then he has to be treated. He has to be.
Injured. Externally and internally injured.
So we have to admit, sir, depending on the
trauma in his body.
He has to be admitted.
There is chance, he is admitted, but there is 100% chance that.
Yes. So there are different. Sir, there are decorporating agents available for specific radionuclides. So we have to first see which radionuclide is there, and accordingly we will give him.
We have to confirm it by sending.
Yes. Confirmation has to be done. Unless you know which radionuclide is there, but you cannot decorporate. Yeah. So you have, we have decorporating agents.
Just take an announcement. Tomorrow 9 to 10, there will be the class on medical management, rather lecture on medical management for two nuclear and radiological emergencies, for especially for medical professionals. So अगर डिटेल में आपको कुछ प्रश्नोत्तर हैं तो मैडम से कल के लेक्चर में हम कर लेंगे उसको. तो वो स्पेशली क्यूरेट किया है मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल्स के लिए. कल 9 से 10 बजे तक है सामने वाले बिल्डिंग में, सेकंड फ्लोर में, विक्रम साराभाई कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में. तो 9 से 10 में अगर आप मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल हैं तो आप कृपया वहाँ पे आ जाएं, और मैडम वहाँ पे एक स्पेशल लेक्चर क्यूरेट की हैं, आप लोग की सारी क्वेरीज वहाँ पे रिजॉल्व की जा सकती हैं. सो वी आर मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट सिनेरियो. नेक्स्ट सिनेरियो बहुत सिंपल है. इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल ड्यूरिंग big public gathering. As you can see in the photo is not the match. Okay, it's okay. There is a scenario where a major public event is being held in an open ground near a historical monument in your district with around 1,500 delegates participant. तो basically एक public gathering है जैसे यहाँ पे हो रही है. The event is organized by your administration and security is provided by police. One of the entry gates of this event, the portal radiation monitor gives an alarm when few people pass near it. This happens during the morning before the event starts and people are entering. तो आपके डिस्ट्रिक्ट मैनेजमेंट ने डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने एक इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज किया है और जिसमें 1500 डेलीगेट्स आने वाले हैं एंड एक उसके गेट पे ही रेडिएशन मॉनिटरिंग अलार्म पोर्टल मॉनिटर जिसने एक अलार्म बीप करना चालू कर दिया है. तो और वो अलार्म आपका बजा जस्ट इवेंट चालू होने के पहले. ठीक है, तो इंजेक्ट्स देख लेते हैं. So injects which agency need to be immediately informed in this scenario? तो इसका रिप्लाई एकदम सेम है. अगर आपका मॉनिटर वहाँ पे बज रहा है तो हो सकता है वहाँ पे रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल होने की संभावना है. ठीक है, वो या तो फॉल्स अलार्म हो सकता है या फिर वो रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल हो सकता है. तो दोनों ही केस में आपको क्या क्या किस एजेंसी को इन्फॉर्म करना है एज यू आर ऑलरेडी अवेयर. तो इसको स्किप कर देते हैं. द विच एजेंसी विल यू कॉन्टैक्ट फॉर सपोर्ट इन रेस्पॉन्स एंड व्हाट लॉजिस्टिक्स वुड यू नीड. सो केस में भी प्रोटोकॉल्स आर वेरी सिंपल. आप कोई मास पब्लिक गैदरिंग हो रही है तो आपके SDRF तो वहाँ पे डिप्लॉयड रहेगी बाई अंडरस्टैंडिंग. नहीं है तो नियर बाई NDRF और DAE RERC को आप कॉन्टैक्ट करेंगे. ठीक है, तो व्हाट एक्शन वुड यू इम्प्लीमेंट इन दिस इंसिडेंट एट द एंट्री पोर्टल. ये दिस इज द इम्पोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन. अगर आपका अलार्म बज गया है और आपका लाइन में लोग लगे हुए हैं और वो लाइन से क्रॉस कर रहे हैं, तो अगर अलार्म बजता है तो उसके बाद इमीडिएट प्रोटोकॉल क्या है वो अगर कोई बता पाए यहाँ पे. किसी को इसका आइडिया है जी? एंटरिंग बंद कर देंगे, उसके बाद वहाँ पे छोड़ देंगे. हाँ, तो उसमें क्या है बेसिकली मैं थोड़ा बता देता हूँ तो कि टाइम हमारे पास कम है. अगर लाइन से लोग जा रहे हैं और अलार्म बज रहा है तो इमीडिएटली हम लोग आगे के 3 से 4% और पीछे के 3 से 4% जो हैं उनको इमीडिएटली सेपरेट कर देंगे एंड उसके बाद उनका डिटेल एग्जामिनेशन करेंगे. एग्जामिनेशन द फ्रिस्किंग एंड ऑल. तो ज़्यादा दूर तक नहीं, 3 से 4% आगे का, 3 से 4% पीछे का. वही संभावना है अलार्म बजा है तो या तो वो बंदा थोड़ा आगे गया होगा या हो सकता है थोड़ा पीछे होगा. जो जैसे ही डिटेक्ट हुआ है अलार्म बीप करना चालू कर दिया. ठीक है, 3 से 4% आगे के, 3 से 4% पीछे के, उनको हम लोग लाइन से अलग कर देंगे. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट है विल यू कंसीडर given that this may panic fellow attendees entering, what administrative action will you implement? तो उस केस में सिंपल है कि आप अलार्म बजा हुआ है तो उस केस में हमें जनरली अगर बहुत बड़ी मास गैदरिंग होती है तो हम लोग अलार्म का जो बीप है उसको हम साइलेंट रखते हैं इन जनरल केस में, सो दैट कि मास पब्लिक गैदरिंग में वो पैनिक ना फैले. एंड उसको एक पर्सन मॉनिटर करता रहता है तो उसको इमीडिएटली इन्फॉर्म हो जाता है. मॉनिटर में आप देखेंगे कि वहाँ पे एक सिग्नल आ गया है और यहाँ पे रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल होने की संभावना है. तो उस केस में उसी पर्सन को मालूम चला जो गेट पे मैन कर रहा है. इमीडिएटली उसने एक्शन लेते हुए वहाँ पे जो भी प्रोटोकॉल है 3 से 4% आगे के, 3 से 4% पीछे के, डिटेल फ्रिस्किंग के लिए रोक लिया. ठीक है, इससे क्या हुआ, पब्लिक में अननेसेसरली पैनिक नहीं जा रहा है. अदरवाइज क्या होगा, अलार्म बजने लगता है तो लोगों को एक भावना पैदा होती है कि यहाँ पे कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया है. एंड इमीडिएटली अगर आपका वहाँ पे पुलिस या कोई एजेंसी उसको 4-5 लोगों को वहाँ से लेके जाएगी तो वहाँ पे पैनिक फैलने की संभावना रहेगी. तो उसको रोकने के लिए इन जनरल प्रैक्टिस क्या है कि हम उसको बीप का साउंड कम रखते हैं और मॉनिटर को, जिसका जो मॉनिटर है उसको हम हमेशा ऑब्जर्व करते रहते हैं. अगर गैदरिंग बहुत बड़ी नहीं है, कम लोग हैं, तो आप साउंड ज़्यादा भी रख सकते हैं. ठीक है, वो एक थोड़े बहुत प्रिकॉशंस है. कुछ करेंगे नहीं. ठीक है, विल यू कंसिडर रिमूविंग एंट्री एरिया. अगेन मैंने बताया कि ज़रूरत नहीं है. आपका रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल लोड कंसील करके लेके जा रहा है कोई पर्सन, तो आपको कितने लोगों को आगे से और कितने लोग पीछे से, उनको ही एक डिटेल फ्रिस्किंग करना है वहाँ पे. और डिटेल फ्रिस्किंग करने का प्रोसीजर पॉसिबली हम लोग कल अगर डेमोन्स्ट्रेट कर पाए तो कर करेंगे. उसमें कुछ आप अगर एडिशन करेंगे, डिटेल फ्रिस्किंग आप कैसे करते हैं?
फ्रिस्किंग बस वो एक फ्रिस्किंग यूनिट रहेगा आपके पास, वो पूरा क्लॉथिंग और बॉडी, होल बॉडी, उसको आपको फ्रिस्किंग करके उसका जो कंटामिनेशन लेवल या एक्टिविटी लेवल है उसको डिटरमाइन करना पड़ेगा. उसके बाद और वो थ्रेशोल्ड ज़्यादा होगा तो उसी हिसाब से एक्शन प्लान उसका कर सकते हैं.
नहीं, आपको मालूम चलेगा कि उनके पास कुछ कंसील्ड सोर्स है या नहीं है. अगर कंसील्ड सोर्स नहीं है तो उसमें 2 केसेस हो सकते हैं कि हो सकता है कि वो एक पेशेंट हो जिसने अभी कोई रेडियोथेरेपी कराई हो, तो उस केस में अगर उस वजह से भी अलार्म आ सकता है। जनरली वो एयरपोर्ट्स में ऐसे अलार्म, फॉल्स अलार्म आते हैं। आई वुड नॉट से इज अ फॉल्स अलार्म, वो एक्टिविटी उनकी बॉडी में है, उसके से अलार्म आ रहा है, बट वो कोई मेलिशियस इंटेंट से पर्सन नहीं है वहाँ पे। तो उस केस में हम सर्टेन करेंगे कि उसने कुछ किसी मेडिकल प्रोसीजर के अंडर थ्रू गया है कि नहीं गया है। तो गया है तो उनके पास डॉक्यूमेंट रहेगा, सर्टिफिकेशन रहेगा, तो वो हम चेक करेंगे। अगर वो है तो उस केस को वहाँ पे क्लियर कर देंगे। अगर वो नहीं है फिर बज रहा है तो इसका मतलब उन्होंने अंदर कुछ ना कुछ सोर्स कंसील कर रखा है, तो उसके फिर डिटेल्ड हम लोग एग्जामिनेशन करेंगे। नेक्स्ट, इफ यू हैव अ टेम्परेरी कॉर्डन, ओके, इफ यू हैव 7-1 नहीं, हाँ ठीक है। व्हाट लीगल एक्शन वुड यू टेक टू डील विद द इंडिविजुअल कैरिंग अ रेडियो एक्टिव सोर्स? अभी मान लीजिए जो जिस आदमी को आपने पकड़ा है उसके पास रेडियो एक्टिव सोर्स है, तो क्या लीगल एक्शन लेंगे आप? कोई पुलिस पर्सन अगर यहाँ पे है, पुलिस ऑफिसर है, तो वो बता पाए क्या लीगल एक्शन लेंगे? रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल आपने कर लिया उससे, पर्सन से, ठीक है, आप बताने वाले हैं कुछ? हाँ बताइए।
जी सर, उनसे मिला है तो पहले तो उनको पता करना चाहिए कि कहाँ से मिला उनको, ये फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल है। उसके बाद फिर हम लोग पता करेंगे कि उसका रिसाव कितना है, रिसाव के हिसाब से कितना लोगों को खतरा हो सकता है, वो कुछ उसी हिसाब से हम लोग वही पता करेंगे।
ठीक है, इसमें दो चीज़ें हैं बेसिकली। अगर कोई पर्सन आ रहा है या तो वो ऑथराइज पर्सन है या अनऑथराइज है। ऑथराइज पर्सन का मतलब है कि हो सकता है वो कुछ रेडियोग्राफी या कुछ अंदर कंस्ट्रक्शन चल रहा हो, साइट पे कुछ उसको इमीडिएट रिक्वायरमेंट हो, तो हो सकता है वो ऑथराइज पर्सन हो। तो ऑथराइज पर्सन के पास ऑल ड्यू डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं कि नहीं है, वो आपको चेक करना पड़ेगा। और उसके पास अगर कोई रेडियोथेरेपी रेडियोग्राफी का इंस्ट्रूमेंट अगर वो लेके जा रहे हैं तो उसके पास वो परमिशन है या नहीं है, रेगुलेटरी परमिशन है या नहीं है, वो चेक करना है। अब ये फर्स्ट एस्पेक्ट हुआ। तो फर्स्ट एस्पेक्ट में ये क्लियर हो गया कि उनके पास जेन्युइन डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं, वो रेडियोग्राफी मशीन लेके जा रहे हैं, एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूँ। अगर बट ये देखना है कि उनका रिक्वायरमेंट था कि नहीं था, उस एरिया में उसको जाने का रिक्वायरमेंट था या नहीं था, उनका इंटेंट देखना है। अगर इंटेंट आपको क्लियर है तो कोई बात नहीं। अगर इंटेंट में अगर आपको लगता है डाउट आ रहा है, देन नॉर्मल पुलिस कोर्स जो है आपका, जो भी नॉर्मल पुलिस एक्शन है वो आपको वो लेना है। यहाँ पे वहाँ पे आपको इंटेंट अगर आपको लगता है कि इट इज़ अ मैलिशियस इंटेंट, तो उसके नॉर्मल जो प्रोटोकॉल्स हैं पुलिस के वो फॉलो करने हैं यहाँ पे। तो सिंपल आपको देखना है कि पर्सन के पास रेडियोग्राफी मशीन है तो उसके पास डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं या नहीं है। डॉक्यूमेंट्स होने के बाद आपको इंटेंशन क्लियर करना है। एक रेगुलर प्रोसीजर है पुलिस
सोर्स को थोड़ा आइसोलेट करके रखना है। अगर वो ऑथराइज नहीं हुआ तो isolate the source, and depending upon the response received from the RERC team, you will move forward with the source.
So, to next, what will your plan of action to deal with the identified active source? Again, this is a very simple thing. आपको उसको isolate कर देना है, उसको वहाँ पे थोड़ा access control करेंगे, and expert agencies जो कि रेडियो एक्टिव सोर्स को हैंडल कर सकती है उनको कॉल करना है। आपको मालूम है इस केस में किसको कॉल करना है, इमीडिएटली वो आपको एक्शंस लेने हैं। द 9th क्वेश्चन इज व्हाट विल बी योर प्लान ऑफ एक्शन इफ द आइसोलेटेड इंडिविजुअल प्रोड्यूसेस मेडिकल सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ रेडियोथेरेपी? ये मैंने ऑलरेडी आपको एक्सप्लेन कर दिया है कि हो सकता है कि जो पर्सन है अलार्म इस वजह से बजा हो क्योंकि वो रेडियोथेरेपी उन्होंने किया है थोड़े दिन पहले, उसकी वजह से अलार्म आया है। तो उनका वहाँ पे सर्टिफिकेट देखना है वेदर इट इज़ जेन्युइन। उस पर जनरली आपको सारी डिटेल्स मिल जाती है, आप उसको सर्टेन भी कर सकते हैं। व्हाट मैसेज वुड यू गिव टू द मीडिया अबाउट योर एक्शंस? ये हम लोग ने लास्ट RDD सिनेरियो में भी देखा है कि उतना ही बोलना है जितना ज़रूरी है, ज़्यादा बोलने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, until unless it is not advised. What is your plan on bringing the situation back to normalcy?
सेम चीज़, वो अगर ऑथराइज्ड हुआ तो थ्रू मीडिया वी कैन हैंडल, थ्रू पब्लिक आउटरीच प्रोग्राम। और वो अनऑथराइज्ड हुआ तो आफ्टर द सोर्स रिकवर देन वी विल थ्रू द पब्लिक आउटरीच प्रोग्राम या नॉर्मल सैम्पलिंग ऑफ द नियर बाई एरिया वी कैन communicate with the people through the media also, or any outreach program also. We can give them confidence. Now it is free from radioactivity. So that's it.
And the next box, green box, is related to medical management. Question number 12th and 13th is, I think we have already talked about. The 14th, how will you know that any person brought to your hospital health center? I think madam has already talked about this. The last, what action would you take if one of the responders is admitted complaining nausea and vomiting? Do you want us to repeat this? ये क्लियर है, ये लास्ट है. इसमें अगर कोई कुछ मेडिकल फेटर्निटी से कोई है तो इसका जवाब दे पाएंगे. कोई भी डॉक्टर है?
The nausea and vomiting with ordnance center of Pandora, we have to assure the patient, that this symptom will go with treatment. And we should treat also. And if there is dehydration, we have to give an IV fluids also.
मैडम से भी थोड़ा ऐड करा लेते हैं लास्ट. एग्जैक्टली मैडम.
So if you feel that the nausea and vomiting could be because of excessive exposure, obviously we'll collect first sample for CBC and whatever baseline lymphocytes, whatever at that time we have, and then every 6 hourly we will repeat it. So if the lymphocytes are falling, then we can suspect that probably it is a excessive exposure case and then decide about the management.
So thank you madam. With this we are closing this session and the day. And कल के लिए अनाउंसमेंट मैं करना चाहता हूँ 9 से 10 जैसा कि मैंने पहले बताया कि सामने वाली बिल्डिंग लाइब्रेरी में 2nd फ्लोर साराभाई विक्रम साराभाई कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल्स के लिए मेडिकल फेटर्निटी के लिए एक स्पेशल लेक्चर है जो डॉक्टर गोडसे लेंगी, तो कृपया उसको अटेंड करें. इट इज़ अ डिटेल्ड लेक्चर स्पेशली क्यूरेटेड फॉर द मेडिकल फेटर्निटी. एंड बाकी जो भी अदर पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं उनको 10 बजे यहाँ पे रिपोर्ट करना है. 10 से 11 हम लोग डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करेंगे रेडिएशन डिटेक्शन इक्विपमेंट्स एंड मॉनिटर्स. तो वो डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन 1 घंटे के लिए रहेगा. वो डेस्क लगी रहेगी, NDRF पर्सनल विल बी देयर. तो वहाँ is there any change? Sir, what I said 9 to 10 is dedicated for